Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everybody who is present here. Thank you so much for taking your time out and being a part of this wonderful, wonderful morning. We should be starting the event in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. We should be starting the event in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Got you dancing, now we go back and forth, steady with the prancing. Tryna keep on, man, I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold, but I'm hot like a visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos, badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Yeah, now pass me on my wheels in the fields, got you dancing. Now we go back and forth, steady with the prancing. Tryna keep up, and I'm fast like a cheetah. I could be cold, but I'm hot like a visa.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos, badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Imagine a place where your curiosity is celebrated, your dreams are nurtured, and your potential is limitless. A place where learning is more than just a classroom experience. It's an adventure, a journey, and a transformation. With world-class facilities and a team of visionary experts, we craft thinkers, leaders, and change makers for the world. Here, every question sparks curiosity. Every challenge ignites passion. And every project takes you one step closer to greatness. At Christ, shape a world that reflects your vision.
Walk into the portals of Christ University to rediscover yourselves, to shape the future, and sow the seeds of growth for tomorrow. This is our journey together to create a meaningful impact in the society.
This is where your journey begins, but never ends. Build connections that go beyond classrooms. Share stories that inspire and memories that last. Learn lessons that shape you for a lifetime. Dare to be yourself.
Christ is more than academics. Here, we celebrate life.
Every game is a chance to push yourself further, to compete with passion and to rise together as a team. It's the vibrant campus life that helps you grow, connect, and prepare for the future.
Perfect.
So march on. Let your ideas take wings. This is your future, your opportunity, your chance to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join NMIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education, driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology, and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork, and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர்
உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யார் தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
Thank you.
என்ன மாதிரியே எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனால தான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலாக வேலை செய்கிறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விட்டுட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது. ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
New India Assurance Mahila Udyam Bima, exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Sum insured up to rupees 5 crore, cover on loss of profits, theft cover, personal accident cover, and optional cover for employees. When it comes to business, protection is the key to success. New India Assurance, Nari Samman Bima, a special policy designed for all women aged 18 to 70 years. Up to 2 lakh rupees cover for accidental death, permanent disability, and acid attack. Get covers for livelihood protection, legal divorce, and more. Every woman deserves protection and dignity.
Chennai's first pin code 600001 stands Chennai Port, the cradle of the city, South India's premium maritime gateway. For centuries, it has powered commerce, shaped communities, and connected the region to global trade. Now connects directly to more than 50 countries worldwide. At the heart of operations are three major docks: Dr. Ambedkar Dock with 11 berths, Jawahar Dock with 6 berths, and Bharati Dock with 10 berths. The Port of Chennai houses two exclusive state-of-the-art container terminals operated by leading global players, Dubai Ports World and the Port of Singapore Authority. As India's #1 automobile export hub, the car terminal at Chennai Port offers dedicated port entry, stacking yards, and state-of-the-art berthing facilities, and remains the trusted choice for prominent exporters like Hyundai and Kia. Cruise terminal offers modern amenities and seamless services. Huge marine loading arms enable faster, safer handling of crude and POL products. With a depth of 17.4 meters, it can accommodate Suez Max and very large crude carriers vessels, and are fully integrated with pipeline networks connecting to large tank farms and refineries. Chennai Port has ample facilities including 4 transit sheds, 11 warehouses for bulk, vast open areas.
Our focus is on making Chennai Port smarter and more efficient every day. With digital technologies, automation, and modern logistics infrastructure, we are easing the port process and improving the service for our stakeholders. We are working closely with our trade to ensure Chennai Port remains future ready and globally competitive.
Coming projects to further streamline operations include a double-tier elevated corridor of 21 km from Chennai Port to Madurai for 24/7 unrestricted entry to the port and smooth cargo movement. A multimodal logistics park at Mapedu as a key logistics node integrating road, rail, and warehousing to streamline cargo movement. The Port of Chennai charts the course towards a sustainable future where history, innovation, and progress come together.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to everybody. Thank you so much for taking your time out, first up on a Saturday morning, to be in our midst. Really feel it is a huge honor and privilege for me, Radhakrishnan Srinivasan, to be hosting the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. It'll be great if you can put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you so much for that cue, honestly, because I was just about to say that. There are plenty of things that are happening in and around this particular auditorium for people who would want to slip in and out. The exits are there, so make sure that you just go out and come in without disturbing any of your fellow attendees. And also, just as a standing instruction, after each and every session, the authors will be available to sign the respective books in the stall that is right next to where we are. To my right, that is. As you just walk out, you will have the authors waiting for you to sign the books as well. So these are a few things that you might want to note as we start this particular morning. Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I think this particular week is an auspicious week. We have celebrated and celebrating a very, very special week here in Tamil Nadu and across India. This is Pongal, and Pongal literally translates to, அதாவது அதை மொழிபெயர்ப்பு பண்ணா பொங்கி வருது, boiling over, or abundance is what it is. And I think that could be one of the key words that we can use as far as the Hindu Lit for Life 2026 is concerned. The word being abundance, abundance of thoughts, abundance of ideas, discussion, debates with people from every sphere of life that we have in our midst. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, first up for the Hindu group for organizing such a wonderful, wonderful event. From politics to sport to cinema, we've got them all here. And it is a journey that we started so many years ago. And talking about journey, here's a quick look at the journey that we have traversed over the years.
Every book begins with a voice. Every voice begins with a story. Every story grows powerful when it is shared. Literature grows deeper when it is experienced, discussed, and lived together. Literature doesn't stay confined to pages. It moves into cinema, into music, into journalism, into advertising, and now into social posts and podcasts, taking new forms every single day. For over a century, the Hindu has remained deeply committed to nurturing art, culture, and literature, giving voices not just a platform, but a lasting legacy. In 2011, Lit for Life was born, conceived and nurtured by the Hindu, a festival that broke the boxes built for literature, where ideas matter more than the glitz, where conversations linger longer beyond the applause, where literature is a catalyst for thought, debate, and discovery. A full-fledged festival of ideas, growing every year. By bringing readers closer to writers, not across barricades, but across tables and workshops. Not in hurried sessions, but in immersive, intimate engagements that leave you changed when you walk out. It's where cultures meet, where questions sharpen, where conversations stretch our world wider. Year after year, the sharpest minds from India and the world have gathered here to challenge, provoke, unlearn, and rethink. We move beyond cities. We take literature where audiences live, learn, question. And now, in its 13th edition, it returns sharper, broader, more alive than ever. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Join us. Let's celebrate every ounce of literature everywhere.
While I'll always thank the Hindu group for organizing such a spectacle year after year, I must thank the audience as well. Having seen different parts of the world at different times, I must say the crowd here in Chennai is just quite amazing, because we expect to start at 8:30 or 9:30 rather, and we start doing our rehearsal somewhere around 8:30. By 8:45, we have people coming in. Thank you so much to the spirit of Chennai. Wonderful. Thank you all. Really appreciate your support over the years. Talking about this particular festival and the festival over the years, I think for every festival to be organized very well, there needs to be a leader. There needs to be a backbone. May I kindly request you all to put your hands together as I invite Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, who's the chairperson, the Hindu group, the founder and the chair, the Hindu Lit for Life. Thank you so much, as always, for having us all under one roof. Please, ma'am. Thank you. Please. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest for today, it's Professor A.C. Grayling, the eminent philosopher and author. Lovely to have your company, sir. Must give you a bit of a heads up. Just watch out for a special session that is coming up very, very soon, where he talks about philosophy and artificial intelligence as well. Lovely. Thank you so much, sir. Please. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, the former Chief Justice of India. His frank talk, his talks about a variety of aspects has impressed one and all. Thank you so much, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Lovely. Pleasure meeting you. Please, sir. Mr. N. Ram, the director of the Hindu Group and the former editor-in-chief. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for one of the absolute stars of Indian journalism and world journalism over the years. My pleasure to invite Mr. N. Ravi, who is the former editor-in-chief and the director of Kasturi and Sons Limited. May I have the pleasure of the company of Mr. N. Murli, who's the director, Kasturi and Sons, and director, The Hindu. Could I request Mr. Suresh Nambat, who's the editor of the Hindu Group, to please join us on stage. Lovely to have you with us, sir. Mr. L.V. Navneet, who's the CEO of the Hindu. Lovely. Fit-looking Navneet. Lovely. Good to have you with us. And of course, Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, who's the CRO, the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group. Lovely to have you with us, as always. Right, ladies and gentlemen, first up, I invite Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, the chairperson of the Hindu Group and the founder and the chair of the Hindu Lit for Life, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Lit for Life, the Hindus' festival of literature, where we celebrate words, ideas, and creativity. In this turbulent world, where many of the certainties that we grew up with are being questioned, it's more important than ever to read, listen, discuss, and exchange ideas. Books and writing conjure up new worlds and shape our imagination. And it is our hope that the Hindu Lit for Life does just that. We have consistently strived to be a wide and inclusive platform for artists, writers, thinkers, and performers to share their ideas and creative vision with all those who value literature. As an integral part of an independent media house, we carry with us the honest and fearless traditions of the Hindu, of adherence to democratic values, social inclusiveness, justice, truth, and a firm commitment to the freedom of expression, which is the cornerstone of this festival. Across the globe, as well as here, we are witnessing threats to free speech, and democratic spaces are shrinking. Writing sometimes becomes an act of courage, and festivals like this should celebrate and stand by the voices that dissent, voices that are often powerless, and become spaces where freedom and humanity is celebrated. We are honored today by the presence and participation of Professor A.C. Grayling as chief guest at this year's festival. One of the leading, most influential public intellectuals of our times, Professor Grayling is a philosopher, distinguished academic, a humanist, and a commentator on ethics and human rights. As a prolific author, his presence here at the festival affirms the need for public engagement with the most vital questions of our times. And we are very grateful for his presence and for kindly agreeing to inaugurate the festival. We are extremely grateful to our guest of honor, the Honorable former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of India, Shri D.Y. Chandrachud ji, for gracing this occasion, and look forward to discussing his new book on the Constitution, which will be the opening session of the festival. Honorable Justice Chandrachud ji has been one of the foremost judges of this country, and his progressive and reformative judgments have had a great impact on the social landscape in terms of protecting fundamental rights, including the rights of women, and in delivering social justice to marginalized communities. I'm very grateful to all our distinguished speakers and to our moderators guiding conversations for making the time and effort to be here at this festival. It is their work, their vision and integrity that keep literature festivals like this spirited and exciting. We are very glad too that this festival provides the opportunities for festival goers to meet their favorite authors and engage with them directly. We're also organizing book signings here today and tomorrow, and one of the most joyful sights for us is to see how many people buy books, and the measure of the festival is in no short measure due to parameters like these, which assures us that there's a future for the printed book, for reading and for literature. This year we have sessions over 3 spaces. We have had pre-festival gatherings such as LFL Unplugged and the LFL Dialogue in different cities, which have attracted huge audiences and proved to be very popular. We are hoping to add a mini children's festival next year and to encourage reading and thinking in young minds. The mobile library, which tours the city for several weeks, is another popular book exchange idea, which gives access to books in areas where books are hard to come by. I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the generous backing from our sponsors, which made such a festival possible. Our editor, Suresh Nambat, and our CEO, Navneet's unwavering support goes a long way in making this event a success. Our brilliant curators are a tight creative team and that firmly believe in the festival and have steadfastly delivered year upon year. My warm thanks to our festival director, Rachna Davidar, whose diligence, persistence, and imagination has created an amazing lineup this year, and she's done this many times before as well. A deep gratitude to Kritika, who stands at the core of the festival and delivers it year upon year. Profound thanks also to Shonali Muthilali and Rosella Stephen, whose vision, enterprise, and imagination expanded the contours of our curation. I thank Ramya Kannan, Chitra Swaminathan, Archana Subramanian, and Bhavya Venkatesh. As always, there's no festival without them. A very special thanks to Suresh Balakrishna, our CEO, Aparajita Biswas, Vikram Murali, Sagar, and the entire brand events team who worked enthusiastically and tirelessly to produce this festival. Many colleagues from advertising and marketing have worked very hard to make this festival happen. The compares, the volunteers, and so many others who helped to make this event a success. We are grateful to all of them. The biggest measure of success of this festival is that people attend it, enjoy it, and tell us that they have been enriched. So thank you all for coming. And this year too, Lit for Life will bring you joy, new insights, and light up your days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the stone and also probably give you a bit of an insight as to what is to come over the next few years as well. May I request Dr. Nirmala Lakshman to please step forward, and all the dignitaries on stage to step forward to light the ceremonial lamp, please. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, here's wishing all of us the very best for the Hindu Lit for Life 2026, and hope we have a cracking couple of days for sure. Okay, then we get started. May I now invite the eminent philosopher and author, Professor A.C. Grayling, to deliver the inaugural address, please.
Thank you very much. I wish to begin by thanking the Hindu, our hosts and organizers. I'm very honored and pleased indeed to be here. As a somewhat over-prolific author, for which I apologize, I've been attending literary festivals for more than 25 years. And in the last 15 years or so, I've noticed the proliferation of festivals all around the world. And some of the leading festivals in the United Kingdom, Australia, here in India, have become bigger and bigger as years have passed by, marking the fact that the conversation about books and what books contain, about the stories that we live by and tell one another, and the ideas that leap off the page as we read, are a great inspiration for the conversation that any society has to have with itself. And in the last, I would say, five to 10 years, as authoritarian sentiment and indeed authoritarian regimes have risen to greater prominence in our world, that conversation is more acutely necessary than ever. I mean, what authoritarians want to do is to shut us up. They don't want us talking to one another, exchanging ideas, challenging one another, making one another think. And yet, the idea of a society staying alive, of keeping fresh, of always rethinking its assumptions, is so key to the whole debate that comes off the printed page and into our lives, that this kind of event, this Lit for Life festival, has to be crucial, has to be regarded as something so vital to the life of a culture and a society that we support it fully. I don't have to persuade you, you're here. You know what the point of this is, what to expect from it, what to give to it, how to engage with it. And the very first time that a festival anywhere is ended by some controversy over free speech, as I'm afraid has just happened in Australia with the Adelaide Writers' Week, every time that happens, we see one of the candles going out. And we have to keep those candles aflame. Because people who write, people who read, people who come to literature festivals, people who come to take part in that great conversation, are like people who are carrying those candles across the floodwaters of difficulty, across the floodwaters of time, hoping to be able to light new fires, new candles, new hopes on the other side of that river. And so the vital importance of events such as this one simply cannot be overstated. What is happening here in Chennai this weekend is something that gives us real hope that there are still good people with minds alive, with hopes fresh, looking forward to continuing that conversation, keeping those candles alight, engaging with one another, and therefore staying alive. Thank you very much indeed, and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you so much, Professor Grayling, for speaking about the importance of the literature festivals across the globe and also setting a context of what is to come and the importance of this particular, the Hindu Lit for Life 2026 here in Chennai. May I kindly request Mr. N. Ram to please come up to present a very special memento. Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor A.C. Grayling. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion.
I went down to hear him better.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Endram. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Justice D.Y. Chandrachud as I invite him to deliver the special address.
Thank you. Good morning and good wishes for Pongal, Makar Sankranti, Lori, Uttarayan, as we celebrate it all over India. In my mother tongue, Marathi, we say on the occasion of this festival, Tilgul Ghya and God Bola, which means that, accept the sesame seeds, the sweets which we offer you, and let's be sweet to each other. Well, literature rarely does that. Literature is not intended to do that. Literature speaks to the human condition in ways that no other medium quite can. A book does not merely tell us a story. It invites us into a life, a moment, or a moral crossroad that may be distant from our own, yet deeply familiar in its emotions. I was traveling over the last few days in my own home state of Maharashtra, 650 kilometers over 2 days, in a picturesque countryside. And every evening as the sun set, I saw these flocks of birds performing a ballet in the sky. And you wonder, does that ballet have a leader, or is it really the interconnectedness of life which the ballet reflects? And I think it's the latter. Yesterday in the New York Times, Arthur Brooks has this beautiful piece on what neuroscience taught us 2 decades ago, which was that different parts of the brain have different points, different regions, a region for emotion, a region for reason, a region for cognitive analysis. And now recent developments tell you that that's all wrong. The entire brain is one interconnected whole. So what literature does really is to teach us about the interconnectedness of life. It questions the divisions of our age, the division between the right and the left, divisions based on gender, the binaries of gender, divisions based on region or politics or ideology, and teaches us to reflect on the innate interconnectedness of the human system. In that sense, in reading about other lives, we begin to recognize our own. Literature gives shapes to feelings we struggle to name and questions we hesitate to ask. It reminds us that uncertainty, hope, and vulnerability are shared human conditions rather than private failures. We encounter information today at a great speed, often in fragments, rarely within the time or space to pause and reflect. Classrooms are under pressure to keep pace with this rhythm. Attention spans have become shorter, engagement is frequently interrupted, and deep reading is increasingly replaced by quick summaries, reels, and headlines. Knowledge is abundant, information even more so, but reflection has become scarce. Therefore, the Hindu Lit for Life festival is a beacon, offering a powerful counterpoint to this culture of immediacy. It slows time down. It invites listeners to remain present, to follow a thought from beginning to end, and to sit with an idea even when it is uncomfortable or unfamiliar. What makes this literature festival truly unique is its collective nature. Reading is often a solitary act, but festivals transform it into a shared intellectual experience. Readers, writers, students, and teachers come together not merely to consume ideas, but to question, debate, and carry them forward. For our younger audience in particular, this experience can be transformative. Seeing authors speak about doubt, about discipline, failure, and revision demystifies creativity. It teaches that deep thinking is not an innate talent, but a practice that must be cultivated with patience. In a world shaped by constant digital affirmation, literature creates room for disagreement without hostility and curiosity without fear. It encourages young people to listen before responding and to understand before judging. Literature festivals therefore perform a civic function. They nurture the habits of attention, dialogue, and empathy that are essential not only for education, but for democracy itself. As we know, injustice rarely arrives with drama or spectacle. More often, it takes the form of small, almost invisible losses, a voice that goes unheard, a sense of belonging that slowly fades, a life that is no longer fully seen. Many books draw our attention not to sudden breakdowns in our societies, but to these gradual erasures. Learning to notice them matters because it helps us recognize harm early in our institutions, in our communities, and amongst ourselves. The Hindu Lit for Life has brought a convergence of writers who engage with history, with politics, music, and even sport. Their lives and work demonstrate that literature is not isolated from life. It converses with life. Essays, memoirs, fiction, and cultural commentary together create a space where ideas travel across boundaries and disciplines. Judgment, whether literary or judicial, demands patience, attention, and an openness to complexity. The discipline of reading closely, listening carefully, and resisting haste lies at the heart of both literature and justice. A jurist is trained to recognize that every case contains multiple truths, competing narratives, and silences that must be heard. Literature sharpens this sensibility. It reminds us that behind every argument lies a human story, and behind every conclusion lies a responsibility to reason with care. In a time when opinions are formed rapidly and expressed loudly, literature festivals model a different ethic for our time. They privilege conversation over assertion, curiosity over certainty, and understanding over victory. These are not merely cultural values, they are constitutional values. They transform individual memory into a collective conscience. For young readers especially, such spaces offer a rare education in thinking slowly and deeply. They demonstrate that ideas are worth wrestling with, that disagreement can be respectful, and that intellectual growth often begins with uncertainty rather than confidence. In bringing writers and readers together, the Hindu Lit for Life affirms the enduring relevance of books in public life. It creates a shared space where ideas are tested in conversation rather than consumed in isolation. By listening to one another, across differences of language, belief, and experience, we learn to recognize not positions or identities, but people, fellow human beings whose lives are worthy of attention and care. The act of listening, truly listening, is central to both literature and life. Listening requires constant restraint, humility, and the willingness to accept that our own perspective may be incomplete. These habits sustain dialogue in moments of disagreement and make coexistence possible in a plural society. And that truly reflects India, its pluralism, and its strength in diversity. What ultimately endures beyond a festival are the habits it cultivates. A willingness to attend to complexity, to resist easy answers, and to hold space for difference. In nurturing these habits, the Hindu Lit for Life contributes meaningfully to the life of our society and to the conversations that will shape its future. It is in that spirit that I wish the festival a thoughtful and rewarding journey. My very grateful thanks to Nirmala Lakshman and to the entire team which has put together this festival and for inviting us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. In this digital age where we look at each and every individual in accordance with the age group and the kind of social media that they spend their time in and the amount of time that they spend in, I think you've addressed pretty much one and all. From one generation that uses Snapchat to the other generation which ends up using Facebook. I think you've addressed one and all here. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Mr. N. Ravi to hand over a special memento to Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, please. Lovely to have you with us, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now request Mr. Suresh Nambat, the editor, The Hindu, to please come forward to deliver his address.
Hello, and welcome to the Lit for Life Festival of Listening and Learning. This annual coming together of writers and readers might have had its origins in the literary review of the Sunday section of The Hindu, but it is now a standalone event as not only Chennai's very own literary festival, but also as part of the pantheon, linking up with other such festivals in other places across different periods. As someone wrote, or maybe said a long time ago, in the beginning was the word, and then there was light. Whatever be that context, the lit in Lit for Life points to both literature and light, to the enlightenment that words bring to the reader, the exchange of ideas, the path of progress, the way out of darkness and fear, and towards knowledge and freedom. This is a festival not just of books and publishers, but of writers and readers alike, a truly people's festival open to all. I hope we have 2 days of the very best of ideas and people. Thank you.
We've always had 2 days of wonderful festivals, and must say that I think we need to move from 2 to 3 actually, because such is the response that we have invariably had. I'm sure there's no reason to believe that we wouldn't have a couple of wonderful days as well. On that note, may I kindly invite Mr. L.V. Navneet, who's the CEO of the Hindu Group, to deliver his address.
Good morning and welcome to the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. This is the 14th edition of the Hindus Literature Festival. 14, incidentally, is the atomic number of silicon. Inspired by the ability of chip makers to pack more transistors onto a similar size chip, we have packed much more into this edition's two-day event. This year, we have added a third venue in the form of the Hindu showplace, in addition to the Sir Mutha Concert Hall in the Hindu Pavilion. The Hindu Lit for Life 2026 features almost 50 sessions with over 100 speakers spread over these 3 venues and 8 workshops at 3 distinct spaces. On behalf of the Hindu Group's Board of Directors and Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, Chairperson, the Hindu Group and founder and chair the Hindu Lit for Life, and the advisors, friends and colleagues who worked tirelessly to put this event together, I welcome you all. A warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude to our lovely speakers, to those they are in conversation with, and to the curators of the festival. While this festival is about ideas and ideators, the idea of an event of this scale is made possible only with the help and generous support of our sponsors. Our thanks and gratitude to all the sponsors for being interested in and being invested in our festival. Finally, and most importantly, thanks to all of you, our readers, both in the audience and online. Your support and participation mean the world to us. We heard you last time, and we have tried to work on your suggestions to the best extent possible. Please continue to engage with us and offer your suggestions for us to implement in future editions of what is truly your festival. Enjoy the conversations and contribute to them during Q&A time at the end of each session and during the breaks. Do catch up with old friends and make new ones, soaking in the unique ambience that fascinating conversations around literature provides. For as P.G. Wodehouse said, and I quote, "There is no surer foundation for a beautiful friendship than a mutual taste in literature." Thanks for being part of this vibrant community. Let the conversations begin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navneet, and thank you so much for talking about friendships, because finally we are not talking about virtual friends here. We're talking about real friends that we make in this world for a change, must say. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group.
Welcome everybody to the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. No surprise, the audience, the hall is completely packed to the rafters, and we had lines starting at 8:30 in the morning today. So thank you very much for supporting this festival. And this is only the physical people. We have had a record registration this year. As of half an hour ago, we have had 10,234 registrations for this festival online. And that's a record number for us. So, and this record gets beaten every year. And I'm sure next year it'll be even bigger than this. But being the Chief Revenue Officer of this company, the lubricant for this whole festival, I have to thank all those people who provided the lubricant for making this festival so nice for all of you all. So all our sponsors, and I'd like to thank all of them. This year's festival is proudly presented by the all-new Kia Seltos. Kia has been our title sponsor now for the second year in running, and they invest quite a lot in this festival because they believe in it. And we are also grateful to our associate institutions, Christ University and NITE. I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to our associate partners, ORCIDS, the International School, Hindustan Group of Institutions, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshay Kalpa, United India Assurance, ICFAI Group, Chennai Port Authority, Waziram & Sons, Life Insurance Corporation of India, and Mahindra University for believing in the power of literature and dialogue. Our thanks also goes to Casa Grande, our reality partner, Government of Sikkim and Uttarakhand Government, our state partner, Citizen, our official timekeeping partner, DBS Bank, our regional partner, Bihar Tourism, our tourism partner, Crossword, our bookstore partner whom you will encounter after every session, hopefully, Repute, our water partner, and Big FM, our radio partner. Our special word of thanks to Hyperlink, the event company that's put this fabulous festival together for you. But just about as we were starting this festival around 9 o'clock in the morning, Nirmala Lakshman walked in, and I took her to introduce her to Mr. Grayling. They hadn't met before. And how I introduced Nirmala Lakshman to Mr. Grayling was, please meet the Hindu Lit for Life. You know, because that's what she is. You know, that's what she has created. And she's been ably helped by Rachna Davidar. Wherever you are, Rachna, take a bow for doing such a fabulous job. And of course, the invisible powerhouse behind this literature festival is Kritika, the producer of this festival. Kritika, wherever you are, fabulous. You've done a fabulous job. It's been all the speakers, sir, the moderators, volunteers, partners, thank you very much. And to all of y'all, have a wonderful 2 days. Relax. There's a food court out there. Attend the sessions you want. It's going to be a struggle because there are 3 consecutive venues this year, unlike last year where there were 2 was difficult. Now there are 3 venues, so you have to decide which venue you want to go to. I promise you, you will miss some sessions you want to attend, but that's life. You can't be in 3 places at the same time. That's how good the curation of this festival is. You will want to be there all the time. And I thought Nirmala Lakshman did not like me. I just realized the compere also doesn't like me when he said next year we have to make it 3 days. Well, that means more pressure on me. But yes, we shall try and make it 3 days. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh Balakrishna. What's life without pressure being the CRO? And of all the people who spoke before him, there was only one person who spoke about numbers. That was the CRO, the Chief Revenue Officer. Spoke about the registrations. Of course, it's an important part. Well done. Thank you so much once again to the Hindu group. Right, it's time now to start off with the first session, which means may I kindly request the dignitaries on the stage to please take your seats. I think they need a group photograph. If you can just pose together for the cameras, please. Thank you. First of the many sessions, ladies and gentlemen, that we'll have starting right now as everything is just getting arranged here. Just to give you a heads up as to what that first session is all about, why the Constitution matters is what we are going to be talking about. And the session will be for a period of 50 minutes. That's 50 minutes, which means they will have 40 minutes on stage plus 10 minutes for a question and answer session from the audience as well. 50 minutes is a session that's all inclusive, 40 minutes for the chat upstairs, and then 10 minutes for the audience question and answer. Just waiting for them to give me a go ahead so that we can start and introducing the panelists. Good to go. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, you did hear him speak just a while back. Justice Dhananjay Yashwant Chandrachud was the 50th Chief Justice of India. He's renowned for his landmark judgments on the right to privacy, gender equality, disability, dissent, free speech, decriminalizing homosexuality, and for striking down the electoral bond scheme, amongst others. His notable dissents were in Aadhaar, marriage equality, and Bhima Koregaon cases. Why the Constitution Matters, Selected Speeches is his first book. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Justice U.Y. Chandrachud. Sure. Speaking to him, ladies and gentlemen, will be Mr. N. Ravi, who's the director of Kasturi & Sons Limited of the Hindu Group. He was the editor-in-chief of the Hindu, president of the Editors Guild of India, and member of the executive board of the International Press Institute, Vienna. He was the chairman of the Press Trust of India and is now a director on the board of PTI. He is the chairman of the Chennai Institute of Journalism and chairman of the Chennai Kendra of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. N. Ravi. Honestly, Justice, love the idea behind this particular book because did have a look at that particular book. It really portrays the Constitution not merely as a code of rules, but as a relationship between the state and the citizens. Over to you, Mr. N. Ravi.
A very good morning to all of you. What a delight to have with us at this first session the 50th Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Justice Chandrachud's book of 683 pages is a scholarly work as befits a jurist with a doctorate in juridical science from the Harvard Law School. Quite apart from this book, he has been a prolific writer, having authored some 500 plus judgments as a judge for 24 years. In this book, he brings together his speeches delivered at various forums, including legal, academic, and literary events. Through his judgments, he has pushed the boundaries of the constitutional jurisprudence in India, focusing on intersectionality of basic rights, democratic values, and human rights. He has not considered issues in silos, but regarded them as an interconnected whole. He is an evangelist for introducing digital technology in the justice system with e-filing, video conferencing, and public broadcasting of court proceedings, all of which have made the judicial process more efficient and more transparent. Writing memorable judgments has not been a particular strength of judges in India. Justice Chandrachud is a notable exception, with his judgments standing out for their broad philosophical approach, clarity of thought, and literary touches. There are lighter moments as well, as when he quotes lines from a Bob Dylan song in his judgment while proceeding to declare unconstitutional the law penalizing homosexuality among consenting adults. His liberal outlook comes to the fore in several other cases, including when he made women eligible for permanent commissions in the armed forces, and in a case where the Supreme Court rejected same-sex marriage, his dissent that same-sex civil unions could be allowed. Justice Chandrachud, this being a literary event organized by a newspaper, could we begin with free speech, liberty, and national security?
Yes, of course.
If you take the case of Umar Khalid and Sharfil Imam, they have been in prison for over 5 years without bail, without even the trial having started. Would you think that the stringent conditions for bail under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act are fair, just, and reasonable if it leads to such an outcome? And also, could you share the experiences in granting bail to similar cases in the past?
One always has the wisdom of hindsight, but I must tell you at the outset that I was a member of the court just a year ago, and I don't want to be seen to be critical or be passing judgment on colleagues who were a part of my own court when I was a judge of that court. But the issue which you've raised is critical, and therefore I'm not going to duck it, I'm going to take it head on. The problem with many of our national security laws today is that they have turned the basic principles of bail on their head. Our law is governed by a fundamental presumption, the presumption of innocence, which means that every under trial is presumed to be innocent until there's a judgment of conviction. Second, incarceration of an under trial before trial cannot be a form of punishment. The reason why you have to have an under trial in jail before the trial takes place is to ensure that an under trial who may otherwise flee from custody or who may tamper with evidence is not allowed to do so. So if an under trial is not likely to flee from custody or tamper with evidence, there's no reason to keep that person inside. Now, what has happened is this, that increasingly, and that's my concern, once national security is raised as a defense by the state, and I was really in a defense, I was in a dissent in the Bhima Koregaon case, which was just mentioned a short while ago. Once national security is mentioned as a defense by the state, does the process of judicial review end? And to my mind, it can't end, because there should be no area of the polity or political or social life which is immune from judicial review. The court is duty-bound to carefully scrutinize whether national security is involved. And second, if it is involved, is the detention of that particular accused proportional? Now let's take the two cases that you mentioned. What is attributed to these two people? First, the first statement which is attributed is that one of those two persons said that, well, we will throttle the chicken's neck, which is, a part of the Northeast. And the second, he said that we will break the country into pieces. Now, the question which we have to ask ourselves, and I'm not sure I have answers, we're all citizens, we are thinking citizens, and I now speak not as a judge, but as a citizen. Does speech
however radical, does speech, however strong, by itself become a form of terrorism? Or is there something which must be added to speech to make it an act of terror? That's the question, I think, which we have to ask. The second, and that's my concern over the judgment of the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has said that the fact that the trial will not end within a foreseeable period is just one circumstance which has to be borne in mind in deciding whether or not to grant bail. Now, the moment you say that, that really justifies the incarceration of an under trial for long periods of time.
Justice, isn't justice, right to a speedy trial a fundamental right?
It's a fundamental right. It's a fundamental right under Article 21. And one of the problems of the criminal justice administration in our country is the inability of the prosecution to conclude trials for years and years on an end. Which really means that if you're not concluding a trial for, say, 7 years, and you incarcerate an under trial for 7 years, and there is some possibility that at the end of the 7 years, you'd come to the conclusion that the person was entitled to an acquittal, what happens to the lost 7 years? So therefore, 3 points which I want to make, that even if the defense of national security is raised by the state, it has to be scrutinized carefully. Second, if there is no possibility of a trial ending within a reasonable time, then the fundamental right to a speedy trial and the fundamental right to life must have priority. And third, unless we completely revamp the criminal justice administration, we'll have more and more cases of this sort where people languish in jail. For all the cases which get the headlines in the newspapers, you'll see so many other cases which are lost to society. I dealt with many of these cases, and I believe that in the cases which I dealt with, I gave effect to my fundamental philosophy that unless there is something about this particular offender, namely that the offender will run away from our jurisdiction, or that offender may tamper with evidence, and then you can always impose conditions. Because incarceration before the trial takes place should not be a form of punishment. And if you keep people behind bars for 5 and 7 and 10 years before the trial takes place, under trial custody becomes a form of punishment, which is completely turning the law on its head.
You had said, Justice Chandrachud, you had said earlier that you had granted bail from A to Z. Can you tell us who those A and Z are?
Yes, sir. I'll begin with the Z. The Z was Zubair, the A was Arnab. But I must also tell you of the numerous other cases which lie in between. I'll give you one case, for instance, where I didn't personally grant bail, but where I exercised my duty as the Chief Justice of India that a person does not go to jail. You know, Tista Setalwad's bail application came up before the Supreme Court. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I was told that the 2 judges who were hearing the bail application have deferred. The High Court had directed that she must surrender by midnight that day. If I hadn't constituted a bench that night, that would have meant that she had to go to bail. She has to go to jail. I constituted a bench of 3 judges, since 2 judges had deferred. The case went before 3 judges at 9 o'clock at night, and they decided to grant her bail. Now, so there's so much which you do as a judge, there's so much which you have to do as a head of the institution as well. So apart from the A to Z, which I mentioned really as a symbolic statement, there are numerous cases which you have decided. In fact, during my tenure as Chief Justice of India, the Supreme Court dealt with almost 21,000 cases of bail. And in the overwhelming majority of those, they were granted bail.
Moving to free speech over the internet, incitement to violence, hate speech, and fake news pose a danger because of the rapid spread over the internet and social media. Courts invariably have sought from the government more effective regulation of the harm coming from social media and the internet. And the government's response has always been to come up with overbroad regulations which can be used to stifle dissent rather than deal with real threats to national security or public order. How would you balance the freedom of the internet, which is regarded as some kind of untamed wilderness, with the demands of legality and national security and other forms of restrictions on free speech, reasonable restrictions on free speech?
Look, we have to understand that Indian society is very different from, say, a society like the American society. 2 days back, for instance, you saw what happened on Grok, where, identities of living individuals, women, were, compounded with AI-assisted fake identities to, show women in a terrible, it was inconceivable that anybody could do that on the internet. And virtually putting women out in a most, in a form which denigrated their very dignity. Now, Elon Musk responded to that by laughing because, he said that, well, that's free speech in America. We are not that kind of society. India is a society which is multicultural, which is multi-religious, multi-regional, multicultural, and I dare say the stability of our society lies in the element of respect which we have for each other as a multicultural, plural society. Therefore, what may be acceptable in many other countries in the world may not be necessarily acceptable in India. But my point is this, that social media today has given us avenues for spewing venom and hate. But at the same time, who will regulate social media? Speaking as a citizen, I'd be very careful about allowing for the state to regulate what sort of information should come to us. Now, if it's not the state, who will regulate? Should it be self-regulation on the social media? Self-regulation may not necessarily be permissible. But I believe that certain boundaries have to be drawn. And I'm sure that, this is not going to be popular. But for instance, one area where we need to eliminate all forms of, speech, so-called, on social media is child pornography. Child pornography, I'm a parent to 2 special needs girls. Child pornography, and we are so worried when these children, they're in their teens, they're looking at, the internet. Child pornography is so rampant. Innocent young people are exploited. Young girls and boys are exploited. Why should we not close down the internet to child pornography? So don't we have to draw lines, at least some clear-cut lines, where we will say that this kind of, and incidentally, pornography is, at least according to me, one of the potent reasons for the rise in crimes against women. That's not the only reason, obviously. There are various cultural reasons as well. So why can't we draw, as a society, certain clear lines after multi-stakeholder consultation, that this would not be acceptable? Maybe pornography is a form which is acceptable under the First Amendment in the United States, but not under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, because our fundamental rights are subject to reasonable restrictions. Now, how do we expand those categories? What about hate speech on religious lines? When does speech become hate speech? I think it would be advisable to think of more independent forms of regulation, where regulation is not vested either in the state, nor is it purely a matter of self-regulation, where we create institutions which people would trust, which would in that sense be drawn from civil society, and where we could draw some lines for what is permissible and what is not permissible.
Thank you. The life of a judge is one of splendid isolation. Yet on the bench, you are interacting with people in literary festivals, in legal and academic events. You've also been the most talked about judge while on the bench in social media posts, both negative and positive. Did the social media attention bother you as a judge?
Well, To be very honest, if you look at social media, you can never do your work as a judge. And which is not to say that you remain isolated from society. You have to have one eye on what's happening on the ground. But then it's really a new normal that, the work which you do as a judge is constantly being pounded by extreme reactions on social media, which are designed to change your perspective. Now, you're supposed to form a perspective after hearing lawyers, after hearing two sides. And if you form that perspective after reading what appears on social media, you wouldn't be able to do your work with candor or confidence. I can't say that, social media doesn't affect you, because you live as a family person in a family. My family has been deeply affected by the extensive, social media trolls. But at the end of it, I thought that, the work which judges do in our society, we are unelected judges, yet vested with important constitutional functions. The work which judges do is critical to the preservation of the rule of law in a democracy. And if that work, therefore, invites criticism, critique, sometimes unfair critique, so be it. That's the price which you pay for sustaining democracy.
Thank you. The Constitution has been in the public domain, in the public discourse, in the more recent period. The opposition holds up the Constitution to the government. The government accuses the opposition of disrespecting the Constitution, and protesters hold up signs saying respect the Constitution. In writing this book, why do you think people needed to be reminded that the Constitution matters?
The first thing is that the Constitution is a dialogue between citizens. The Constitution is not just, a print on a parchment. It reflects fundamental values which must be preserved over the ages. It was a valid document in 1950. The content of the document has changed by 2026, though the words of the Constitution have pretty much remained constant except for the amendments which have taken place, the 100+ amendments. But to my mind, it's important that we remind each other that the Constitution in that sense reflects the fundamental underpinnings of what a good and compassionate society must be all about. And that's why our Constitution has survived. When you write a judgment in a court, you write a judgment to govern the facts of a dispute between two parties, A versus B. And that may be the citizen versus the state, a state against the central government, or two corporations. But when you write a book in that sense in the Constitution, you're not confined to the facts of a particular case. So this, in that sense, speaks beyond cases and beyond a dispute. It reflects a continuing conversation between citizens, between the citizens and the state on what we expect our society to be now and in the future.
I found the chapter in your book on the silences of the Constitution very interesting. And it's also of very current relevance now, here in this state. The decision of the governor on pending bills, the Constitution has not prescribed any time frame or time limit. A two-judge bench of the Supreme Court held that time limit of 30 days must be observed. And bills held up beyond that period were deemed to have been given assent. On the other hand, a 7-judge bench hearing a special reference said that where the Constitution was silent on the time limit, it was not for the court to fix any time limit, and that the court could not substitute its assent for the governor's assent. Do you think the silence of the Constitution on the time frame for the governor's decision should be filled or left unfilled?
Well, I must tell you at the outset that, when the larger bench, the 5-judge bench, not the 7-judge bench, but the 5-judge bench reconsidered the 2-judge bench, they also overruled my judgment. So I shouldn't be here defending my own judgment, which the larger bench has overruled. My principle is very simple, that there should be no area of the Constitution where any form of power is immune from judicial review. The Supreme Court has said that the reasons which weigh with the governor in withholding assent to a bill or in reserving a bill for consideration by the president cannot be gone into by the courts, which means that it's completely off limits for the court. Now, in our judgment, which was followed by the two-judge bench later, I didn't lay down a timeline. Frankly, I have some concerns about whether you can lay a timeline for the governor. But we had said that once the governor returns a bill to the assembly for reconsideration, and the assembly thereafter passes the bill with or without amendments, the governor is bound. Then you have no third choice but to assent to the bill. That part the Supreme Court has overruled. They felt that, my view was wrong. Well, I respect the judgment of the Supreme Court because that's part of the process, and I'm not here to defend my judgment. But I'm clearly of the view that you cannot allow for any authority in a constitutional structure, in a democracy governed by the rule of law, to be above the scrutiny of constitutional standards by courts. On the timeline, there could be two views, because the Constitution does not specifically say that the governor must take a decision within 30 days or within 60 days. That certainly is a matter for debate. And therefore, in my judgment, I had not laid down a timeline. The Supreme Court has said that you cannot lay down a timeline for constitutional functionaries. That's a perspective which the court has taken.
In your privacy judgment, you had overruled ADM Jabalpur, in which your father was part of the 4-judge majority. And the majority held that once the right to move the court is suspended during an emergency, a person detained has no right to habeas corpus or any other remedy. On the other hand, you praised Justice Khanna's dissent that the right to liberty existed outside the fundamental right under rule of law. And I quote, you said it must be accepted in reverence for the strength of its thoughts and the courage of its convictions. This was one of the two judgments in which you overruled your father's opinion. Did this feel different from any other case where you overruled the previous opinion?
I overruled two judgments of my father. The first was the emergency judgment, and then the second judgment was where they had upheld the constitutional validity of the offense of adultery, which I'll come to in a moment. A judgment may be legally sound, but it may still be constitutionally wrong. And I thought that ADM Jabalpur certainly fell into that category, assuming it was legally sound. The Constitution as it then stood had a provision which said that when an emergency is declared, the right to life under Article 21 can be suspended. The Constitution had that provision. So if you read the Constitution as a legal document at that time, the Constitution did say that when an emergency is declared under Article 352 of the Constitution, your right to move the court would therefore come to an end. That's what the Supreme Court said in ADM Jabalpur. When we dealt with it, we said, but good heavens, the right to life exists apart from the Constitution. What if we didn't have a Constitution? Could you say that you don't have a right to life? Of course we have a right to life. The right to life pre-existed prior to the Constitution, and that's a natural right which all of us as human beings have. So even assuming that the constitutional right to life is suspended, that doesn't amount to a suspension of our integral right to life, something which you associate with each of us as human beings. And therefore, we overruled the judgment in ADM Jabalpur. Well, some judgments you overrule because you just feel that, the march of society, the societal evolution tells you that a judgment is wrong. Now, the offense of adultery was a British-era colonial offense which Macaulay created in 1860 in the Indian Penal Code, which said that a man who enters into an adulterous relationship with a married woman is guilty of the offense. The woman was not guilty of the offense, only the man was guilty of the offense. And the Supreme Court sustained it, saying that the seducer is always the man and not the woman. The second, we said, well, this logic is warped. But more important, the offense was condoned if the spouse of the woman condoned the act of adultery. So if her husband said, well, it's fine, I have no problem with this, it wasn't an offense. So we said that this basically makes a commodity out of a woman. It denies a woman her agency, her autonomy. And therefore it was fundamentally contrary to principles of fairness, non-arbitrariness, and the right to life and human dignity in our Constitution.
On a personal note, cricket has been an abiding passion for you. As a judge, you didn't have time to view live broadcasts, you could view only the highlights. Maybe it has changed now. You had said earlier that Rahul Dravid is your favorite cricketer from the past. Who among the present lot is your favorite?
Well, I would say Virat Kohli. Because as Virat is aging, I see a bit of myself in him. Now that I'm a wholesome 66. And I do believe that, Virat is, a person who has stood for fairness in sport. He's laid a new paradigm for fitness for our younger generation. He's followed a vegan lifestyle for at least a long period of time, which I have followed for the last several years. But above all, I think, Virat has really exemplified that whatever discipline it is, whether it's literature, it's sport, it's the law, it's medicine, every discipline has its own, every walk of life has its own discipline. And in that sense, really, I'm a great follower of Virat. And I, of course, am a great follower of two other people, Jemima Rodriguez and Smriti Mandhana.
That's very interesting. Interestingly, Sashi Tharoor has come out with the book, Our Living Constitution. In fact, originally we had thought of having the two of you in conversation here, but because of scheduling difficulties, that was not to be. His is a political tract, and he quotes Ambedkar's warning, which you mentioned in your book as well, that however good a constitution is, it can be distorted by wrong-minded people. And he mentions some illustrations. For instance, he says an overwhelming majority could lead to authoritarianism. And he also says any attempt to push cultural or religious nationalism in place of the territorial nationalism of the Constitution would endanger secularism, pluralism, and diversity. Would you think that the Constitution would be liable to such distortions?
Well, Dr. Ambedkar really told us of two things. When the Constitution was adopted on the 25th of November 1949 by the Constituent Assembly, first he said that, during colonial times, satyagraha, civil disobedience was the norm which Mahatma Gandhi adopted, and which inspired, of course, Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King. But Ambedkar reminded us that, once it comes to free India, independent India, civil disobedience must then give way to constitutional forms of disagreement. And he said that, the forms of protest which were adopted during colonial India cannot be the governing paradigm in independent India. And the second he said was that however good a constitution may be, it might actually turn out to be bad in practice because bad human beings are governing the constitution. Or however deficient a constitution may be, it may turn out to be good in practice because good human beings are controlling the constitution. The answer to the paradox which Dr. Ambedkar framed at the birth of the Constitution really lies in the power of citizens. And therefore, while good institutions are important to a democracy, and institutions are critical to a democracy, and democracy therefore requires robust institutions, equally, let's not belittle the importance of citizens, because the work which citizens do in the ongoing dialogue with each other and with institutions is equally critical. Because citizens in that sense are, they are the eyes and ears of how governance is actually unfolding in practice. And when I speak of citizens, therefore, I also speak of the media. That's why, we respect the Hindu so much. We've had some great work by our media during the times of the emergency, for instance, in 1975, 1976, and 1977. And therefore, the unfolding of the Constitution is as much a product of how civil society deals with the Constitution and infractions of the Constitution, and keeps everyone on their toes, including the courts, because courts also have to be constantly scrutinized for the work which they do, and to be told that, well, you're going wrong. That's not to disparage courts, it's not to destroy courts, but to strengthen them by telling them that there is another perspective as well.
Some of Justice Chandrachud's judgments have been much debated, as for instance, the order on Ayodhya, or the one on the revocation of Article 370 on Kashmir. He has not shied away from answering those issues in multiple forums, and they are part of the public record. Maybe if somebody wants to raise them again in Q&A, I'm sure he's not averse to dealing with those as well. Let me turn to another judgment which is being debated, and that is on the order on electoral bonds, which had been declared as unconstitutional. The criticism is that it came too late and was too little, in the sense that it allowed the political parties which received the bonds to keep the money from the bonds even after it had been declared unconstitutional. What was the justification for letting the parties keep the money even after the scheme was declared unconstitutional?
First, I'll deal with the criticism that, the judgment came too late. We have to understand that our court is not like the American Supreme Court or the UK Supreme Court. 34 judges deal with 70,000 cases every year. That's the kind of backlog and fresh inflow of cases which you're looking at. If you take up recent cases, you are targeted. Why are you not taking up old cases? If you take up old cases, you are targeted for not having created space for a new case. I don't want to, sort of criticize anybody who came before me as a Chief Justice and say, why didn't they take up the electoral bonds case earlier? But all that I can say is that the moment I took over in November 2022, we took up the electoral bonds case at a reasonably early date, and we struck down the electoral bonds. And we said that the anonymous, and we have Professor Grayling here, and the German Consul General. So for people from the audience who don't know about the background of the case, we said that legalizing anonymous donations to political parties is impermissible under our Constitution, because it would legitimize political corruption, and that's how we struck it down. Okay. Now, when we struck down the electoral bond scheme, we said first there should be a disclosure. There must be a disclosure of which political party got funds, the sources from which they got funds. That was made public. Second, we said that each of the donors must be denied their tax exemptions, which was part of the law. So having struck down the scheme, we followed the natural consequences. No one argued that the contributors to these political parties should be criminally prosecuted. Not a single person argued that when the case was argued. And that is critical. Now, then came another petition before the Supreme Court. That petition, which was in the form of a public interest litigation several months later, sought a relief from us saying that now prosecute. Open up a prosecution for all the donors to political parties. Now you must understand that corporate donations per se are not illegal in India. They never have been since 1966. That was not the issue. Whether we like it or not, corporate donations, even today, post the electoral bonds judgment, still continue. And there was no challenge to corporate donations to political parties before us. Now, the point really is this. You had a law which was enacted by Parliament. That law enacted by Parliament allowed for anonymous donations to political parties. It protected them. We struck down the law. We asked for disclosure. We struck down the tax exemptions. Now, do you criminally prosecute people who, on the strength, on the faith of a law which is enacted by the Parliament in India, contribute to political parties under that particular scheme? And we thought that's going too far. We're not a banana republic. If there is a law enacted by a legislature, Parliament in India, and citizens rely on the strength of that law to adjust their affairs, will you prosecute them? Will that restore faith in the system of parliamentary democracy? And we felt that something which was not argued, which was not a part of the original petition, should not be reopened. For the future, we have said that there shall be no donations by political parties, and that continues to hold the no donations by political parties in an anonymous form in the form of electoral bonds, and that continues to be the law.
Now, one last question before we move to question and answers. Your judgments have shown compassion, for instance, towards a differently abled person gaining admission to medical college, or the deprived student who couldn't pay fee online in time admission to IIT. Animal lovers would expect similar compassion to be shown to community dogs, or stray dogs or street dogs as they are called. How would you balance compassion to community dogs with the concerns over public safety and health?
Look, I don't want to be seen to be commenting on 3 colleagues of mine who have been dealing with this case. I know how difficult it is to deal with any case because you have 2 very plausible viewpoints in any case which are presented before you. One viewpoint is that why do you have stray dogs? You have stray dogs for the simple reasons that our municipal services are not sufficiently efficient. We do not have proper means of disposal of garbage and sewage. And the strays are a creation, in that sense, of a human environment, right? The other is, of course, that the answer to strays is to sterilize, to neuter strays, so that, they don't proliferate. That's one perspective. On the other hand, you have the perspective, and which is not, by the way, this is not a figment of an imagination of the judges. You have contemporary human experience which does suggest that, yes, there have been some terrible incidents of young children being bitten, some of them have died. Many of us have experience of friends, family who have been bitten by strays either late at night or early morning, when you're at work or you're on your morning walk. Where do you really draw the balance? And that's the difficult part. Speaking for myself, my take on it is that the true worth of a society lies in being compassionate. Now, being compassionate is not just being compassionate to animals, it also is being compassionate to human beings. But do you pick up every stray from the neighborhood and say that, the stray should be culled? Experience does suggest that if you just pick up a stray and remove that stray from the neighborhood, that space will be filled up by another stray. For the simple reason that we still do not have a situation where the reasons why strays are generated have ceased to exist. You will still have unattended garbage. You will still have human beings entering into the habitat of animals. In Luton's Delhi, for instance, you are now overwhelmed by monkeys. Why do the monkeys enter into human habitation? Because we have, as human beings, we have destroyed their natural habitat. So, the growth of human beings into natural habitats has in turn created a situation where we are eating into the space for animals. in their natural environment. And this is something on which I think we need to have cogent national conversations. On the balance between strays and on compassion towards them, I think that we have to have nuanced solutions. Hard solutions of allowing for strays at random or hard solutions of removing all strays are just not going to work because you're not going to have spaces. If you remove a stray, where are you going to house the stray? The government cannot house all individuals in dignified accommodation. We don't have places for human beings to stay in dignity. And that's why you have the proliferation of the slums. Where are we going to create alternate spaces for strays to survive? So we need to understand that, some of these problems which we are facing as a large, very populous nation have to be dealt with on a very different way. And I'm not sure that courts are the answer for everything. And, so many of these issues, say, particularly involving social contexts like the one which you mentioned, do suggest that, the decision has to be taken at a policy level by persons who are perhaps more entrusted by the Constitution to take these decisions. The real reason why courts are compelled to enter into this area is because of the democratic deficit. Authorities which have to take decisions don't take decisions, and therefore the courts are compelled to step into that space. Now, the answers which courts come up with are not necessarily foolproof answers or the best answers, and which tells you the limits on the intervention by courts in every problem. At some point of time, courts have to say, hey, this is not for us. We'll direct you as government, you as an administrative authority to take a decision. Pollution. Courts have had to enter because, for the simple reason that authorities which have been vested with enforcing anti-pollution norms are just not doing their job. But do courts do a better job? I'm doubtful.
Thank you. Now it's time for questions. Please wait for the mic, identify yourself and keep your questions short so that we could take as many as possible.
Sir, I'm Jairaj here on the balcony. I have my short question to Dr. Chandrachud. Sir, what is the reasonable time period within which a trial should end so that, those incarcerated can be freed if they are proven, blameless or whatever it is, or otherwise?
I'm not sure that you can say that, the reasonable period for the conclusion of a trial should be, say, 1 year or for 3 years, for the simple reason that it depends on the nature of the trial. A trial for a very simple incident, say like an incident of assault on a public street, can well end in 3 months. A complex trial involving an economic or financial fraud, involving detailed issues of accounting, of evidence, may take much longer. So honestly, I don't think that you can say that, a particular period is a reasonable period for every trial. It must be relative to the content of the trial, the nature of the offense, and the nature of the evidence.
On the question of regulation of internet content, I thought that the Levison inquiry came up with some pretty good ideas, and the basic recommendation was an independent body of regulators, people of credibility, distinction, with no conflict of interest, underscored by statute. The government wouldn't appoint them. Of course, you have the question of who will appoint. That's another issue, but that seems to come closest to what I think may be acceptable. Do you agree with that?
I completely, in fact, that's what I also said, that between, self-regulation, which is not adequate, and regulation by the state, which may become a form of censorship, independent regulation would perhaps be the best. Independent regulation where a certain proportion of the regulators would of course be answerable to the industry, and over which the industry may have some nominating right. But independent regulators which are also appointed by independent people, because who appoints an independent body is critical. To be truly independent, the appointing authority must be also independent in that sense. So I would certainly agree with your perspective in the Levinson report, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Ravi.
Yeah.
Sir, this is Venkatasubba. As a former legal correspondent of the Supreme Court, I want to know whether have you faced any threat from the government for your judgments? See, recently we faced one judge was sought to be impeached for his judgment. Have you come across any such instance?
Well, I'm alive, well and kicking. Which means there's nothing of the kind.
Sir? Mr. Ravi?
Matthew here from the balcony. Here, Matthew here from the balcony.
Top right, sir.
Too many mics are available.
It's a very serious matter. I have seen a judge telling the police, why do you pile up sections on this person? Now, more important than the court is the police who bring the people to the court. And shouldn't there be a section of a judiciary between the court and the police to permit making an FIR, because once an FIR is made, the person is shredded to pieces.
Well, I understand your perspective that, you know, when a first information report is lodged or a police complaint is lodged in a police station, that itself stigmatizes the person against whom the allegation is made. Now, should there be somebody between the court and the police? I'm not sure that adding another layer of scrutiny will necessarily solve the problem. There again, the question would be, who would man that layer? And we are an over-governed country, and I'm not sure whether you want another layer of governance, to oversee. You already have sufficient safeguards in the law, and the effort should be to strengthen those safeguards rather than just create new institutions and new remedies.
Just a quick one, ladies and gentlemen. I know there are plenty of questions from the audiences. We'll have time for 3 more questions. Maybe I can start here. I'll come to you, sir. I'll come to you. There'll be plenty of questions, I understand. I'll start here, please.
Yes, sir. So you threw out a few numbers, 21,000 bail applications, 70,000 cases. When you look at other Supreme Courts, you see them being very selective about the cases, delivering a judgment that gives a set of principles for the lower courts to follow. Whereas it seems like in India, the Supreme Court's very tactical. Why is that? What's broken? What can fix it?
The reason is partly a problem of structural design. Unlike, say, the American Supreme Court, which is a constitutional court alone, the Indian Supreme Court is a court of appeal, both in civil and criminal cases, and a constitutional court. And that's the structural design which the founders created. They probably wanted to widen access to justice to ensure that, because our society was essentially poor and undeveloped at that time, both economically and socially, you must have an apex institution which will widen and open its doors to ensure access to justice. Now, you're right in saying that that has led to the court becoming dysfunctional, because how do 34 judges deal with 70,000 cases? But we need structural reform. I have not the slightest doubt that we need structural reform in the Indian judiciary and in the Supreme Court itself. For instance, can you imagine that each of these cases comes up for oral hearing? Why should the court be required to orally hear arguments in every one of those cases? 70 cases on a Monday and 70 cases or more on a Friday. Should these not be done by a review by judges, by circulation? So we have to address some of these, and the answer is not going to be by just increasing the judges. Instead of 34 judges, you make a Supreme Court of, say, 40 judges or 50 judges. Tomorrow you will have 100 judges. Will that remain a Supreme Court, or will that resemble a district court? So the answers have to be by a structural reform of the whole system. And that's the critical argument, and that's the critical conversation we must have.
Excuse me, right here. Hi, I'm a 16-year-old student from Delhi. So I just have a quick question on faith in like the judicial system. As you see in Nepal and all over the world, young people are losing more and more faith in the current justice system and our current governments. Is transparency always the answer, or do we have to look for something more so that young people have more faith and, belief in the current justice and political system?
Well, of course, transparency. I'm not sure that, you can answer it by saying that, well, transparency alone will be the answer. Transparency, yes. I think courts have to also make themselves understood to the community. And that was probably the reason why I wrote this book. Because, the British model, which we adopted in India, the colonial model, was of people reaching out to justice. I think that paradigm has to change. Courts have to reach out to citizens. So, when we introduced video, live streaming of the Supreme Court cases, that was one of my initiatives. And that was criticized as well. Because people said that, well, people will grandstand and speak to the audience, instead of speaking to the judges. My perspective is that, the time has come for courts to regard their work as being part of the community and to reach out to the community, write shorter judgments, make the judgments more explainable to people, so that people understand that, even small cases which come to the court do elicit a great deal of application of mind. And that's what really builds a sense of confidence in society.
Yeah, the question there.
Thanks for visiting and very many thanks for your greetings. I wish that you were here to open a bench. Mr. CJ, despite the constitutional rights, individuals are being tortured, especially in press people in Tamil Nadu and all over the world, and the evidence being erased. We think that the magistrate, the quality of magistrate has to the legal education has to be, because we don't have the right to have a legal representation. People are just like they're abducted and presented before the magistrate, mechanical magistrate, 14 days. Then it takes decades to come to you. So what is the trouble in empowering your magistrates? I accept even in medicine, general practitioners are not well trained. Fundamentally, our legal education and magistrate level training has to go up. Then the one way of reducing the backlogs. People should come to you for cancelling the bail. Bail should be the automatic thing. The police don't bother to bring the right to have a solicitor, right to have remain silent.
Your question, please. Your question.
Your question.
Yeah, human rights are being abused at the police station, and the magistrates blindly send the people to the jury. We wait for decades.
Can I answer it now
Please.
that we are at the wrap-up stage of this session? Can I just say this with a general observation? At the beginning of the session, as we were waiting to assemble, we saw these advertisements, of, say, the new ports which are being developed in the country, the new airports which are being developed in the country, the new infrastructure which is coming up towards a more developed India. I think as citizens, there has to be a realization that the rule of law is equally critical to development. And the rule of law, whether you look at it from the perspective of economic development or social transformation, and our Constitution is a socially transformative document, having vibrant institutions, efficient institutions which foster the rule of law would be critical for India going forward. Whether it's a foreign investor wanting to come and invest in India, the first question that they're going to ask themselves is, if I have a dispute, will I have an efficient form of dispute resolution? Second, citizens' right to liberty and the right to life that you spoke about. I think a great deal of work has to be done. Let's not forget the strength of our system. And the answer should not be to supplant the system or create a new system. You can never create a new system. You have to build on the deficiencies of the system, face those deficiencies, and have a conversation where we improve upon the quality of the infrastructure. Governments have to realize that investing in the infrastructure of the Indian judiciary is critical to the march of development, because we don't control our budgets as judges.
Sir, Your Excellency, please.
Right, one
Sir.
final question, please. One final question. Yes.
Sir, Your Excellency, please.
In the front.
when CJI gives a final judgment, other judges can overrule, sir?
You know, there is no direct appeal from a judgment by one judge of the Supreme Court to more than one judges of the Supreme Court. But subsequent benches of the Supreme Court can certainly reconsider the correctness of an earlier judgment rendered by a smaller bench. That's the principle of law.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen.
We could probably go on for another
Yeah,
1
I know.
hour, but
We'll
we
have to
are
wrap it up.
constrained for time. Thank you very much, Justice Chandrachud, for your frank and thoughtful
Thank you
responses.
very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't want to play a bad cop in front of the Chief
Thank you
Justice,
very
but
much.
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's all right. The author will be available to sign the books just outside to the right. Please go outside. There is a signing lounge there that is available for people who want to get their books autographed by the Chief Justice, former Chief Justice. Please go ahead. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I understand after every one of those sessions there is a need to move out and obviously come in as well. Will seriously help if you can quieten down when you move out so that people who are on stage don't get disturbed as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you. The next session, which is due to start in the next couple of minutes, is a session that will involve Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi, The Undying Light, A Personal History of Independent India. Kindly settle down so that we can start the session in the next couple of minutes. Thank you once again. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to settle down, please, as we start the second session of independent India. That's the subject of discussion over the course of the next 50 minutes. May I kindly request you to put your hands together for Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi, ladies and gentlemen, a person who has worn many hats: Secretary to the Vice President, Governor of West Bengal, High Commissioner and Ambassador across the globe, takes a course on India's civilization at Ashoka University in Sonipat, Haryana. That's the book that we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen, and of course it has drawn some wonderful comments from some of the very best. Amartya Sen on the Undying Light, the personal history of independent India, says, "The Undying Light is a fantastic book, enjoyed reading it so very much, exceptionally evocative as well." In the conversation, or joining the conversation with Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi is David Davidar. Lovely to have you with us as ever. An author of 3 novels, an anthology of the best Indian short fiction ever published, and an anthology of outstanding Indian stories from the 21st century.
Oh, really? I need to speak it.
Yeah, he is. He'll catch it.
The session will be for 50 minutes, 40 minutes followed by question and answers. Thank you.
Gopal, pleasure to be with you again. Given the fact that this is quite a truncated session, I could speak to you for hours on your book. I'm going to jump right in. But I want to start with the fact that this is a monumental book. What were your fears and concerns when you started thinking about this project?
It is a book which includes personal memories and history as has been recorded. So I was afraid that my memories of my own childhood, of my family, will dominate the historical narrative, which would be a very selfish thing to do. And I was afraid that the balance between history and personal recollection would not work. That was the main fear.
Okay. I know you're averse to reading from the book, but I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you to read a very, very poignant passage that deals with the assassination of your grandfather, the Mahatma. Could you read from that passage, please? Or at least speak about it.
Well, I'll start by saying that I have a granddaughter who is now 9, but when she was much smaller, and I used to try to tell her a story, and I'd say, "Shall I tell you a story about Bapuji?" And she would say, "No, no, no." But now I'm being asked to tell a story about him, and so I'll try to do that without making it dramatic or sentimental. Now, his assassination has to be seen in the context of the fact that anywhere between 200,000 and 2 million Indian individuals died in the India-Pakistan partition riots at that time. Nearly 2 million, some say more. And about 12 to 20 million were displaced. So his assassination should be seen in the context of a much greater tragedy, which left millions of homes completely bereft. Now, to combine personal recollection with history, I have no memory of the assassination because I was 2.5, but I am told by my sister and my brothers that on that afternoon, my sister and I were alone in our house. My father was working in his office, my mother was somewhere else. And when somebody came and whispered to my sister that your grandfather has been shot. So she just grabbed me and ran down. We were in a second-floor house, and there was a car waiting that took us to the place. And she tells me that when she reached, by the time she reached with me on her shoulder, there was already a small crowd that had gathered, not a large, but a small crowd, but the police were in charge, And she and I, in her hands, were stopped from going. And she said, you can't go, nahi ja sakte, nahi ja sakte. She said, पर मैं उनकी पोती हूँ, I am his granddaughter. So there was some doubt about that. And then, can you hear me? You can't hear me? I'm sorry you can't hear me. I was told that this mic works very well, but maybe I should use this mic. But if you have not heard me so far, let me tell you, you have not missed too much. Please. And if you're going to hear me better, you probably will not be too glad to be hearing what you are hearing either. Is it better now?
Yeah, fine.
Somewhat better now? So I reached this. My sister was told, you can't go into the house. Who are you? And she said, but मैं उनकी पोती हूँ, I am his granddaughter. And we went in, and again, as I am told, he had been laid down on the ground, and when I looked at him, I said what I used to say at his behest. He used to ask me to say this, I believe, सब शांत हो जाइए, सब शांत हो जाइए, चुप चुप चुप, सब शांत हो जाइए. And when I saw him lying down, I said the same thing apparently. बापूजी सो रहे हैं, चुप, सब शांत हो जाइए. And that led to another bout of crying. But family histories of that time include one very important figure, and that is his eldest son. His eldest son, Harilal, was in Bombay on the day of the assassination. And we are told that he was in a tea shop when he heard this on the radio. And he stood up and said what any son in his position can be expected to say. He said in Hindi, and I'll say it in English, I will murder the man who has killed my father. This was Harilal. The most spontaneous and natural reaction, and he rushed out. One son prayed, another son fasted, third son, I think, traveled, but Harilal said, I will murder the man who has killed my father. This was the reaction in the family. And there was one other member of the family whose reaction I may share. He was at that time governor of West Bengal. Ravi Gopalkrishna was Gandhi's Samanth. And when he heard this news, he was walking to a function and he retreated and asked to be put on the phone to the Governor General Mountbatten. And all he said to Mountbatten was, Governor General, please see to Jawaharlal's security, and put the phone down. That was the administrator in Rajagopalachari. And after that, as he says, he sat down to cry. But his first reaction was the security of the Prime Minister of India. 200,000 to 2 million dead was the scene in which Gandhi fell. And as was said by a philosopher, he was not stopped by 3 bullets. He stopped 3 bullets in their track. And those 3 bullets may be called hate, fear, and untruth. These were the 3 bullets that he stopped.
Gopal, one more question related to the assassination of the Mahatma, and that was the family's reaction. You've talked about some of the reaction, but the reaction to the assassin, Godse. You are opposed to capital punishment. You've written a book about it. What do you think you would have done if you were of a mind to have a say in how the assassin was dealt with?
I think the handing of the death penalty to Nathuram Godse and to Narayan Apte was singularly unfortunate. We do not realize very often that the first executions in independent India, the first executions in independent India were of Godse and of Apte. And I have no doubt at all that Gandhi would have been mortified if he had known that this is what is happening. There was an irony to it. And very similarly, in the United States, the first woman to ever be hanged was Mary Surratt, who was implicated, as it later turns out, quite wrongly, in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. If Narayan Apte and Nathuram Godse had not been handed the death penalty, which is something which was in the power of the government of the day to do, and it was open to the new government to open a new chapter in the matter of penology, and particularly in the matter of capital punishment. A very transformational and healing act would have been done. I believe Godse's hanging was extremely unfortunate. And I must say here and quickly leave David to ask the next question. At home, I have never heard from anyone senior to me, and later on my peers, a single word of recrimination about Godse. I do not know how this has happened, but I attribute it to the influence of the man who fell at Godse's hands. Never was Godse ever spoken of in our home in terms of disparagement. Disapproval, yes, but not disparagement. And I am very glad of that, for then there would have been bitterness, rancor in the family, and that would have been an extremely unfortunate thing to happen.
I'm going to briefly summarize what Gopal said, because apparently people at the back can't hear very clearly. I don't know what the solution is to that, because I think it'll be a bit weird to keep summarizing. But my question was, what did you think of what were your views on the hanging of the Mahatma's assassin? And he said it was unfortunate. And he also said that the family never disparaged Godse or Apte. Would that be an accurate summary?
It's a very accurate summary, and I'm sorry you're not able to hear me, but if you're able to hear David and his summary, you've done better than if you had heard me.
Surprisingly, you say, the biggest influence on your life was not the Mahatma, but your other grandfather, Rajaji. Could you speak to that a bit, please?
I was expecting this question, particularly as it is Chennai that we are meeting in. Without any doubt whatsoever, I regard Rajaji as my grandfather and Gandhi as everybody's grandfather or father. And not everybody need regard Gandhi as their forefather, but Rajaji was very intimately related to his family and to his grandchildren, particularly so. I believe I was under his spell because that is the effect he had on most people. He dazzled by his intellect and by his articulation. And I think he impressed more than he persuaded. He left the impression of brilliance, luminosity of the intellect, rather than a person who has inspired you or changed you. And he certainly had that effect on me. And one solid impact that he had on me was his telling me, when I was toying with the idea of joining the great profession that has brought all of us here together, namely journalism, he said, journalism is all right, but after you have got to know something about life, how can you write about life before you've known it? So you should either be a lawyer, and if you choose to be a lawyer in Chennai, with me in Chennai, I think you will have a good practice. But better still, I think you should be an administrator, for then you will get to know the pulse of life. And if I had not taken his advice, I would have probably lost my job in the first newspaper I had joined very soon after I joined it.
Well, staying with Rajaji, when India became a republic in 1950, he should have become president, but he didn't. Could you talk us through those days, please?
Well, Nehru certainly wanted him to be president, but his party did not want him to be president. And the reason was that he did not toe the party line in 1942 when the Quit India movement was surging ahead and he had a different view. And then again, as I said, he was a man who didn't persuade a following. He impressed the persons he was speaking to, the persons he was writing for, but he did not consciously, deliberately cultivate anyone, including or probably even particularly people in his party. But he should have been president. I think he would have been an extraordinary first citizen of India when the office of the president was inaugurated. But there is something beyond the satisfactions of incumbency. David, I think in the fact that he left the office without a backward glance, without a single note of regret, and showering his affection and goodwill on the first president, Rajendra Prasad, gave Rajaji a moral dividend which he would not have had if he had actually become president. Rajaji moved from being the first and last Indian Governor General of India to becoming the best president India never had, and more than that, a person with a moral right to speak on the dangers of power and the delusions of high office. He acquired and used that moral stature when he then was asked to come back as a minister, which he did again without any ego. Nehru said, come back, we need you as a minister. He joined as a minister. But when he found that he was not being useful or being used, he came back to Chennai. And in Chennai, when he was asked to become chief minister by the Congress party, which had been reduced to a minority in the assembly, and Kamaraj said, you should become chief minister, please, please do. He said, very well, and gave it a shot. But ego was not his companion. Ideals were his companion. He was, I think, David, cast in the mold of Marcus Aurelius and the great Roman philosophers who were in the public arena, who were there because of the loftiness of their vision and the desire to just introduce public order according to the highest standards of public and civil expectations.
One other difference with this session, if there will be time for questions at the end of it, but rather than asking the questions, if you could just write them on slips of paper and send them up, I will read them out and the questions will be answered. Just please bear that in mind. You spend a lot of time in your book on India's first Prime Minister, Nehru. Clearly, you admired him a great deal. What were the things that you most liked about him, and also had reservations about?
Nehru was essentially a historian, then a Democrat, and third, a man of peace. These three things have to be seen together. And binding the three together, historian, Democrat, and a man of peace, was a natural man of letters. I think these 3, 4 combinations made him an amazing first Prime Minister of India, because India needed a sense of new history. The most unnatural thing had happened, the partitioning of India, the most unnatural and disastrous thing of which we are still paying a price. The mutilation of life, the changing of political boundaries impacting on natural boundaries like rivers. And I think it required a man like Nehru to say very first few months of independence that Pakistan is a fact. We have to live with it, but let us not live with it with poison in our hearts. He was an extremely fallible human being like anyone else. And I think that endears him to me more. He made mistakes of a very strange kind very early on. In 1953, his arrest of Sheikh Abdullah and holding Sheikh Abdullah in prison for 11 years without trial is incomprehensible to me. And I think it's a blot on his career. His dismissing the Namboodiripad government, which was the first non-Congress government in India to be elected to office, within months of its being elected to office, was another extraordinary error. I cannot understand. How could a Democrat do this? But he was a Democrat. His attitude to the opposition in Parliament was extremely civil and cordial. But then he did make these mistakes. And I think to come back to Madras and to Rajaji and the Swatantra Party, I think it was essential that the Democrat in Nehru, which was probably going to deteriorate into a benevolent dictatorship, that Nehru was told, enough is enough. India needs an opposition. India needs dissent. Our democracy is not complete without a strong opposition. And Nehru was a bit rattled, but he did accept the fact that this new party from the political right was joining the political left in placing him in the dock and demanding that he be the Democrat that he is meant to be, and the historian of India's civilization that he intrinsically was. Nehru was an idealist, a historian, and an extremely fallible politician. But he was honest. He was sincere. He was ardent. And when he released Sheikh Abdullah months before he died, weeks just before he died, there was remorse in the man. I do not know if he ever expressed an apology to Namboodiripad and the Communist Party. But I think he saw that that was a horrible thing to have done. But in the case of Abdullah, there was remorse. We do not know the word sorry anymore. The word, I have made a mistake, the phrase, I have made a mistake, does not exist in the political vocabulary of India. I would really like to ask the question of this audience. When did we last hear any senior politician in India, whether in office or outside, say, I made a mistake. I would like to atone for it. It is always, I am right, you are wrong. And the word that today has become synonymous with political discussion is slam. Congress slams BJP. Amit Shah slams Mamata. Mamata slams X, Y, Z. Slam, slam. On the same page, you'll find 3, 4 slams. And of course, several scams. But slam, adversarial emotions are not the politics that Nehru taught us, that Rajagopalachari taught us, that Namboodiripad taught us. Namboodiripad who wrote this trenchant criticism of Gandhi, but with great respect for the man. Respect has gone. Trust has gone. You know the Tamil word which is untranslatable, Nambikkai, Vishwasam, Yengiyo Purthu. Nehru inspired Nambikkai. Rajaji inspired Vishwasam. Both today are needed. Both today are missing.
So coming to contemporary politics, well, more or less contemporary, your first high-profile job was working with R. Venkatraman, first as vice president and then president. Can you tell us about the highs and lows of your position at that point?
Mr. Murari is here, he was secretary to President Venkatraman. I will say this, President Venkatraman was of the Kamaraj mold of politics, which was truthful, direct, accessible, rule-bound, and forward-looking. And I must share here this one anecdote which Ravi told me, that Kamaraj had, as Congress president, gone to the Soviet Union on a party-to-party visit, and Ravi accompanied him. And Ravi was not in office himself, and he told Kamaraj, just before they were seeing Brezhnev, the Ministry of External Affairs has given us no briefs, we have no papers, nobody has taken us seriously on the Indian side, and we are meeting Brezhnev. What do we tell Brezhnev? And Kamaraj said, "Ennanga yen kavalapadreenga? Why are you worried? Therinjade solrom, theriyadunu solrom, namakku enna kaval." Look at the honesty of that man. They were not interested, Kamaraj was not interested in scoring points with everyone. He was just doing a job. Theriyade solrom. No brief from MEA or any ministry could have been more helpful. And the meeting apparently was a great success. It lasted much longer than the scheduled time. R. Venkatraman was this kind of a person who became president of India, wanted to be a textbook president, was that. When VP Singh got the majority, he said, he has got the majority. He has to be sworn in. VP Singh became Prime Minister. There was no issue at all. A congressman who was president had no problem about swearing in a non-Congress government. Likewise, President K.R. Narayanan, who was not only a former congressman, but of a school of philosophy, which would have had very little in common with the Hindu right, or the political, or the non-political right, had absolutely not one moment of doubt that Vajpayee should be Prime Minister when Vajpayee had the mandate. And the two together were an exemplary Prime Minister and President together. For frankness was the key in their relationship. Frankness. K.R. Narayanan and R. Venkatraman were not robots in the President's office. In a very major interview with Mr. N. Ram, President Narayanan said, I have no powers. The President has no powers. True, that's the constitutional position. But, he said, the President has something else. The President has influence. The President has influence when that view of the President is in tune with public opinion, when that public opinion is right. All these factors have to work together. Then the President has influence. The robotization of constitutional offices is a great tragedy of modern India. No president or governor should try to clutch at jurisdiction. This was a phrase Ravi used. No clutching of jurisdiction, but doing one's allotted task within the four corners of the Constitution and exerting the influence which comes from moral authority, not political authority. I believe the President and the Governor and other heads of constitutional offices have a mind that has to be alert and active all the time. But they should not become too fond of their own voices. This is very important. But the voice should be there. And I think we have to now move from that great concept, David, which is called constitutional morality. Baba Sahib Ambedkar's great phrase, constitutional morality. That too is now not enough. We have to move from constitutional morality to what can be called constitutional conscience. Constitutional conscience. Granville Austin has used the phrase to describe the fundamental rights section and the directive principles of state policy as the conscience of the Constitution. But the Constitution's conscience has to be invoked by the authorities who are in their constitutional positions required to do so. That is very important. Silence is not constitutionalism. Compliance is not constitutionalism. Alert, awake applications of the conscience of the Constitution, that is what being a constitutional democracy is. That is what constitutional morality is about. We've heard an enchanting conversation between Mr. Ravi and the former Chief Justice of India. When the former Chief Justice of India spoke of dissent being the lungs of the democracy, of a democracy, I said, wow, this is what a Chief Justice is for. He described that as the lungs of democracy. Nehru, Kamaraj, Namboodiripad were representatives of the lungs of that democracy. And I will now close, David. You asked me about Rajaji, he was Chief Minister here. I spoke about Namboodiripad, who was the first non-Congress elected Chief Minister of India, in India. I will say that one of the great misfortunes of India was the death within 1 year of his becoming Chief Minister of the first non-Congress Chief Minister of Madras, post-independence, C.N. Annadure. Anna's death within a year robbed Tamil Nadu of the great chance of seeing democratic dissent installed by a popular mandate in office. I believe we started with the assassination of Gandhi. Death was in the air then, and I don't want death to dominate this conversation, but I think the great misfortunes of India have been the deaths within months of India's independence of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, not counting the assassination, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. The death very soon, too soon after he became Prime Minister of Lal Bahadur Shastri. and the death of C.N. Annadure. These three were one of the great complaints I have to make to the Almighty. But we must also say here on a positive note, that all these persons have given us situations and statuses which continue. Sardar Patel has given us an integrated country with a sense of unity which is now being, shall I say, co-opted to justify those who want unity to become uniformity. Sardar Patel gave us unity. But Lal Bahadur Shastri's great achievement was not just the victory in the 1965 war, which was a great victory and a great achievement, but I believe his greater achievement was in the Tashkent Declaration, which he signed hours before he died. The Tashkent Declaration, which opened a new chart, a completely new path in India-Pakistan relations. Likewise, and I must say here, the great 1971 victory was a great victory and gave the lie to the theory of nations, two nations based on religion. But greater than the 1971 victory itself was, I believe, the Shimla Agreement, in which Indira Gandhi gave again an absolutely new example of cooperation and accommodation between the two countries. Using this phrase, we do not want anything to mar our relations. Similar agreement. So we have had extraordinary agreements, extraordinary treaties in our country on which we must build a future of peace and good neighborliness in our region, without which what is happening now in Bangladesh can spill into a much bigger cauldron and take India right back to 1946 and 47. A horror that we must, by all means in our disposal, prevent. But I believe David's commissioning of this book by me got me to think of what its inner life should be of the book. And I said, it is the hope of civility and humanity in India. All the horrors that have happened are far less than the hopes that still persist, that still exist, that still subsist. And I'll just say one final word. In January, this very month, our government has activated with Pakistan something which is very hope-giving. And all tributes to our government and to the government of Pakistan, believe it or not, with everything that has happened, Pulwama, Pahalgam, Delhi, Red Fort, two major steps taken by this government. The exchange of lists on our nuclear installations between the two countries. India and Pakistan have exchanged every year, 35 years continuously, lists of nuclear installations so that we do not stumble into or work consciously into a nuclear conflagration. This year too, this month we have exchanged those lists. And another list exchange is of prisoners we have in our midst. Former director of the CBI, so he knows exactly what this means. India and Pakistan have exchanged lists of prisoners from each other's countries in their jails. Absolutely incredible. This is again a bilateral agreement. And I believe if this exchange of lists can lead to the release of those prisoners, not excluding one person whom we have almost forgotten about. Kulbhushan Jadhav is still on death row in Pakistan. He must not hang.
They can't hear you, Gopal.
We started with a hanging. Let me conclude with a hang. Kulbhushan Jadhav is on the death row in Pakistan. Death penalty is wrong. He must not hang. Death penalty should hang, not people who are sentenced to death.
I have a lot more questions, Gopal, but there's so many questions that the audience has.
But David, you said we have a truncated session. Do we have time?
No, I'm going to go straight into question hour.
Please.
I was going to ask you more questions, but there are about 15 questions
I'll try to speak up in the answers.
Okay, so let's start with a question I was going to ask you, which somebody from the audience has, which says, you were a candidate for the VP election. Can you talk about your experience? How do you feel about your loss?
The VP elections are held by paper ballot, not EVMs. So my defeat was a totally true, completely correct defeat. And I must say this, as the votes were being counted, there were two trays. My tray had one paper come up over another. But Mr. Venkaya Naidu's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And before 10 minutes were over, I knew that Mr. Venkaya Naidu was going to be the Vice President of India. And when I rang him to congratulate him, he said to me, believe it or not, these things happen. He said to me, I will come to Chennai and I will see you. I have great respect for Rajaji. And I said, oh my goodness, that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I have the pleasantest memories of that election.
Okay, the next question has to do with your stint as governor, briefly of Bihar and then of Bengal. What was the most controversial aspect of your tenure?
In Bengal?
Yeah.
The most controversial aspect of my tenure in Bengal was of my making. I said nobody says sorry these days, but let me say sorry today in one aspect of what I did. I made a public statement on Nandigram, which was, in my view, very necessary and which completely accorded with what President Narayanan had told Mr. Ram, that my view was in tune with public opinion. But I think, if instead of making a public statement, which I could not help myself make, if I had first told the then Chief Minister Buddhadev Bhattacharya in a conversation and said, Buddha Babu, what has happened is horrible. You know it and I know it. And I'm going to issue a public statement, but I want to tell you this before I issue a public statement. Is it all right? Buddha Babu was a decent enough man to have said, Governor, if you want to do so, do it. I am guilty of a little play of ego when I thought I should, so to say, share my grief with the public, which was in grief, but do so almost hastily without taking the Chief Minister into conference. The Chief Minister is the Chief Minister. He is in charge of the state. And again, in the same state of West Bengal, the last British governor, curiously enough, Frederick Burroughs, in a meeting with Gandhi, asked Gandhi, Mr. Gandhi, now that the new government is coming, and what do you think I should do? What is my task? And Gandhi told Burroughs, Mr. Governor, you want to know what you should do? Nothing. Nothing. you have nothing to do now. And I will conclude this question's answer by saying that Granville Austin apart, I got the most powerful lesson in constitutional propriety unintentionally from a correspondent in Bengal. Bengal is unique in its articulation. I got a lovely letter from a lady whom I've never met and whom I've never corresponded with later either. She sent me a lovely letter of appreciation for something. But you know how she started the letter? She addressed me in the following words. Greetings to the figurehead of the state. This was constitutional lesson number 1 and number last. Governor is figurehead of the state. Kintu, which is a favorite Bengali and Hindi word of mine. Kintu. You hear in Bengal this kintu coming up very often. There's always a caveat. Governor is a figurehead of the state. Kintu, but not a figurehead with an empty mind. Not a figurehead with a loud voice, but a figurehead with a thinking and engaging mind who follows both the principles and the propriety and the constitutional conscience of his office. Conscience is egoless. Conscience is egoless.
Okay, next question. What is your opinion on people who lionize Godse?
Could you repeat?
What is your opinion on people who lionize Godse?
My opinion on this is that they have the right to lionize anyone they wish to, including Godse. But if their intention is to scare the person whom Godse killed by making Godse look like a lion, they are completely mistaken.
This question is a fairly long question, so I'm going to paraphrase. The questioner is from Darjeeling, and he says, as a former governor and diplomat of West Bengal, how do you view the demand of Gorkhaland? And generally speaking, how should the Indian state react when a cultural or linguistic group feel persistently unheard?
I will answer this question by referring to an extraordinary definition of India given by an extraordinary lawyer. Many lawyers I know were in the first session because former Chief Justice was here. Some of them may still be here. Menaka Guruswami has described India in a brilliant way. She says India is a majority of minorities. A majority of minorities. Take this gathering. Take this gathering. One can say there are Hindus here, there are Muslims here, there are other linguistic and ethnic and religious minorities. But at the end of the day, every individual is a minority. Supposing there are 10 Hindus here, each of them is not the same Hindu as the other Hindu. There would be differentiations. Each person, because of lifestyle preferences or political views, is an individual. Every individual in India is a minority in herself and himself. Particularly the female Indian is in a minority in herself or in her association in that gender. And let me also say here that the first major defining legislation in India came from our state, Madras, in the abolition of the Devadasi practice. And Muthu Lakshmi Reddy, in my view, is a constitutional goddess. And that's nothing less than that. I would much rather that the great tradition and asset and cultural mine and gold mine of Bharatanatyam take pause if even one child, even one girl child is in danger of an inherited evil. She had the Devadasi system abolished. But genius of geniuses, Tamil Nadu gave Muthulakshmi Reddy the opportunity to abolish an evil. But the same Tamil Nadu gave it Rukmini Devi to say, I will salvage Bharatanatyam from this evil. So Tamil Nadu has the great distinction of giving a kind of example to the definition of minority, majority of minorities. Today, if we remember Gurkha land or any other section of India's geopolity wanting autonomy or greater powers, that they reflect this spirit which recognizes the fragility and the inviolability of the individual, then all will be well. I think it is this conscience of the Constitution that can protect India from breaking apart, from the unity which Patel gave us and which Nehru consolidated ideationally.
I have about another dozen questions, but we're out of time. So perhaps when Gopal is signing copies, maybe you could ask the questions when you meet him face to face. All that remains for me to say is thank you very much. It's been a really wonderful experience talking to you. Thank you all for coming.
Let me also just say that for those who could not hear me, I don't know whether I should say sorry or I should say congratulations. You didn't miss it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both gentlemen, Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi and Mr. Davidar. Appreciate your thoughts and opinions on a variety of aspects. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Sorry for overstaying.
No, that's fine. Absolutely. Please. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll be seeing you. Not at all, not at all. I wish we could have been
Just a quick one for people who intend to meet Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi. He'll be at the pavilion, the Hindu pavilion. So make sure that you head out there to meet Mr. Gopalkrishna Gandhi. Thank you. We had intended to take a break for 10 minutes, but we are not having that break. We are going on and we're moving on to the next session. So just wait for a couple of minutes for people to settle down so that we'll carry forward and move on to the next of the sessions here. The next session is titled The Meaning of Almost All Things. That's the session that we have in store for you, session number 3 on day number 1 of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session, The Meaning of Almost All Things. That's the title of this session. May I invite Professor A.C. Grayling to please come up on stage. Lovely to have you with us. Please, a big round of applause to Professor A.C. Grayling, the principal of Northeastern University, London, and its professor of philosophy. He's also a supernumerary fellow of St. Anne's College in Oxford. He's the author of over 30 books on philosophy, biography, history of ideas, and essays. He's a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, a fellow of the Royal Society of Literature, a vice president of Humanists UK, patron of the Defence Humanists, honorary associate of the Secular Society, and a patron of Dignity in Dying. Thank you so much, Professor Grayling, for gracing the occasion. In conversation with Professor Grayling, may I invite Mr. Chandan Gowda up on stage. Lovely to have you with us, sir, who is the Professor and Dean, School of Liberal Arts, Vidya Shilp University, Bengaluru. His recent publications include Another India, Events, Memories, People, and an edited anthology as well. He's a columnist with Deccan Herald. Thank you so much. As you get mic'd up, take your time.
Sorry?
A total of 40 minutes.
Okay.
40 minutes. Mr. Gowda, I'll indicate somewhere from there once you're done with 40 minutes.
Is there a time?
No, they were supposed to be there. It's not. I'll indicate to you after 40, after which you've got 10 minutes. Great. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The session will be for 40 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of question and answer sessions. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be in conversation with Professor Grayling. The title of the panel is The Meaning of Almost All Things. It's an allusion to a book of his essays called The Meaning of All Things.
Meaning of things, yeah.
Meaning of Things. But we are not discussing that book. It was an umbrella title allowing us freedom to discuss many of his ideas, with a focus on his book from last year called Discriminations, Making Peace in the Culture Wars. And I just learned that he has published another book after this one called For the People. And maybe we should start with a sense for your new book, the latest book.
Oh, yes. So the most recent one, For the People, is about the rise of authoritarianism in our world, in many parts of the world. Authoritarian sentiment, but also authoritarian regimes. And the point is that the rise of authoritarianism is correlative with the fragility of democracy. I mean, as democracies fail, so authoritarian politics gets more traction. And the argument of the book is that we have to be very vigorous in our defense of democracy, because the invocation of the concept of democracy is not merely a kind of cliche. The point about democracies, whatever form they take, if they are serious, if they really do predicate the authority in the state, the authority of government, on the consent of the people, the expressed consent of the people, then that form of polity will guarantee the rule of law and civil liberties. And those two things, the rule of law and civil liberties, are vital for the flourishing of individuals in the society and the chance that individual flourishing will result in social flourishing. So it's very important to defend democracy against the rise of authoritarianism, and the book is an analysis of why it is that authoritarianism is on the increase at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you. Something that I learned from having engaged a few of his books over the last few days is how the idea of a common humanity, the idea of global commons, which need to be protected against a kind of raid that you might see from multinational companies or by powerful states for military reasons, etc., has to be resisted. He's got two books in this, specifically talking about these issues. One is called For the Good of the World, and one, Who Owns the Moon? ? And it's an extraordinary attempt at trying to spark off a public debate on how we take for granted Antarctica as, being secure from exploitation for whatever the resources it has, and that's because of a treaty that's in place. And we're less, he's asking us to be similarly careful about the moon as well. Can you just tell us a little bit about this book and its concerns and why you think a public debate is necessary?
Yes, it seems surprising to raise the question of who owns the moon. But if you consider that over the last 2, even 3 decades, hundreds of billions of dollars have been invested in a return to the moon because there are resources on the moon which both national governments and large private industry is very, very eager to get their hands on. There's water ice, which is, of course, important for rocket fuel, for transportation between Earth and the moon and on to Mars and exploration of space. But there's also helium-3 gas in the regolith on the moon, which will become very important for energy generation in the future. Helium-3 is in short supply here. Rare earths, although they're not rare on our planet, are much more accessible in quantity on the moon. And therefore, this massive investment is explained by the expectation of massive returns on that investment. These hundreds of billions of dollars that have been invested expect thousands of billions of dollars of profit for the people who will get to the moon, begin mining on the moon, establish bases on the moon. Lunar orbital stations, 2 are currently planned, one by the NASA consortium, the Artemis consortium, one by China. And so we see the expansion of humanity into space, driven by commercial and profit motives. And my anxiety is that without a proper framework for this, competition in space will result in conflict in space, and conflict won't stay in space. It'll come back to affect us here on Earth, of course. So the only international treaty currently managing how things will happen beyond the satellite zone is the 1967 United Nations Outer Space Treaty, which is very out of date and very weak in comparison to how we ought to arrange things. And my argument is that we should have a constitution for space. We should have a set of international agreements that will structure the way people behave when they start exploiting the moon, asteroids, and later on in the century Mars, in the pursuit of profit. Because as we see from history, the pursuit of profit is always a source of problems in our world. It caused colonization, it's caused many wars. It is something which tends to override human rights and the justice to individuals. So in order to think ahead a little bit about what might happen out there in space, I thought the argument needed to be made now that we should think ahead.
Thank you. Just coming back to this book, the term culture wars is, of course, very specific to the Euro-American context. We have our own culture wars, but we don't call them culture wars. But can you give us a brief glimpse of what's at stake in these culture wars and why you think a book like this was necessary? Because you do see the culture wars as a part of the process with which the West has become democratic. So it's important for you to find a way out of that impasse. But a quick sense for the terrain of the culture wars.
Well, those of you who spend any time looking at what's happening in Western and especially North American culture will be aware of the fact that over recent years there's been an upsurge in what's called wokeism. Now this word woke, it's a word which is now used as a term of criticism, of abuse, of contempt for people who indulge in what's sometimes called cancel culture or no platforming or the Me Too movement and so on. These are activists on the far wing, if you like, of the wokeist movement. And in the rhetorical battle which the culture wars consist in, too little attention is paid to the other extreme. So if we think of the culture war battle as a battle between a kind of social left and a social right, then the far left of the culture war is where we see the wokeism activists, the cancel culture, and so on. Too little attention is paid to the far right. If you look at the United States, at the social media in the United States, you see that on the far right there are neo-Nazis, misogynists, manosphere people, people who say terrible things, awful, dreadful things on the far right, but they get much less attention than the people on the far left. And my argument in this book is that we should dig beneath the rhetorical battle between all the extreme things that are said and done on both sides and look at what is really at issue. And what is at issue is discrimination. Racism, sexism, homophobia, the marginalization of minority groups, the refusal to provide a fair place in society, inclusion in society, for people who don't fit some kind of putative norm. And that this great endeavor against discrimination has been going on ever since the middle of the last century. After the Second World War, especially, for example, in the 1960s with the civil rights movement in the US, with second wave feminism, with the gay rights movement, there's been a tremendous effort to push back against discrimination by people who before then, some of them, did not even have the right to ask for their rights. People who were enslaved, people who were second-class citizens or who didn't have legal status in society, like women until very, very recently in historical times. And so this was an effort to try to make society fairer and more inclusive, to push back against discrimination. And that endeavor, since the 1960s, has been very successful. The position of people of color in the United States, of women in most of the Western world, of gays. I mean, until the 1960s, it was a criminal offense to be homosexual in the United Kingdom. Now, people of the same sex can marry. So these are marks of a tremendous success in the effort against discrimination. As each stage of success was reached by the forces of anti-discrimination, so that empowered them to ask for more. And of course, the more success these movements have had, the more the interests of people who are against those movements, who want to maintain some kind of privilege for their race or for their sex or for their sexuality, the more angry and embattled they become. And what we see in today's United States, in this second Trump term, and I will be very neutral about Mr. Trump and just say about him that he's absolutely ghastly, but he and all his epigones have enacted a kind of assault against this endeavor to bring discrimination to an end by dismantling the diversity, equity, inclusion programs, by dismantling the critical race theory in history, which is trying to educate Americans about their own history, the history of slavery, of the Jim Crow laws, and the long-term effects of discrimination. And so what we see in the culture wars really is, on the one hand, people seeking their rights and a fair place, and on the other side, people seeking to defend their interests by perpetuating discrimination. And what I argue for in this book is that what we should seek to do is to recognize that this is a matter about human rights. Human rights are about individuals. In order for every individual to enjoy his or her human rights fully, other people have to respect them. Only think. Look at any regime of human rights and you will see that they are consistent. There are no rights that conflict with other rights. Rights only conflict with interests. regimes of human rights are internally consistent. And if everybody in the world respected the human rights of everybody else in the world would be a much, much better place. And what we would see is the desirable outcome of peace in society, which takes the form of a recognition and an acceptance of the fact that we are a very diverse species, the human species, very diverse in many different ways, and that the way to think about things is not to try to seek cultural, ethnic, national identity and conformity. Instead of looking for a unity in the cultural, political, and nationalistic terms in a society, we should look for something else. Not unity, but harmony. What we should be seeking to do is to reprise a situation which is said to have existed in the Iberian Peninsula in Spain in the medieval period, when there were Christians and Muslims and Jews all living together in Spain peacefully. And that period was known as a period of convivencia. Convivencia, a word which means the ability to live together. Accept, acknowledge differences, even indeed appreciate them, not see them as sources of tension and conflict, but to be accepting of those differences and allowing people their space. So my argument is that that is the aim that we should be seeking in society, respecting human rights, seeing that that means that we must achieve harmony, not unity, harmony, not identity, harmony, not a forced commonality.
Thank you. You're broadly sympathetic to wokeism, in quotation marks. You say the aims of wokeism are right, but some of its methods are questionable. You single out cancel culture and no platforming as those instances. You say they're an attack on the freedom of expression. Can you say more about these problems that has actually exasperated its own movement?
Yes. Yes, so cancel culture involves cancelling people, blocking them, ejecting them from the platform that they hold, or even indeed sometimes from society altogether. No platforming, that is preventing people from having an opportunity to speak, to put their point of view, because you disagree so fundamentally, so fiercely with their point of view. And the result of this has been that the right wing has set itself up as the champions of freedom of expression, because they say that the wokeists are denying them their opportunity to speak freely. Well, there are various ironies here, and one irony is that, of course, the people who historically have had privileged positions in society had freedom of expression because they owned the means of expression, and the people on the other side had no expression at all, let alone freedom of expression, because they didn't have a platform, they didn't have a way of voicing their views. But in my opinion, it is a very bad mistake for the people on the woke side to deny anybody's freedom of expression, however much you disagree with them, because they themselves need freedom of expression to be honored so that they can put their case, so that they can put forward their argument. If you deny somebody else freedom of expression, by implication, you permit them to try to deny you your freedom of expression. So it has to be honored. Therefore, we have to be clear about what we mean by freedom of expression. And we have to understand that freedom of expression is absolutely fundamental to a healthy society, absolutely fundamental, because without it, you cannot have a political process in which people put forward policy ideas, and people challenge them and criticize them. You cannot have the rule of law where people can accuse and defend. You cannot have an education system worth its name if you can't explore ideas, different opinions, different ways of looking at things. You can't have a a literary culture or indeed any kind of artistic culture if people can't express themselves freely and try out new things. So if you deny freedom of expression, you kill a society. It's absolutely fundamental. But to say that it is fundamental is not the same thing as to say that it is unqualified. Because there are obviously times when an irresponsible use of free expression can be extremely harmful. The standard example we all know is to shout fire in a crowded theater, especially when there's no fire. Well, you might do you're free to shout fire, but if you do it, you can cause a great deal of harm. Therefore, the question is, when is the use of free expression responsible and when is it irresponsible? How do you decide? And the answer is, you can only decide on a case-by-case basis. What you want in the ideal is a thoughtful, mature-minded society able to judge when to say something and how to say it, when it's appropriate, when it needs to be said, when you should find a better way of saying what you want to say, so that you can achieve two things. Firstly, open and free communication, but secondly, open and free communication which is respectful enough and thoughtful enough about the health of society not to use or abuse freedom of expression to do harm, to cause harm. This can only be done case by case, and as I say, it does require something idealistic, which is that people should be thoughtful and sensible. And as you know, with the exception of all the people in this room, people are not sensible and thoughtful generally, and they tend to be driven by their emotions. And when they are driven by their emotions, and they can lash out and they can say and do things which are very angry, but that is precisely what we should be trying to encourage ourselves and one another to do, which is to say, so precious is freedom of expression in a society, so precious, like a crystal vase, that we have to handle it with care, use it properly, and never use it as an excuse to harm others.
You know, this very freedom of expression has also allowed for extreme polarization. Not to hold the freedom of expression the culprit, but there is polarized discussions, and the two sides are, more interested than not in proving the rightness of their position than demonstrating it in ways that the other side may actually see it to be right. So there's a lot of blaming, shaming. There's a moral psychology component to this discussion on both sides. So when you're trying to communicate moral concerns that might traverse these borders, have you thought about, how might we go about this? Even to make the case you make in these books about the value of reason, the paramount significance of reason to arrive at an understanding of how human rights are essential, etc. What forms might this take, given the way things are stacked in public discourse?
So is this really a question about the opposition between reason and emotion and how we manage the problem? Yeah. Well, again, it is a question of how we as a society educate ourselves and encourage ourselves to try to think more dispassionately whenever possible. The word dispassionate, of course, is a word which suggests that even though our motivations for most of what we do and think tends to flow from our non-rational side, and by the way, our non-rational side is not necessarily our irrational side, as after all, our emotions are non-rational. But the whole point of the place of reason in our thinking about matters of politics and of society, and in these great conflicts within society, is that we try to use reflection, reasoned reflection, rationality, to educate and govern our emotions. Think of it like this. Small children, little toddlers, little infants, are anarchists. And the task of a parent is to try to help the child grow in ways that will enable him or her to manage negative emotions, selfishness, the desire for immediate satisfaction, and to promote those other regarding and pro-social feelings, so that as the child grows, so the child can become a more effective, a more flourishing, and a happier member of society. And what we do for our children in that respect is what we should do for ourselves. That is, the attempt to step back from our emotions a little bit and reflect on how better to direct them and how to manage them. The whole process, really, of the application of reason is not to reach a kind of... You remember Mr. Spock in Star Trek? Mr. Spock allegedly had no emotions and he was completely logical. Personally, I think he did have emotions, because I think he was in love with Captain Kirk. But he was meant to be purely logical. And it has been pointed out that if somebody had no emotions at all and was purely logical, like an AI system might be, and that's a whole other story, they would not be very effective reasoners. You need a marriage of emotion and reason. You need to be able to feel engaged and to have aims and desires, but they need to be educated and guided by reason. And that is something that we have to learn to do and discipline ourselves to do. That is why we try to teach in our schools and universities ways of thinking, ways of being good at evaluating. You know, what we talk of as critical thinking. That phrase, critical thinking, is such a cliche. It's bandied about, and we don't really understand the huge importance of it. And I can illustrate by just one example. Some of you in this room will remember in the 1990s when the internet became a thing, and we were all so enthusiastic. Here was a great agora, a great marketplace of ideas, discussion, debate. There would be no gatekeepers to stop us from finding things out and so on. We thought this was wonderful, a new, completely international democratic age. Well, what has happened is that the internet has become the biggest lavatory wall in history. Everybody is scribbling their horrible graffiti on it, hate speech and pornography and all sorts of terrible things. And therefore, we have to teach people how to be good at assessing what they meet with in this barrage of opinion and claim and false facts and conspiracy theories, and of course data. We have to teach them that data is not information until it's organized, and information is not knowledge until it is understood, and that there is even a higher stage than knowledge, and knowledge is just the platform for it, and that platform is for understanding what you know and how to use it. And these are exercises of the intellect. And when we have helped people to become good at using their intellects, then we find that they tend to be better at managing their emotions. And in a world which is less governed by raw emotion, I mean, let me again neutrally mention the ghastly Mr. Trump. There is a man who is driven by emotion, whose policies come on the wings of emotion, not on the wings of reason. And you see the chaos that this causes. Well, emotions are very powerful. Emotions can create a great deal of chaos in our world, as they do in our relationships. And that is why this idea of the education of our emotions is so important.
Again, you mentioned that human rights is a kind of ethics that transcends outlooks that have been formed by tradition. And the word tradition or religion or any of these things from the past figure very little in most of what I've read, the 4 books of yours that I've read. Traditions exist everywhere. In some societies, they're present more massively, more heavily than some others. But have you thought about how sources from tradition, however understood, could advance the kind of modern-day democratic politics you're trying to advocate? Not in an instrumental fashion, let me reach out for that because it helps me say this, but in a deeper sense, in an existential sense, crafting a politics that is rooted in what one might loosely call tradition, but it has a past. It's a current that can be, worked with. Again, not in a self-conscious manner, but there's no room for that in this discussion. I wonder if you can make room for it.
Well, yes, I think that this is a very, very important issue and a very good question. If we go back to the committee chaired by Mrs. Roosevelt, which drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, submitted to the new United Nations in 1948 and accepted with complete consensus by the General Assembly in that year. Mrs. Roosevelt's Human Rights Committee was made up from people from all around the world, so representing quite a wide range of major traditions and major civilizations. That committee had before its face the devastating evidence of what happens when the rights of people are ignored or trampled. The devastating evidence of the Second World War, in which so many millions of people died, suffered, were persecuted, were treated horrendously all around the world. So in the face of this very vivid evidence of what happens when you don't respect individuals, they were able to draft a set of provisions with the aim of not telling people how to live or what to do, but instead to open a space around each individual human being within which he or she, if they have the energy and the desire, could create for themselves a life that they felt to be worth living, a life where they might seek to achieve those goals or aims or to find that degree of flourishing that they wish to achieve. So in that sense, in just opening a space around individuals, not trying to legislate what people should think or how they should act or what choices they should make, the idea was, in a sense, to provide just a kind of negative set of provisions, negative against whatever would reduce the chances of the individuals from flourishing. And that is why I say that regimes of human rights transcend culture, they transcend traditions, they apply just in virtue of a person being a human being before anything else, before being a man or a woman or an American or an Indian or a this or that, doesn't matter what. That transcending all those many diversities among human beings. And these diversities, are very rich and good. They sometimes cause a lot of conflict, yes, but they also provide us with immense riches of different perspectives and different ways of feeling and living and eating and relating to one another and so on, and that's a good thing. But as it were, beyond that, it's terribly important that we should regard human beings and other sentient creatures, and indeed the planet that we share, as being something which is eminently and fundamentally worthy of our concern and of our right treatment. And this is what regimes of human rights seek to do. And my own view is that human rights are about individuals. The idea of the rights of groups, of group identity, of nations, and so on, is a spurious extension from the idea of the rights of individuals. Ultimately, the individual is the locus of rights and of laws. Societies, groups, identity groups within societies claim to have rights, but actually what they have is interests, very often legitimate interests. The interests are to protect the rights of the individual members of those groups.
But since you have made space for emotions, appeals to community belonging, community identities, can be done in terrible ways. Can they be done in non-terrible ways? Non-terrible ways. In the sense, can you defend appeals to the community of course, you're not treating them as rights-bearing communities. But let's see, if the nation is a community, right? Nationalism, you had terrible populist movements perverting the notion of the nation. So your response could be, well, the nation is a horrible idea to begin with, and it's better just not held on to. Or you could say, well, attachments run deep, and maybe there is something, maybe there is a defensible notion of the nation. I don't know, where do you stand on this? Gandhi, Tagore saw it as illegitimate, but there are those who think there can be a liberal nationalism that is not exclusionary, that need not harbor prejudice, in deference to the real existing attachments people seem to have to the notion of India, or the notion of England, or whatever.
All right, so on the question of nationalism as a political concept, one has to remember that almost all borders in our world are drawn in the blood of wars. I mean, that is something which is vividly the case in this part of the world, of course, the border between India and Pakistan, but in Europe, even more markedly because of a equally long history, but with many, many more internal, internecine conflicts between people who were fundamentally the same, ethnically the same, and in other ways. Most borders are drawn in the blood of wars. And so nationalism and nationalistic forms of patriotism are artificialities. And they are exploited in order to try to motivate politics, motivate people in times of international conflict, and they are sources, therefore, of great trouble. I think that the mistake which is very often made when people talk about nationalistic sentiment is that, of course, people are very attached to their roots, to their cultures, to their languages, to the music, the food, the traditions of their society. And this is a good thing. It's a good thing to have roots. It's a good thing to have a sense of belonging and sharing with other people. But this is something that can happen independently of, irrespectively, with regard to nationalism, political nationalism. If we look at the European Union today, and by the way, I should mention that although I come from the UK, I've been living for some years now in Paris. Imagine, such hard work living in Paris. But I do so to some extent as a kind of Brexit refugee, because I was made so angry by the mistake of the United Kingdom in leaving the European Union, failing to see that the idea of an economic and political entity which is transnational, which is not premised on nationalistic politics, but in which all the cultural and linguistic traditions of the whole continent of Europe continue to flourish, as I think they do here in India. And that is the thing which is great. To enjoy that part of England that my family comes from, to enjoy visiting different parts of Europe and sampling the wine, and the food of the local areas. All these things are a wonderful satisfaction. Nothing challenges those things, other than, for example, the conformities which are introduced by television and social media, making everybody think and see and feel the same. But local traditions, local customs, they matter. But to turn them into something which is usable as a political argument, and to say the French or the English or India or whatever is something which has a kind of natural, logical kind of unity which would justify going to war or preying on some other people. That I'm much less confident about.
Thank you. I've just learned we have run out of time. We need to open it up for Q&A. But I do have a question that I'll just raise it as a question. You don't need to answer.
I'll try to take a lady first. Okay, I'll explain.
Okay. Mukund has a question.
Women in the audience who will ask first.
Hello. Professor, I just wondered where you stood on the issue of hate speech, particularly the way it's playing out, say, in the UK, where you hear of instances of people getting put away for saying things, maybe tweeting, which don't satisfy the incitement for violent test. And also, you mentioned marketplace of ideas, which is, the classic liberal sort of J.S. Mill type conception when it comes to freedom of speech. I just wonder where you stand on that spectrum. Is there a case at all for sort of, the kind of position, say, the American Civil Liberties Union took with respect to sort of Skokie, Illinois, in today's world, where, as you say, the internet is full of hateful, divisive, awful, abhorrent speech? So that's my question on hate speech, essentially.
Yes, it's a good question.
A couple of other questions, and you can answer them together. We may have very little time left.
If we take a number of questions, I'll forget what they are.
Okay, no, why don't you respond to this? Okay.
So I'll try and be brief. So my view is it seems to me to be justified to outlaw, actually have laws against hate speech, if the speech in question passes a certain kind of test. Incitement to violence, obviously. Incitement to discrimination against an individual or a group is another justification. But it's important, it seems to me, that there should be a very clear sense of which types of individuals and groups of individuals should be protected against hate speech. So to say things that are discriminatory or insightful against people on the grounds of their race or their sex or their skin color or their age or their disability, these things seem to me to be justified. It happens in the UK, and I think in some other jurisdictions, that religion is included in that category. I don't agree with that. That's because I'm very often tempted to say hard things about people who have one or another kind of religious commitment. But because religion, unlike your age, unfortunately, or if you have a serious disability, is at least theoretically a matter of choice. You could leave it or adopt it, and you shouldn't be able to adopt something and then claim to hide behind it against any sort of criticism or ridicule or whatever could be construed as hateful.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question. So you briefly discussed how a lot of the culture wars moved to social media. Yeah. So one of the biggest things that my generation is facing right now is that this unprecedented level of visibility into everything that goes on social media, and everything is up for debate, everything is now a conversation, and it's almost impossible to not be a part of that conversation. But at the same time, more and more data is coming out pointing to the fact that it's not as neutral or as natural as people would like to believe, because everything is algorithmically driven towards profit. So as a member of the younger generation, what is, and to add on to this just a little bit, with the advent of AI and how that's a whole another can of worms where it's even more invested into clinging on to you and extracting as much information out of you as it can. What is some advice you would have to someone from my generation to navigate this turbulent landscape?
I'm terribly sorry, but the acoustic makes my already rather fallible hearing.
Can you restate the question very, very concisely? Yes.
Okay.
It is something along the lines of so much of information that is available on social media, and there is also information that is skewed or moving towards one end of the spectrum. So what is the advice that you would provide to members of his generation in terms of how they navigate information versus misinformation / disinformation? Am I right?
Mostly.
Almost right. I mean, we're discussing not all things, but almost all things, so fair enough.
So if I answer that question, will that... look, I think we have to be very careful to think slowly in Daniel Kahneman's sense, you know, the contrast between thinking fast and slow. There is a question, a one-word question, that we should always have on our lips whenever we read or hear anything, any opinion, even from a very authoritative, accurate source like the Hindu newspaper. We should have this question on our lips. And this question is, really? That is the key question. And we have to look at alternative sources. We have to look across the spectrum. We have to be prepared to open ourselves to opinion, claims, and so on from sources that we would not naturally wish to see or take opinions from. Because in amongst all the barrage of claims, opinions, reports, or so-called reports, there is good information to be found, and a great deal of misinformation, and a great deal of partisanship. And the real problem is partisanship. So people wanting you to accept or believe something or to see something a certain way. A classic example is what has just happened in the United States with these ICE agents shooting to death a woman in Minneapolis. And the two utterly different sides of the story about what really happened, what actually happened in the incident. Although amazingly, you can see on some of the footage that has come out of it where the weight of the argument lies. But in that kind of case, it's terribly important to be critical and evaluative and to try to trawl as much information as one can get. So the advice would be, never rely on a single source. You know, back in the day, the BBC used to say to their reporters that you cannot report something unless you have two independent sources of information about it. You cannot report something from a single source. Well, nowadays, of course, you could have what you think are two independent sources coming at you on the internet or social media, but these two independent sources may have a common root. And that's why it's all the more important to be very, very, very adept at scrutinizing what it is that people claim and say. You have to be a journalist in your own person to try to get at some more rounded picture.
Thank you. I've just been told that we need to close. There's no more time. So thank you all for being here. Please join me in applauding Professor Grayling for engaging us in this session.
Thank you very much. I know there are plenty more of questions. Unfortunately, I play the bad cop here. Sorry, we'll have to wind up this session. We'll move on to the next session. Thank you so much, Professor Grayling. Thank you.
Thank you for interpreting the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No, that's all right. All right.
4 hours isn't enough.
No, that's fine. We should be starting the next session in the next couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's an interesting one at that. Skewed perception, I think just carrying forward from what one of the gentlemen did ask here. Fighting bias in journalism. I think it's a topic that is very, very relevant in modern day world. Skewed perception, fighting bias in journalism, that will be the next subject that will be up for discussion. Just about enough time there, and to thank the sponsors, the Hindu Lit for Life 2026, presented by the all-new Kia Seltos in association with Christ, deemed to be university, and NITE, deemed to be university. Associate partners are Orchids, the International School, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, State Bank of India, Indian Oil, Indian Overseas Bank, New India Assurance, Akshaya Kalpa Organic, United India Insurance, ICFI Group, Chennai Port Authority, KPL, Vajiram and Ravi Institute for IAS Examination, Life Insurance Corporation of India, Mahindra University, Realty Partner is Casa Grande, Education Partner is SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore, State Partner is Government of Sikkim and Uttarakhand, Official Timekeeping Partner is Citizen, Regional Partner is DBS Bank, Bookstore Partner Crossword, Radio Partner 92.7 Big FM, and Water Partner is Repute. For those of you who are stepping out and possibly stepping out of this place, this venue, there's an opportunity for you to watch it on YouTube as well, www.thehindu.com. That's where you get across and watch it live on YouTube, www.thehindu.com. Vikram, are we ready? Are you ready? Kind of ready. Okay. You good, sir? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to session number 4 of day 1 of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Skewed perception, as I said just a while back, that's the subject of discussion, fighting bias in journalism. Please put your hands together for Mr. N. Ram, please. Mr. N. Ram is the former editor-in-chief of the Hindu and other group publications, a political journalist with literary interests, a former chairman and a former publisher of the Hindu Publishing Group. He is currently a director in the group. Mr. Ram has written on a range of socio-political subjects, including media freedom and responsibility, and specialized in investigating journalism. He was awarded the Padma Bhushan, ladies and gentlemen, for journalism, and of course, a Columbia Graduate School of Journalism's Alumni Award, amongst other awards. Please, sir. Next up, put your hands together for Rukmini S., who is the founder of Data for India. Lovely to have you with us, ma'am. A public platform to expand the understanding of India through data. A pandemic podcast, The Moving Curve, won an Emergent Ventures COVID-19 India Prize in 2020. Excellent to have you with us, Ms. Rukmini. Next up on stage, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mr. Samanth Subramanian. Mr. Samanth Subramanian's award-winning journalism has appeared in The Guardian Long Read, The New Yorker, The New York Times Magazine, Wired and Harper's. Is the author of Following Fish, please sir. Following Fish, This Dividend Island, A Dominant Character, The Radical Science and Restless Politics of JBS Haldane. And of course, to moderate this, may I invite Mr. Varghese K. George, who is the resident editor, New Delhi, of The Hindu, and was earlier its US correspondent based in Washington, D.C. As ever, a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Varghese K. George. As always, this session will have 40 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of a Q&A, right? Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Varghese K. George.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here to discuss this very important and very difficult topic, I think. But I am relying on a panel of people who've actually been there, seen it all. Mr. Ram has been publisher, author, he is an investigative reporter, so all aspects of journalism. Samanth has been a storyteller of outstanding track record, so he has a new project that he is trying to deal with some of the issues that we are going to discuss here. Rukmini is dealing with, is approaching the same questions from a slightly different angle, which is data. How data can actually help us navigate this difficult terrain of misinformation and biases in the media. So when we have this topic the way we have framed it, skewed perception, we are actually assuming that there is a standard objective fact there which is perceived differently by different people. Now that is something that we have to perhaps live with, because the same fact could be perceived and interpreted and presented differently by different people, depending on how they are affected and how are seeing it. Would that be a right approach to entering this topic? May I ask you, Mr. Ram, to begin, and I'll have the same question for both of you. So when we speak about
the
perception...
no feedback here, so it's hard to make out.
Right. So when we speak about skewed perception, we are assuming that there is a standard objective fact which is normative, and I am repeating the question. So there is a standard objective fact there which is being viewed differently by different people, and that pretty much could be acceptable in a pluralist society. How would you respond to that suggestion?
That must be acceptable in a pluralist society.
Yeah, because people can perceive the same facts differently.
This is a major philosophical question, because are we talking about truth, facts? Now, let me go back to an interesting debate in the 1920s between Walter Lippmann and John Dewey, the philosopher, where Lippmann was highly critical of journalism, which was inaccurate. He called it lying journalism, and how that would shape public opinion, and therefore how it would matter to democracy. And the idea of objectivity, which was much touted in the United States later on, was not, he pointed out, political, any kind of neutrality, but a certain method, if you like, a certain scientific method of looking at evidence, analysis, and coming to a reasoned evaluation or assessment of what is there. Now, it's not that facts can be looked at in any manner, just because people have different backgrounds with socio-economic, cultural, and so on in a pluralistic society. So if that's the question, I think truth has a certain value. Facts can be verified, can be challenged, can be investigated. And data journalism, which is represented here by Rukmani, really seeks to do that, if that's the question. So I think today, as has come out in the earlier sessions by several speakers, you can say anything, and social media weaponizes falsehood, hate, toxicity, all kinds of prejudices, and of course biases. But also, it's not just the social media that do it. They come from the so-called mainstream media. Look at that so-called national television. I would declare without any hesitation, it's the worst in the world. I don't want to name names here because they're not here to defend themselves, but you know who I'm talking about. So it's a huge issue, defending truth, defending, the roles of journalism, the credible information function, the critical analytical function, the educational function, the agenda building function, agenda in a virtuous sense. And then, of course, you have the propaganda model, which was made famous by Noam Chomsky and Ed Herman in their book called Manufacturing Consent, which is a term that actually goes back to Walter Lippmann, manufacturing consent. So I think the question of bias, to talk about bias is to put it mildly, to underestimate perhaps what the media are really doing, both the professional media or the curated media and the social media. I'll stop there, hoping that this has somehow connected with the question.
Right,
I couldn't hear.
So we will get this abstract philosophical part quickly out of the way. So what are your views, Rukmini? Do you think that multiple perception of the same facts are okay? Or should we actually strive for objective realities when we do journalism?
So I think it's useful to understand where the perception of bias that is quite strong among readers today comes from, and then think about why this is happening. These multiple, this very multiple ways of looking at what seems to be the same set of facts. And in some ways, I think people think of data journalism as something that would be exempt from some of these attitudes. But I found that very much not to be the case. I wrote a book a couple of years ago that pulled together data around India. And one of the things, I've done a lot of public events around the book, and one of the things I've been very struck by is how much young people feel that they don't know what data to trust. That they feel that if someone presents something with one set of numbers or data, someone else pulls something out, and then they don't know what to trust. And I also think that those of us in the business of communicating information have not had a full enough reckoning with why this perception of bias exists. So in some cases, it is the erosion of credibility that they have seen happen. And as a result of it, nothing is sacred anymore, and nothing can be taken as truth, nothing can be taken as credible. And that really requires pretty deep introspection about how you gain that credibility again. In fact, once it's lost, it's very hard to pull it back. And, we're really seeing this loss of credibility across the board. But the other part of it, and this is particularly the case when it comes to data, is that I don't think enough steps have been taken to address what is it, where does the deficit lie, and how can we make this work more credible, and so that it doesn't seem like you need multiple lenses of looking at the same data. So just as one example, and I really want to say that I think data journalism is one of the absolute standouts of Indian journalism right now. I agree with Mr. Ram when I say, when he says that TV journalism is an absolute disaster on the Indian media landscape. But I think the real silver lining has been the growth of exceptional data journalism in legacy newsrooms. They truly produce world-class work, and I'd say that applies to the Hindu, the Times of India, Hindustan Times, Mint. Every day there is world-class data journalism being produced. But why still do people feel that there are multiple viewpoints, and why do they feel that there isn't a single source of truth? I think the link that needs to be made from the perspectives that are coming from data to the data itself is work that newsrooms have not put enough work into. I think in some ways there's been a sort of siege mentality where we have reacted to accusations of bias by going into in the siege mentality and a sort of victimhood feeling often, because, and I understand that there is a barrage of forces stacked against us, but I think making that link in the case of data journalism between what journalists are trying to argue and the underlying data itself is a link that's missing there. And in some ways, this is part of why I'm something of a misfit here. I have exited journalism in that respect, in part to be able to do this, because the incentives of the news business or the way it is structured right now means that you have to align with, you have to, for example, say what's new. If you start, the work that I do at Data for India, we have 20 footnotes under everything we write. It's all pretty geeky, but the links to all the fundamental data are there, and perhaps we need to take a larger step towards understanding where this perception of bias comes from and meet people where they are, rather than going into the siege mentality.
Right. Your initial thought, Samanth?
Well, I have to defer with Mr. Ram a little bit. First of all, because raising national television in India is, I think, like missing the point. National television, on national television, people lie knowing that they're lying. And I think what we are thinking about here a little bit is journalists who are unconsciously the victim of biases. And that is inevitable. Every one of us is biased. It might not seem like it, but humans are doing the journalism, you know, the people doing journalism are humans. They come with their own backgrounds and contexts and biases and prejudices. And so the idea for the individual journalist should be to say, look, despite these biases, how can I make my reporting fair? And every time I've taught journalism, I said this ideal of objectivity is completely dead. There is no, the only objective human being is a dead human being. Because if you are alive and breathing, you have opinions, and they will filter into your work. So you try to be fair, and that's extremely important. And then at an institutional level, I think the recognition has to be that, look, the institution also functions within a society. It has its own history. And the institution itself is skewed and biased in many ways. Some of it may be known to the people inside, some of it may be known to the people outside, but that acknowledgement also has to happen. Now, there are some ways in which an institution can correct for this. So, for example, people often, kind of talk very glibly about the Hindu as being a leftist newspaper. But you can see, for the most part, what happens is that the leftist views are contained to the opinion pages, which is where bias is traditionally supposed to rest. It's an ideology that you're trying to project, and everybody knows that an opinion page is for opinion. But there are other kinds of biases that many news institutions around the world operate under, which are kind of systemic to their own country. Let me give you one example that every one of you will be familiar with over the last 2 years, is the number of American publications that have refused to call out the genocide in Gaza as a genocide. It has been 2 years, and that word hasn't been used in common parlance in the New York Times or the Washington Post or anywhere else, because they exist within the American ecosystem, and America's own view itself is to aid and abet and arm Israel. So these biases are the ones that I think we really need to we have to pay much more attention to. And newsrooms and systems have to kind of examine themselves and see, well, look, how can we correct for this? And even if there is no such thing as an objective truth, how can we present the fairest possible version of the real world to our readers?
Right. So you referencing the Gaza war is actually quite telling. So in many situations, but individual media platforms and individual journalists describe or characterize a situation according to their maybe political beliefs or biases. So now that is exactly where we are actually going around in circles, perhaps. So how do we tackle that? Is it a creation of American media actually takes a cue from how the US State Department characterizes it and then follows that thing? So in India also we have those challenges, and there is also this trend of the state agencies or the state actually trying to set that bias as correct. Indian PIB wanted to get into the scene and regulate what is actually accurate information. So if you're printing it, we will fact check and tell you whether you can actually go ahead with it. So how can we actually negotiate that kind of a complex situation, Mr. Ram?
I think fortunately in India, despite a trend of concentration of ownership of the media, you see that in television in particular, there's still, I think, a fair amount of diversity in ownership, and there are spaces for people, particularly in the on digital platforms, small newspapers and so on, and also those who go on YouTube. There are spaces, and I think they are actually being used to fight. What does it amount to net? That's a big question, but I think the situation is not as bad as we think. Of course, India ranks very poorly in the global index of press freedom, annually put out by Reporters Without Borders. Several journalists have been killed in India in connection with their work, murdered, and justice is not done. So we are a founding and permanent member of what can only be called this club of shame, which is compiled, the Global Impunity Index, where you can murder journalists in connection with their work and nothing happens. That's on the one hand. But I think but it's not as grim as some people make it out to be. Of course, the Modi government is completely intolerant and several state governments also in this respect. You see the voices suppressed. But here you had to go back to Chomsky's work to understand. You don't have to do outright censorship or bans. That also you do, but to a certain degree. But you can co-opt a large number of owners of newspapers and other media, journalists, including editors, and this is being done. There's this famous, these lines by Humpert Wolff on the British journalists. It goes something like this. You can't hope to bribe or twist, thank God, the British journalist, but considering what the man will do unasked, there's no occasion to. And I think this idea that the self-censorship, it really works when there's a strong political party in power, a strong government in power, at the center and in several states. I think there is resistance to this. On the whole, the southern part of our country is in a much better situation than elsewhere, I believe that. There are spaces, there is more criticism, certainly in Tamil Nadu. And these voices are not suppressed. Occasionally you'll see some attempt to suppress, some sign of intolerance from officialdom, but on the whole there are these spaces. But I hope we'll have a chance to discuss the situation that led to the launch of Samanth, Equator, this non-profit based in London which Samanth and Pankaj Mishra and others have launched. It's not just the project. What prompted it is the question. Their horror over what's happening in Gaza. There's an international thug installed in the White House. There's a regional thug who's terrorizing much of West Asia. There's threats to Iran. You know what happened in Venezuela. Threats to Colombia, threats to Cuba, and so on. And how do the media perform there? Otherwise, why would they launch anything? Does the New York Times do justice to what's the genocidal violence Israel has inflicted on the people of Gaza, children, women, etc.? I read the New York Times every day, and the answer is they're as bad, not as crude, but they're as bad in suppressing the truth as our guys are when I talk about the worst in the world on television and so on. You know who I'm talking about. And look at most of them. There are exceptions. There are voices there. But much of the mainstream media has been co-opted and given disinformation and misinformation, trolling on the media. Journalism, even honest journalists are now afraid to speak up. Attacks on women, attacks on anyone who speaks against, what is anti-Semitism? The definition of anti-Semitism accepted by much of the Western media is any criticism of Zionism, Zionist expansionism and so on. The whole discourse has been changed. So I think we are not in a unique place. We are not the worst in the world in this situation.
Right. Samanth, yeah, thank you. Samanth, can you explain the thinking behind this project, Equator?
Yeah. So I'm now the managing editor of a magazine called Equator, which was launched in October. And a number of people who are behind the launch, which includes people on the board, people like Pankaj Mishra, who could not be here today, myself and a few others. We've all written for many years, decades, for these publications in the West that we once admired a lot. And we continue to admire them for some things. The integrity of some of their reporting, the processes, the look and feel of the finished product. I mean, all of that is very good. But I think over a period of time, we've all become disillusioned in various ways with these institutions. I mean, my own example is that I've been writing often about Indian politics for these magazines, and I often feel that it is always kind of, you end up telling an incomplete story because they have a perceived vision of the story in their mind, and you have to kind of somehow match that. And even if you find that there's a lot more nuance on the ground, it's not always easy to express. I remember when I was writing a story out of Dhaka for the New Yorker, and I was talking to my editor about what the structure should be, and he said, well, you should give a little bit of this modern, the modern history of Bangladesh since 1971. And this was in 2015, and I said, it has no bearing on that. He said, yes, but you have to remember, this is the one piece on Bangladesh we'll publish over the next 6 years. So this is their kind of thinking, which is basically that there is, the story of every country or region can be compressed into 5,000 words, and you can kind of give what seems like a complete picture, and it's not. And so all of us have been feeling these various levels of disillusionment, but I think everything that has happened, again, to go back to Gaza, has really kind of triggered a lot of us to say, well, the only way to try to change this kind of reporting is not to sit inside these institutions and try to do your best, but to start something new, start something that kind of recenters the West, treats the West as any other part of the world, not exoticize any other, region of the world, but treat them all equally, hence equator, and offer critiques of the West that clearly these magazines and newspapers in the West do not offer of their own people. And these publications have fallen down on the job so much, taking the temperature of their own populations. They didn't know when Trump would win for the first time. They didn't think Brexit would happen. They are completely out of touch with the popular mood in a lot of their own countries. So Equator is, and I expect all of you to sign up and subscribe over the next 2 days. I will check the databases to see what kind of names pop up.
Right.
But Equator is an effort to address that and to kind of have interesting writing on politics, art, and culture that shakes off these biases of the Western publications.
Coming to you, Rukmini, how helpful are numbers in fighting biases? We always used to think that the GDP number is sacrosanct. Okay, if that is said, that is actually the truth. But we are living in a time when GDP numbers or government statistics are not really reliable quite often.
So I think that numbers and writing on numbers are susceptible to the same issues as writing about other parts of information, which is that incomplete understanding and incomplete communication of that understanding leaves this enormous vacuum, which allows both a lack of knowledge and misinformation to flourish in. And I think one of the, when I talk to people and people don't know things about the country through numbers that I would want them to know. So for example, if there is a large section of the country that still feels that there is a population explosion going on in India and hasn't realized that where we are is actually at very low fertility levels, and that's the conversation we should be having on demographics. Or if we're in a state where people don't really know what income distribution looks like. I find it very hard to be frustrated with readers. I mean, I feel like the locus of responsibility should not actually be on readers to turn into journalists themselves. The locus of responsibility is on the producers of that information. And I feel like that means that us in the business of communicating numbers slept at the wheel or, fell down on the job. So similarly, when it comes to GDP data, I do think that a large section of those who communicate GDP numbers do not understand how the numbers were produced themselves. It takes a whole lot of extra work. It's really hard. The government's not going to make it, government doesn't make it easy to understand the production of the numbers, so that needs extra work. But I think we've done a huge disservice to people by not explaining how numbers are collected, the sort of secret lives or political economy of numbers themselves. And I think that's created a sort of blanket suspicion of numbers and data, including when it comes to something like the GDP, that isn't actually warranted. So a large part of my job is actually to convince people that there is quality data in India, and there is a lot that you can do with it. It just means that you have to put in the work of understanding how those numbers are collected, and blanket suspicion of all of it is both lazy and not helpful.
You want to add something to that?
Can I add?
Yeah.
Something? Yeah, I really believe that a scientific approach to journalism, whether you call it investigative journalism and now particularly data journalism, has a big role to play in reaffirming the relevance and value of journalism and also in combating all that we are talking about, disinformation and so on. The scale, of course, is different. But who else can do it if not journalists? I think we have to bring back that belief in the value and importance of journalism in shaping public opinion and in defending people's rights, human rights, fundamental rights, and democracy itself. And I've seen this in action. In India, I can speak about the Hindu. Of course, Rukmani has a book on this. She worked, but now some of the best content that I read in the Hindu, speaking as a journalist, is the data point in these central pages. Take, for example, SIR. When it came out, of course, you are intimately connected with this, as is our editor, and Srinivasan Ramani and their team. It's really made a difference. For example, there was an impression, of course, the SIR was a horrific exercise when it started in Bihar. But there was an impression that Muslims were being targeted specially, but the data journalists showed this is where journalism objectivity comes, not in the sense of neutrality, but the sense of scientific investigation, a scientific approach rather. It showed that, SIR, there are not more deletions in areas or regions where Muslims predominate. There's a large concentration of Muslims in the population. So that impression was not borne out. And this is honest journalism. You may not like SIR the way it came in, but it did not show in the Bihar case that Muslims were being targeted. But there were other distortions. I'm not going into that. Then take this, apart from data journalism, I think good, honest, old-fashioned journalism, modernized, using new sources and so on, can do a lot of good. I read this book called Love, Jihad and Other Fictions it's a collection, it's a work of many hands, a few hands, Srinivasan Jain and some others. They took up what are the allegations made by the Hindu right, the false allegations, weaponized on the social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and to some extent also YouTube. And also X, formerly Twitter, Love Jihad, population jihad, then conversions, and so on. They investigated the way an honest journalist would do, and I think it's a very valuable work, very simple in its approach. There's no complications here. They showed that these are false.
Right.
Whether it's the claim that Muslims are growing, the Muslim population is growing so fast that soon they'll outstrip the Hindu population and so on, bogus. Of course, serious people didn't believe it, but still it was flying on the social media. So I think we have to reaffirm the values of journalism, and with the new developments in data journalism, collaboration in the investigative space, that's all the consortium that's come up. I think we can really make a stand for all the values that we cherish.
Right. So, Samanth, Mr. Ram mentioned Facebook and Instagram, how information landscape is shaped by them. So earlier you also mentioned how some of it is shaped by state policy, etc. But the new media economy, bias, it actually depends on reinforcing biases rather than countering and contesting it. That is how the whole social media and mass scale the harnessing of all those business models are based on that. So how it's actually a big problem. How do we tackle that?
Yeah, if I knew, I would be a millionaire many times over. I think it's like, this is a riddle to which we have no answer right now. I mean, the answer we're telling ourselves, all of us I think are telling ourselves is, look, if you put your head down and do your job and try to put the truth out there in front of audiences like this one, enough people will eventually realize that there is worth in this, that it reflects some version of the world that they can recognize. But if I had to be really honest, I don't know if that's enough anymore, and I don't know what else to do. That we're all talking about facts as if they are little nuggets of information that we can just put out in a newspaper and people will read it and absorb it and know what the significance of it. But I think what we have not talked about is the fact that the media's job for a large part of it is to interpret the facts for the audience. And let me give you a very trivial example. It's not trivial in the sense that it doesn't matter, but trivial in the sense that it's one small, there are a lot of children killed in Gaza over the last 2 years, and the number of times I've seen headlines in the BBC or elsewhere that calls them individuals under the age of 18. In headlines and in leads, they will say, because they don't want to use the word children. Now, nobody will debate the fact that this person is 13 years old. That is a fact. What is the interpretation of the fact is that Israel is killing children, and news outlets have chosen to interpret it as individuals under 18. So this is a way in which you are kind of presenting a version of the world to the audience that is consistent with your biases maybe, but also doesn't reflect what is happening out there. So the interpretation of the fact is suddenly now the predominant and preeminent duty that journalists have. Not just to find the facts out and interpret them in a way in which social media cannot do. Because social media is short, the posts are short, people's attention spans are short. So maybe that is where we can play to our strengths and to interpret the world right.
Rukmini, 1 minute and I will then begin taking questions from the audience. Yeah.
Just to quickly add to that, which is, if we're thinking of the project as either countering misinformation or helping people sift through the world more usefully, all experimental work that's been done around countering misinformation always shows that just one-way communication of this is what is the truth is not what works. This is a project that requires multiple arms of democracy to come together. So it involves things like teaching, sorry to use the phrase critical thinking, but to use critical thinking in classrooms to help young children help their parents evaluate what on WhatsApp is actually good and bad information. It involves the media as well. It involves colleges. It involves mass media. So the idea that just the media alone in sort of isolation could change minds or counter misinformation, doesn't seem to me like doesn't seem very realistic. But if it is to be a project that we want democracy to deliver, then we're going to think of everyone who needs to be involved in this.
Thank you. So we will take a few questions from the audience. We are into the last 10 minutes of this session. Can we have the mic in the second row here? Here. Can we have a mic here, please?
Thank you so much for the wonderful discussion. So basically the point is like critical thinking is important to understand the truth. At the same time, everything cannot be, right, for example, as a human being, we cannot be critically thinking about every piece of it. So we rely on news media or organizations to produce, be a custodian of truth. But that has been eroded. Is it a ownership structure or the incentives? For example, we don't expect judiciary, right, to be functioning in a way where everybody has to interrupt each judgment. We expect judiciary to hold high standards, and there's a structure to protect it. So can this be possible in journalism also? Rather than individual business houses owning it and controlling it, is the time for inventing a new model. We treat journalism like a judiciary, where we take it for granted, saying that because there is a checks and balances in place, so we can trust. So we don't need to individually examine each piece of information coming from the publishing house.
Yeah, you'll have to frame that question as one sentence. Could you try to do that?
What will make people trust media houses? What kind of structure can enable or bring that trust back?
How can we restructure media industry to regain the trust that media has lost?
I think...
And the reason for is individuals cannot be questioning each and every article and critically thinking about it.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, that's the thing. Is there any other question we'll want to take? Yeah, sir, here. Can we have this mic here? Sir, we can answer that question.
I want to congratulate the panelists for illuminating the way Indian journalists are only seeking right now to chase confirmation bias. And what Mr. Ram is talking about is, can we counterweight confirmation bias with falsification? Seek out data which falsifies your story.
Right. That's.
So my question is, how do we regain the essence of journalism when confirmation bias is the predominant ordering of the day?
Yes, thank you for the question.
The best way to do it would be for readers and the public to support credible, independent media organizations, starting with newspapers. Whether you want to read it in print or on digital platforms is your choice. But I think you've got to differentiate the reliable from all the rest. And I think critical thinking, which was referred to, is certainly capable of doing it. You need media literacy. And remember that the media industry has been tremendously weakened because the old business model has disappeared or virtually disappeared, where advertising in the second half of the 20th century, it flourished, this model. Advertising supported the production of news, opinion, and so on in a big way. Newspaper organizations made some profits, which also enabled them, apart from contributing to the living, the life of the owners, to spending a lot on journalism, investigative journalism, and so forth, sending foreign correspondents out, and so on. Today, that has been tremendously weakened. And there are a few exceptions, but on the whole, the media industry and therefore journalism has been weakened in the digital age for a complexity of reasons. You don't have time to discuss it. And then comes the attack from the social media. Some good things, but a huge amount of toxicity, falsehood, disinformation. That is, disinformation is defined as falsehood, deliberate falsehood, motivated falsehood, weaponized by big tech companies on social media platforms. How do you fight against that? How do you strive against that? And I think the only answer is you've got to put your faith in journalism. If you all want to go to the social media and read everything in 5 minutes on mobile platforms, then this won't happen. It's entirely up to people, citizens who value trustworthy information, who need reasoned debate, who need to understand how to analyze contemporary developments to see what is right and wrong. So unless there is support, it won't come spontaneously or naturally. You've got to work for it. But on the other side, you must show a willingness to engage with the media, with the professional media, is what we are talking about. Not what is called citizen journalism, which used to be a romantic phrase when all this started. Today there is no citizen journalism or very little of it. It's swamped by the disinformation that's weaponized. And I can talk about India. We are among the worst affected during elections, during the pandemic. I think during the pandemic, there is evidence to show that the professional media actually was trusted much more than the social media, the anti-vax campaigns and so on. So I think those are, in some crisis situations, we scored. But on the whole, it's a huge challenge, it's an existential challenge. And the support has to come. So the short answer is support the media, whichever you trust, but the serious media, not those which titillate or provide pure entertainment or provide, what you get from cheap films and so on.
Right.
This is an appeal that has to be made here and everywhere. And the answer to your question is just that. How do you trust the media? You've got to earn that trust. And I think we represent, all of us here, respected media organizations, not as individuals here necessarily, but as in an institutional sense, I think we represent, all four of us and many more sitting out there, media organizations and institutions that deserve your trust, your respect, and your support.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. Samanth.
www.equator.org/join will get you there.
Just to add to that, despite my problems with Indian journalism and the fact that I have exited it, the greatest stories of our time are the ones that have been told by Indian journalists, many of them in the mainstream media or others, at huge personal risk for very little money. And I think the pandemic really was one of those examples of outstanding journalism. So we can, share with each other clips of the stuff that happens on the nightly news and laugh about it, but let's at least give our attention and our money to the actual journalists doing standout work that does exist in India. I don't think there's any lack of quality. Perhaps there's a lack of support and we can change that.
Right, so we are coming to the end of this. We'll take the last question, yes.
Yeah. Well, just one question. The use of the word terrorists, because I find that Hamas kills 1,400 people, they are terrorists, and the Israeli army kills lakhs, they are only an army. LTTE kills people, they are terrorists, but the Sri Lankan army commits genocide, they are only an army. It sort of legitimizes by calling them army. Should we not call them some terrorist army or something?
Okay, I take it as a comment. I think, is there anything that you want to add? Right, thank you for all. Thank you all for being here. And as Mr. Ram and others mentioned, the only way we can get around this thing is please go subscribe to newspapers and platforms that you trust. That is how trust is built and financed.
Thank you very much to Varghese K. George. Thank you so much for that wonderful moderation. Thank you so much, Mr. N. Ram. Thank you so much, Mr. Samanth Subramanian. And thank you so much, Ms. Rukmani. Lovely. Appreciate your presence on stage and the discussion and debates. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch. We should be meeting in about half an hour's time. We'll meet in half an hour's time. Thank you once again. We'll see you in half an hour.
to build a future for all of us. Welcome to Christ University, where your journey starts but never ceases.
Every time I say I'm pursuing BTech at NMIT, it's always followed by everyone asking, what's it like? Well, today we're spilling it all. So here's a peek into the labs, the hackathons, the madness before submissions, and everything in between.
Check out our labs. These aren't your usual boring classrooms.
You get to actually build stuff. Look at this robot. We made it ourselves.
Hackathons here are wild. 48 hours, constant juggling of ideas, and endless panic.
But also insane learning. Real problems, real pressure, and real teamwork.
Our projects here can lead to patents and not just grades.
And if it has startup potential, we have our innovation and entrepreneurship development centers helping us take our idea ahead.
Students here have pitched their ideas at the AICTE Idea Lab, got real feedback and funding.
Placements. 400 plus recruiters visit our campus every year, and the highest packages are over 58 LPA.
So, what are you waiting for? Take the shot, join NMIT.
At Hindustan Group of Institutions, we embody this spirit of collaboration and innovation. For over 5 decades, we have been a beacon of interdisciplinary education, driven by the vision of our founder, Dr. K.C.G. Varghese, to make every man a success and no man a failure. With institutions spanning engineering, arts, science, technology, and aviation, we are redefining education in India and beyond. Today, we cater to over 25,000 students across multiple campuses, offering more than 150 programs that foster creativity, teamwork, and collaboration, nurturing future leaders.
தன்னோட ஆர்வத்துக்கு குறுக்க எதையுமே வரவிடாம இருக்காங்கல்ல, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன்.
அர்ஜுன், டாய்லெட் பேப்பர்
உங்க இடது பக்கம் அடுத்த ரேக்ல இருக்கு.
உறுதியான நோக்கம் இருக்கிறவங்களோட ரசிகன் நான்.
பத்தா
யாரு தன்னோட பொறுப்புகளை சேர்ந்த அர்ப்பணிப்போட நிறைவேற்றுறாங்களோ, நான் தூக்கிக்கவா, நான் அவங்களோட ரசிகன். என்ன மாதிரியே எஸ்பிஐயும் உங்க ரசிகன். அதனாலதான் எஸ்பிஐ உங்களுக்காக கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலா வேலை செய்யறாங்க. மிகச்சிறந்த வாடிக்கையாளர் சேவை, எம்எஸ்எம்இகள் மற்றும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்புகளுக்கு கடன் வழங்கும் கிளைகள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்பம் சார்ந்த வங்கி தீர்வுகள். நான் உன்னை வீட்டில் விட்டுட்டுமா? எஸ்பிஐ மாறி வருகிறது, ஏனென்றால் நாம் ஒரு மாறி வரும் தேசத்தின் ரசிகர்கள். எஸ்பிஐ, தேசத்தின் ரசிகன்.
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
New India Assurance Mahila Udyam Bima, exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Sum insured up to rupees 5 crore, cover on loss of profits, theft cover, personal accident cover, and optional cover for employees. When it comes to business, protection is the key to success. New India Assurance, Nari Samman Bima, a special policy designed for all women aged 18 to 70 years. Up to 2 lakh rupees cover for accidental death, permanent disability, and acid attack. Get covers for livelihood protection, legal divorce, and more. Every woman deserves protection and dignity.
Chennai's first pin code 600001 stands Chennai Port, the cradle of the city, South India's premier maritime gateway. For centuries, it has powered commerce, shaped communities, and connected the region to global trade. Now connects directly to more than 50 countries worldwide. At the heart of operations are 3 major docks: Dr. Ambedkar Dock with 11 berths, Jawahar Dock with 6 berths, and Bharati Dock with 10 berths. The Port of Chennai houses 2 exclusive state-of-the-art container terminals operated by leading global players, Dubai Ports World and the Port of Singapore Authority. As India's #1 automobile export hub, the car terminal at Chennai Port offers dedicated port entry, stacking yards, and state-of-the-art berthing facilities, and remains the trusted choice for prominent exporters like Hyundai and Kia. Cruise terminal offers modern amenities and seamless services. Huge marine loading arms enable faster, safer handling of crude and POL products. With a depth of 17.4 meters, it can accommodate Suezmax and very large crude carriers vessels, fully integrated with pipeline networks connecting to large tank farms and refineries. Chennai Port has ample facilities including 4 transit sheds, 11 warehouses for bulk, vast open areas.
Our focus is on making Chennai Port smarter and more efficient every day. With digital technologies, automation and modern logistics infrastructure, we are easing the port process and improving the service for our stakeholders. We are working closely with our trade to ensure Chennai Port remains future ready and globally competitive.
Coming projects to further streamline operations include a double-tier elevated corridor of 21 km from Chennai Port to Madurai for 24/7 unrestricted entry to the port and smooth cargo movement. A multimodal logistics park at Mapedu as a key logistics node integrating road, rail and warehousing to streamline cargo movement. The Port of Chennai charts the course towards a sustainable future where history, innovation and progress come together.
கேளு, ஒரு நல்ல இன்சூரன்ஸ் பாலிசி ஏஐ கேப்போம். எப்படிப்பட்ட பாலிசினா குறைஞ்ச வருஷத்துக்கு பிரீமியம் கட்டணும்,
ஆனா வருமானம் வாழ்க்கை பூரா வரணும்.
LIC in Jeevan Utsav.
நமக்கு அந்த பாலிசி தரணும். வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க இன்சூரன்ஸ் கவரும் கூட.
LIC in Jeevan Utsav.
வாவ், சரி. நாம LIC in ஜீவன் உற்சவ் பாலிசி எடுப்போம்.
நான் உங்ககிட்ட இதையே தான் சொன்னேன். LIC in ஜீவன் உற்சவ்.
வாழ்க்கையின் கொண்டாட்டம் தூளு. LIC in ஜீவன் உற்சவுடன் எதிர்காலம் ஜோரு.
Spread over 130 acres in Hyderabad, a campus that's lush and green, always buzzing with ideas and innovation, with state-of-the-art research centers, 3D printing and prototyping laboratories, India's first university to drive digital transformation of higher education, powered by emerging technologies, enabled by innovation hubs. It's time to reimagine higher education, to educate future citizens for and of a better world.
The Mahindra Group has a significant presence in Hyderabad, especially after the acquisition of Satyam. Hyderabad also provides great infrastructure and a metropolitan lifestyle for faculty and students. Finally, with many laboratories and multinational corporations, Hyderabad is an ideal location for interaction between industry and academia.
Mahindra University, global thinkers, engaged leaders.
இந்த பொங்கல் நாங்க இங்க சொந்த வீட்ல கொண்டாடுறோம். பல வருஷ உழைப்பும் காசா கிராண்ட் மேல் இருக்கும் நம்பிக்கை தான் இந்த கனவை நினைவாக்குது. தமிழ் மக்களின் நம்பிக்கையால சென்னையோட நம்பர் 1 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
அதே நம்பிக்கையால இந்த மண்ணில் ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ இந்தியாவோட டாப் 7 பில்டரா இருக்காங்க.
நம்ம நம்பிக்கைக்கு நன்றி சொல்லும் விதமா இந்த பொங்கலை நன்றி திருநாளா கொண்டாடுறாங்க. With a great Pongal savings, now save up to rupees 11 lakhs across all Casa Grande project. உங்க கனவும் நினைவாக இப்பவே புக் பண்ணுங்க.
A vibrant space where passion comes alive to grow and flourish in the path of light, with guidance, support and goals in sight, helping young minds excel and thrive.
SSVM Residential School, ever shining bright, climbing greater heights. Yeah, SSVM Residential School.
SSVM Residential School.
We think, explore, and we create. We play, we learn, and innovate. The teachers who care and guide, bringing out the best in every child. Through Continuum School, on the pathway of life. Through Continuum School, education reimagined. Through Continuum School.
Good afternoon and welcome back, almost everybody. You can understand just after lunch, people are just about trickling in. We'll obviously wait for people to trickle in, but we'll get started at some point in time. The Unquiet Minds, that's the subject of discussion, a generation in crisis, conversations on building a better world for our children. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special session that is brought to you by IOC Limited. Can we have the AV, please?
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
Okay then, let's get started. As I said, Unquiet Minds, a generation in crisis, conversations on building a better world for our children. So it's something that, a subject of universal interest for students, and parents alike. And we've got a stellar panel who will be joining us on stage very soon to take us through the next 40 minutes. And of course, you'll have 10 minutes for Q&A as well. Please put your hands together. First up for Mr. Amit Bhatt, who is, of course, the Managing Director for India at the International Council on Clean Transportation. He holds degree in Architecture and Transport Planning from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and of course, with a Master's in Economics and a Diploma in Transport Economics and Management. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Bhatt. Yeah, we want to take this. Thank you. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Avira Bhatt, who's a 16-year-old Standard 11 student at Heritage International Experiential School, Gurugram. Lovely to have you with us. And a youth advocate for road safety and sustainable mobility. She was one of the 2 regional leaders for South Asia by yours as in Youth for Road Safety and has collaborated with UNICEF as well. Lovely to have you with us. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, inviting Shelja Sen, who's a narrative family therapist. Lovely to have you with us, Ms. Sen, and a co-founder of Children First, an organization that works with children, youth, and their families and networks. A columnist with the Indian Express and a TED speaker, she is the author of 3 critically acclaimed books and the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Narrative Therapy and Community Work. Last but not the least, may I invite Ms. Niharika Kaul Bhattacharya, who's a psychologist and a psychotherapist with over 10 years of experience in working with children, adults, and families. Certified in solution-focused therapy and narrative therapy, she's also completed a course in family therapy from the University of Oxford. Lovely to have you, ladies and gentlemen, here as well. The stage is yours. So we'll have a session for 40 minutes, followed by 10 minutes, as has always been the protocol for Q&A. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, I am visible. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel. I know it's post-lunch, so hopefully we'll be able to have as enriching a conversation as the food you just had was. So a little bit of food for thought, for the mind. In the recent years, conversations around mental health have definitely grown. They have taken priority as they should. But last year, a show called Adolescence came and made waves. I'm sure a lot of you here may have watched it. Adolescence spotlighted a very, very major part of mental health, which is the mental health of children and young people. That is the conversation that we also hope to have with all of you today. So I will start with Shelja. Shelja, being a professional in working with children, young people, and families, I just want to start by knowing from you that in the span of your work, how have you seen the conversations around mental health in children evolve? What is it like today? Has there been a change in some ways?
Wow, that's a big question for somebody like me who's been in the field of mental health for more than 30 years. Have seen the change in the landscape of mental health. But stepping back a little to understand the context, I was just thinking that many times when we look at youth, many conversations around youth, there's a tendency to say they are so broken, they're so fragile. You know, kids these days, in our days, we were so tough, we were stronger. And it's important for us to question that. You know, in olden times, they would, in the coal mines, they would send, you know, they had this, in the old British times actually, they would send canaries down the shafts to check for toxic gases, right? If the canaries would die or they would be damaged in any way, they would know that this is not human worthy, right? And I think for us right now, our present day culture is like that. And youth are the canaries of our times. And it's so easy to label them, to pathologize them, to see them as broken. But I think we have to understand that mental health struggles hide issues of social injustice, right? And just give me a little time to give, because this is such an important question you've asked.
Sure.
That if you see in our culture, just one example, like children from very young age, from 2 years, I see families with 2-year-olds preparing children for schools. Once they're in schools, nowadays, children start the tuitions in class 1, class 2, right? As they are in class 6, then their preparation for colleges starts, right? And it's like IIT or, whole batches who are exported to colleges abroad. And the pressure on the children is huge, it's humongous, right? So we're talking about this pressure, and childhood is not childhood anymore. Childhood has become a training ground for adulthood, yeah? And in this context, when we see the impact of, in the last 2 sessions I attended, I think this conversation just can continue from that, where there was a talk about social media, the impact of gadgets on all of us, and what happens to our young people. And especially if you see in girls, there's been a lot of research now indicating that girls, from the time smartphones came in around 2012 or so in the US, the mental health struggles in women, especially young girls, started rising, right? Now, whatever happens in the US does not stay in the US, it comes to us. So it's been in recent times we've seen the mental health struggles in women rise, and how the discourses around it, and social media shapes and weaponizes a lot of discourses on mental health. The simple things in our pockets become tools for surveillance or self-surveillance. And it's a diet, it's a beauty, it's a fitness industry, the tech joints, they're going to exploit it at whatever cost they can, right? And there's so much of discourse around mental health, which we can discuss a little later. But boys, it's slightly different. What we saw in the show Adolescence, the 13-year-old who's, you can't blame the child, you can't blame his parents. But that basically, the shame is what is being exploited here. And where the young person, this 13-year-old, is being indoctrinated, like girls are being indoctrinated, boys are being indoctrinated into the incel culture, the manosphere, and very, very toxic and very narrow ideas of masculinity. So the conversations are so layered and so complex that we can go any direction in that.
So I think in saying that 40 minutes, we'll really be putting things into a little box. But Avira, as our representative young person on this panel, I just wanted to know from you that how much of what Shelja was describing has been a lived experience for you, because you have grown up in the presence of social media. You have seen these conversations about mental health changing, maybe within your family, within your school. And I'm also curious to know that, do you think that conversations around mental health for people your age, has it changed, or is there still some stigma that is present?
I would say yes and no. It's really hard to categorize mental health for every single young person in my country as one single person, but as someone who is of the age group, I can speak on my personal experiences and of those around me. So I started going to therapy around 2021 during COVID. I think we were all struggling mentally, really. It's okay to admit that we were all struggling mentally, but I was really going through it. So how I approached this in my right young mind is I made a presentation for my dad, like a PowerPoint presentation. I said, I really want to go to therapy. And they said no, because therapy is categorized in their head, and this is no blame to them. I'm not blaming any parent or any grandparent or any adult for this matter of fact. This is an open conversation we're having. But in their head, it was only if you've gone through something really traumatic or you have divorced parents, will you go to therapy? Otherwise, what's the point of going to therapy? Like, you can just talk to me. And I was like, good point. I couldn't come up with a rebuttal. But I started feeling even worse, and my anxiety reached such ends. I was fighting every day with my parents, and I was like, okay, I know how to solve this. I'll make another presentation. But this time, I'll use like facts and statistics, and I researched, and then I was really scared, but then my parents were like, okay, we're gonna start sending you to therapy. So on our drive during COVID, I was doing therapy in masks, and I started going to therapy, and I would not be on the stage if I wasn't in therapy. I won't know where I would be mentally. I would be in a very, very different and I think much darker place. But therapy genuinely changed my life for the better. I got diagnosed with ADHD and I got diagnosed with dysgraphia as someone who gets good grades. It's very counterintuitive. How could you have ADHD if you get good grades? But that was such a freeing and liberating experience for me. And after therapy, I actually started talking to my parents more, even though I talk in therapy about my issues, because now I can form an opinion and rationalize and understand, oh, this happened because of this reason. I can talk to my parents way more openly. But suffice to say that I'm a very, very, very small percentage of people who can seek therapy and who have supportive parents who can go to therapy, especially since my dad is there. I think oftentimes with girls in my age group, talking to our dad is such an uncomfortable thing. There's like some sort of restriction between father-daughter relationships or like father issues that girls have, or with boys as well, with their own fathers. But suffice to say, I've seen people in my school have unfortunately taken their own lives. I've seen people in my school who are going through self-harm and such horrible things in their life. And you would think that with social media and this acceleration of information, you would get more therapy. That's the logical outcome because there's more information on mental health. But that's not what's happening. Because of this acceleration of information, you're getting even more dangerous information accelerated to you, even more harmful availability of information all the time, where things like the manosphere and incel culture and, regressing back to like the 1940s and traditionalism is all coming back. And it's really scary. And I see my friends go through this who like really supportive of therapy and mental health, like, yeah, that's great. You do it. I won't do anything though. There's nothing wrong with me. And I think that's the mentality we're still there. Acha, mera bachcha to nahi ho sakta. It can't be my kid. There's no way that something can happen to my child. But you have to stop looking from that mindset, I feel. There's so much work that needs to be done.
Thank you for sharing that, Avira. I think one thing that you said really stayed with me, and I think I would direct the next question to your dad. And I just want to say such a privilege it is for all of us to witness a conversation between the two of you as a parent and Avira just for the sake of relationship child. But Amit, what was it like for you to, because parenting in today's time is also not easy, because like a lot of the factors Shelja mentioned, there's this insane pressure, whether it's about academics or social media is a big factor that you have to navigate. What was it like for you when Avira wanted therapy? And I'm sure you navigate conversations around access to social media and all of that. So I would love to know as a parent what your perspective has been.
No, I think it was interesting because we had just come out of the first wave of COVID. Most of it was at home, and then all of a sudden one evening at around 7 p.m. or so, Avira comes to our room and says, I want to make a presentation. I said, what presentation? And then she makes a presentation that I need a little bit of help on the mental side. And to be fair, we were also kind of, shocked to say the least, because it's not a very usual conversation that you have at home, right? I mean, you have fever, you go to a doctor, you get a paracetamol, or you have something, you get an antibiotic, and it's a very usual course for us to consult a physician, then as, let's say, a mental health expert. And then COVID added its extra layer of, the kind of pressure on all of us. But I think what was really interesting was the conversation that we had. And so, I mean, we said, okay, you are saying, come make an even stronger case, we don't agree to it. And because we also need some time to research, because we are also not sure how to kind of address it, right? And so I think what we have realized is that, and I have seen this a lot while we have seen celebrities coming out and talking about mental health issues, and it has really opened the conversation, but I don't think it has fundamentally changed the conversation, at least in the social circles that I have interacted. You might feel that even big cities, people are much open to it. I mean, that's our perception, but believe me, I have had cases where, we have seen certain issues with the child and we have told this to our friends, that why don't you seek mental health support? And response has been, mera bachcha pagal nahi hai. So the question is, how do you start a dialogue? Because unless you have a dialogue, you'll not be able to kind of come to any logical conclusion. And a lot of times what I have seen dialogue, and I'm sure it will be there in other cities as well, a lot of times the dialogue between a parent and a child is parent saying, tum mujhe mat sikhao. We have seen the world, we know everything, so don't try to teach us. And so what it does is that then the child then gets quiet, it seeks some alternative avenues to vent out. So I think how do you have a dialogue, to me, is the fundamental of starting to seek help.
That's I appreciate that point, Amit, because that is so essential, how conversations take place. Because I'm, again, referencing the show that adolescents, that they were very well-intentioned parents, and they cared very much for their son. And yet, there was so much going on in his life that they were not aware of. Shelja, if I can ask you, conversations amongst parents and children or older children, would you say that the connect between them is something that is essential for these conversations to happen the way Amit described them?
That's so important for any relationship, right? I mean, so much of change that's happening, right? And if you see what's happening in this change is that children and young people are becoming more and more isolated, right? And they are somewhere getting lost. Like if I go back to what I was talking about, what Avira talked about, the dangerous, how dangerous, what kind of discourses, what kind of ideas are being perpetuated in social media sometimes that can be weaponized against children, young people, but also can be weaponized against parents, right? So this, I'll just, give an example. I was talking to this 16-year-old, grade 11 like Avira, and she was talking, why is it that earlier everybody faced distress, everybody went through difficult times? How is it that everybody started cutting nowadays? And, so I said, what do you think? Because she posed this question. And she said, if I'm going through a very difficult time, I'm going through pain, rejection, pressure, whatever, and I find that somebody's cut herself, and that's their way of expressing their distress, then I think, oh, maybe that's going to help me. And of course, it's going to give me some sense of relief, that cutting, because it's becoming it's really spreading very dangerously now. And how much of these ideas are perpetuated in social media, so that's very dangerous. And how many discourses are there against parents, that your parents don't understand, and so it becomes very important for us to start questioning that. Because, like I say very often, we heal in kinships and not in silos. We have to build relationships. We have to build connections. And for that, parents have to let go of this idea that we know better. We'll tell you how to live your life. We don't. We have no idea what they are going through in their bus, what they're going through in school, what they're going through in the football field, what they're going through when they are on their social media. the pornography the boys are watching, there's so much happening there. And for that, we have to let go of that idea that we know. We don't know. As a therapist, I can say working with children, I really don't know. I want to know. So we have to be curious. And we have to be curious without blaming, without shaming, because they live with shame. We have to understand where they come from.
That's so important. And that makes me want to ask both Amit and Avira that, as Shelja said, that navigating these conversations can, while important, be hard. And how do you balance wanting to be there for your child and be a person who they can come to without fear, without judgment, and yet protect them, maintain the boundaries that you need for them, and let them know that you can come to me if you need. I would love to know how the two of you have navigated that.
Since I gave example of traditional parent, let me be the traditional parent and say, I'll go first. So I think one interesting example I'll share, and maybe Avira can later on add. So almost 4 years we had a debate that should she get Instagram? And I'm sure many of the parents would have had this. So at around 12 years of age, she reached out to us saying that, I want to have Instagram. I said, okay, you go and make a presentation. And she presented, my friends are on Instagram, this is everyone, I can't connect. And then we had an argument, kind of a counter response saying that, one, there is a legal limit for social media. And then what are the, challenges that comes with social media? And a lot of times these discussions will run into 15, 20, 30 minutes. But there were certain kind of principles to the discussion. One, it will be a civilized conversation. It will not be some primetime news show where the anchor is shouting and so it will be a civilized conversation. We would come with our facts and figures. We would make a case that why is it not right for her, and she will make a case why it is right for her. And in the end, we almost won every time. The parents group won. But it was all based on rationale. And every time she would understand that rationale. Yes, you are right, I should not have Instagram right now. And after a couple of months, she will probably peer pressure, I don't know, but she will answer that more. She'll again come back and we had. The day she turned 16, she got Instagram. And what's really interesting is that just a couple of days back, she deleted Instagram from her phone for the reason that we were telling her. So maybe she can explain more on this story.
Avira, I did want to, before Amit said, I was going to ask that, audience would also be in suspense that did you get Instagram or not?
Yeah, no, I got it. But I'll talk more about why I deleted it and stuff. But I once asked my friend, and his parents were divorced. It was going through a tough time, and I was like, okay, when's the last time you talked to your dad about your feelings? And he said, oh, yeah, when I was 8 years old. And my face was in shock. I mean, I was like, stop joking, tell me really, when did you last? And he said, no, honest, when I last talked to my dad, just me and him, and I talked about how I felt, and I cried and I let it out, was when I was 8 years old, because after that, my dad just told me to suck it up. And I looked in horror. I was like, can we share a dad? Maybe you need some support on that end. But I've never felt that with my dad, and it's so foreign to me that you would make your child or the child feels that way to not approach you. And this is very dangerous because I remember my friend, she got assaulted by somebody at a party. And her first thought was, guys, don't tell my parents. Nobody tell my parents. They will kill me if they find out I was outside. She was not concerned about her own safety. She was not concerned about what horrible act just happened. She was more concerned about how angry her parents would be when she was outside. And that's not a good relationship to have at all. When your child gets in trouble, the first thing on their mind should be, I want to go to my dad, I want to go to my mom, I want to tell them about this. Sure, I might get scolded a little bit and reprimanded, but I know they'll be there for me. But that feeling is really lost in your youth. That's why we're so secretive. Even if you tell me not to get social media, I'll get behind your back and I'll talk to strangers online and then I'll meet those strangers in person and then you know what happens after that. So it's really, really important to have that relationship where it's comfortable and you can't force it. You can't make your side sit down, acha bolo kya chal raha hai. Mujhe nahi bolna. So that's why therapy, like tell me what happened and I don't want to say it is, that's why therapy is so important is you have another outlet of a safe, respected adult who's a professional who knows what they're doing and outside. And I know it's not accessible to everybody, but if it is to you, I highly recommend, even if you think there's nothing wrong with your child, to explore the option. But to more on social media is that all my friends are on social media. I have a batch of 90 in my grade, 89 had Instagram and 1 didn't, and that was me. And it was really, really weirdly isolating, but as my dad said, I never went behind his back and got it. Because I understood why my dad was saying it. I also watch Adolescence. For those who don't know about the show, it's about a 13-year-old boy who murders a girl because of the things he's seeing online and on social media. And no abusive household, no family problems, but still such a horrible event happened, and it's based on real instances. So I could see how I would see myself slipping up, how I would start, getting way more anxious, how I would start, blaming my friends for things, and then, but I could only realize all this stuff because of therapy, because I talked about it. So talking is really important. We eat dinner together every day. We argue so much about politics and so much about like what's going on in the world. And we have a lot of disagreements. I'm not saying me and my dad are like twins, but the fact that if something happens to me, my first thought is I should call my dad. I should tell him what's going on. I know he'll be there to protect me. It's something, unfortunately, a lot of my friends and a lot of people my age don't feel right now.
I think you're very right in pointing that out, Avira, that not a lot of people feel that safety with their parents. So the question coming to my mind, and I'm sure the mind of a lot of people here, especially those who are parents, that how do we create that safety? How do we make that conversation happen? And I think as two people who have been in those conversations, and Shelja, you who understands why those conversations are so essential, I would love to hear from all of you what you think, even if one thing that's important in your experience that someone here can go home and put into practice with their own children, what would that be?
I'll start by just saying one thing and I'll come to your question that, one thing we have to be very careful about in mental health is blaming the parents, right? Because mental health, psychiatry, psychology has a really dark history of mother blaming, particularly mother blaming. And so coming from there, I think all of us have come from Delhi, and there's a high level of pollution, right? And if we take the metaphor of pollution, right? And during every November, December, when the pollution is very high, we could be running around looking for the best chest specialists, finding out about best nebulizers, all that. But the structural injustices that are happening, which causes the pollution, is so important to address. And I think that's the most important thing here, that as a therapist who works with children and young people, I believe the future of mental health is not in clinics, not in hospitals for sure, it's in the community. And I believe the change has to be, like schools as hubs of social change. And I'm so happy that Hindu has decided to do the Hindu Lit Fest in a school, because schools is a hub where everybody comes together, right? Can you imagine more and more conversations, more parents listening to Avira and Amit and saying, this is also possible. This is also possible. Parents come together, therapists come together, teachers come together, media come together, where we can get these big tech joints to demand some level of accountability. We have to have, and this very important aspect of this conversation is not the adults telling children how to live their lives, they leading this conversation. Because children are not passive recipients of our wisdom, for sure. I mean, if you look at any, kind of systematic destruction of everything that's happening, the genocide that's happening, or all that's happening wrong in the world, the people who are questioning it is the young people. So they have to lead the change, for sure.
I think the other important point, as you rightly mentioned, is that how do you create a groundwork for a conversation between children and parents? I think, so there should be some rules of the engagement, right? One, I think, is the most important rule of respect. And again, I have experienced as well that a lot of times children and young people are treated as people who don't have experience, and parents are the ones who have experience. So experience is given much higher weightage in the conversation. And so you don't know, I have seen this, I have lived this. So one is to create this respect. Second, we also have to understand the world is changing rapidly. Experience, the whole logic of experience is that you look back and you forecast the future. That's all experience is, right? But with the technological advancement and the way society is changing, you cannot look back and forecast because there is no reference point. So if someone would have asked me, so what will be the impact of social media on future? 15 years back, I would have said, I don't know because there is no social media. So I think one is that there's a massive change which is happening. And third, I think it is all about joint and collaborative process forward. So it's not only about parents, not only about children. How can we as a family, we as a community move forward? And for that to happen, I think the fundamental and most important is respect as a part, as an underlying theme of communication.
That's very well put, Amit. I think respect does come at the core of it. Yeah. And Avira, do you resonate with that?
Yeah, of course. I think respect is fundamental to, how our family works, and because it's fundamental to how our family works, it's also how I treat others. So how my dad talks to me, I'll talk to other people how I talk to my dad. If my dad and me are constantly fighting, how do you think I'm going to act in the workplace? How do you think I'm going to act to service workers? It's going to be that same conversation I'm having at home. And to kids, your parent is your whole world. The first thing you see when you open your eyes into this world is your mom's face or your dad's face. They're the only two people you know for a majority portion of your life. And they're very important to you. And to find out that they care about you, or if they're adults looking out for you, is such a nice feeling. Who doesn't want to be loved by an adult? Who doesn't want to be loved by a parent? Who doesn't want to be loved by a school teacher? My school teachers, good school teachers who have encouraged me to study, have boosted my grades more than any coaching or academy. Not that I've done any of that, but any coaching or tutorial is just some teacher who's no, Avira, I think you can do this, and I believe in you, and I trust you, and I love you. And I think maybe in Indian societies, in Asian societies, these words I love you, I care for you, I'm proud of you, they don't come out as often as I feel we want them to. A lot of times, very, very few, maybe when you're tired or post that, you say it once or twice. But I've been thinking that these words need to be heard daily for a lot of us young people. And lastly, I think is we need caring adults in every aspect of our life. As you said, even if you're a stay-at-home mom, you can't monitor your kid 24/7. You can't look at them when they're sleeping and awake and at school and in the playground. That's inhuman. So all those spaces should also have someone who I can rely on. At home, I have my dad. At school, I have my school counselor and certain teachers. Outside that, I also have a network. And that's why I feel so secure in myself. But my friends don't. A lot of them don't have any trusted adults around them. So it's really important to have that one school teacher, that one friend, maybe not, it's also a lot of times people my age dump a lot of their problems on their friends, and their friends are also their age. So we don't know how to deal with each other's problems because we're both the same age and we're both going through the same problems. So we actually make each other worse by putting our own wrong thinking into each other. So really important to have someone outside just your friend circle that your child can trust. And I have a ton of those people, which is why I feel I'm so happy right now. But there was a time I didn't, and I really regret that. I really wish that other people, if you have a younger child or from any child, you first don't take if mental health is a stigma or there being nothing wrong with your child. Me having ADHD does not make me any less smart than anyone else. I still get good grades. I still have a lot of friends. But it's important to know that every child is different. This is written on like Children Floods logo. But every child is different and we should like embrace that. Yeah.
That's very, very wise words, Avira. Thank you so much. Yeah. I think you put it very nicely, and what I hear from all three of you, that respect, trust, and I also wonder language, how these conversations are taking place, right? Because sometimes we are not mindful of how we are speaking or what we are saying, where what Avira said, that, you know, just to hear, I'm proud of you or I love you, it's something that a lot of time is taken for granted. And very recently, I heard a very different perspective, that if you say to a child or that I'm proud of you, it's putting pressure on them. But I don't know if I agree with that, because every child that I have ever met in a personal or professional capacity, exactly what Avira said, that it's not all the other resources, but it's knowing that someone has faith in me that really helps you to have faith in yourself. So, Shelja, how much importance would you give to the language with which these conversations are taking place?
So, because language is what makes stories, right? We make sense of this world through stories. Stories don't just describe us, but they shape us. We are born into cultural stories. So I like to say the way we talk to our children become their inner voices, and the way we talk about them become their life stories. You know, so how important every time we are talking to it could be verbal, it could be non-verbally. Also, so much of communication and so much of conversation can happen non-verbally. So what am I communicating to the child becomes so important through our words, through our language. You know, just think about one person who lights you up, whose eyes light up when they see you. How important is that every child has an adult in their life, a caring adult in their life, who lights up when they see them.
That's very beautifully put. Thank you. I absolutely agree with that how we speak to children and young people and how we speak about them, that does shape their language and their self-concept as well. Avira, would you want to add to that?
So I know this is coming out of a place of love, and I know no parent wants their child to fail, of course. But a lot of times I'll be sitting at an auntie's house, and then she'll bring me up and she'll bring her kid up. Arey, look, Avira got these many marks in her exams. You didn't get that much. Or like, oh, look at this case. Oh, her son is going to this college and university. Look at what you're doing. Or they say very intrusive things about my friends, and I just have to sit there and listen and be like, I know this is out of place for wanting your kid to get better, but this language of comparison especially, or this language of wanting to put expectations on your child, like, oh, when you go to university and you do this, and when you get this job, and slow down, I'm 5 years old. So I think that is really, really entrenched in Indian language, or like in Indian societies, I mean. When I used to go down Niche for a walk, the first thing after my 10th boards were, Kitte aaya? What? Hi, like no asking how I am, just how many marks you got? Okay, what stream? First thing people are asking. And instead of asking a child, how do you feel today? How was school today? How are you doing in general? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? See, not every single child can be extraordinary. It's something we need to realize. Not every child can go to IIT. That's why IIT is there, because only very few select kids can go to it. Or not every child can be extremely rich or extremely successful doctor. Not every child can get 100%. And that's okay. We'd have to be okay with our kids being average and ordinary. and not getting good grades sometimes and messing up and going behind your back and lying, because that's what a kid is supposed to do. Your child cannot excel in every single part of their life in every single manner. And if they are, they for sure are lying to you. So yeah, that definitely needs to be there.
So Amit, I'm sure you and Avira's mom have a big role to play in how she is perceiving this and saying, and I love that she said that it is okay. So again, coming to the topic of language, I'm just wondering that how did you get this across to her as she was growing up?
No, it's very interesting, and Sarika, Avira's mother, my wife, wanted to come here, but again, air pollution is the reason why she couldn't come. She is struggling right now, but again, recovering well. So I think the question is the language, and I think there are a couple of important points which I wanted to highlight. One is that, so as Avira said, every time you will not get success, you will also get failures. And failures are important in life because they kind of, build the resilience. They also kind of take you out of this whole comfort zone because the world is very different. But the conversation also helps the child to overcome these failures. And in fact, a lot of times we have discussed, we always, celebrate success. Should we also celebrate failures? Because the greatest learning is from failure, right? And so a lot of times when she was growing up, she would say, I want to learn skating. Fine. After 2 months, she will give up. I don't want. No, I want to learn swimming. And a lot of times I've seen parents link this with their investment. Oh, I've invested this much, and the child is not doing skating. I invested this much. But can we look at more of an experience the child has? The variety of experience also helps the child to grow. So I think all of it is part of the conversation. It's all about growing up. A lot of times when we lecture child, you forget what we did when we were children. We were never the ideal kids when we were growing up, but we want our kids to be ideal. So I think a lot of time the conversation and the space, the safe space that we create also allows child to fail and overcome, and that is very important as the person is growing up. And last point which I also want to highlight is a lot of times I've heard from parents, should we really support them? The world is so different. How will they cope up with the world? When the plant grows, you need to protect it in the initial times, right? And then it grows, it nurtures, and then it can take all the wind and storm that comes. You can't expect a small plant coming off a sapling to take care of a storm, and you are sitting quietly and saying that, why do I need to support? So I think we also have to experience this. As I said, to me, I think respect is the fundamental part which builds the communication.
That's so beautifully put, Amit, and I think that's because I'm aware we need to open it up for questions. So we thank you for sharing that, because that's such a beautiful metaphor that yes, you have to you have to nurture the plant, you have to give it water, you have to allow for sunlight, but then you have to let it grow. So thank you so much. We'll open it up for questions. Gentleman in the front.
Thank you so much. I am Ananta Kumar Giri from Chennai and Odisha. Now, so important that this therapy from an individualistic perspective to social therapy that our respected counselor has said. I would like to add also social and natural therapy. In these circles of conversations, how do we interweave nature in a very, very creative way? The second point is, in this, you all say that, yes, the child must be left to, to their own sense of problem and solutions. But what is important is also creating circles of co-learning. As the parents do not know everything, the children also do not know everything. So how do we create circle of co-learning in a sense of generational covenant and creativity, which includes generosity and a sense of generativity.
Shelja, would you? That I think the gentleman is asking that how do we create that sense of co-generativity? How do we help the children to also learn and know about that when they are taking care of themselves or they are looking at solutions, like he said, that parents don't know, but children don't know either. So how do we co-create that learning space?
I think I'll start by giving a metaphor because you talked about nature. So I will give you a metaphor of a nature. You know, there's a beautiful quote by a forester, an activist, Peter Wolleben from Germany. He's written this beautiful book called Hidden Life of Trees. And he talks about a tree is as strong as the forest that surrounds it. And I love that quote because if you see, when you enter a forest, it's like a buzzing hub of diversity and aliveness. And when we talk about co-learning or collaborative learning, then can you imagine how it would be if we take this metaphor to schools, where schools become hub of diversity, celebrating diversity, where each child, like Avira talked about, each child is different. Like in our organization, we say each child is wired and inspired differently. And if each child knows that I have my place in this forest, I contribute to the diversity in this forest, that's the philosophy, that's the foundation we go with, then so much of learning can happen. But for that, we really all have to believe in that. I hope that answered your question somewhere. It's a big question, but very important one.
I wanted to talk about the children of lesser God. My wife and I, we work with children in slums, in other schools, downtrodden schools, and they have the cell phone with them, they have access to information, but they cannot dream of IIT or getting into any of the top institutes or having that kind of a life. If you remember recently, there was a case of 6 students, youngsters, about 16 or 17, killing a person and taking it live on Instagram and making it go viral. Hundreds of cases happen like that. How would you address that issue? Because Avira, I know she will do well in life. She has access, she has exposure. The conversation should be for the bottom 80%. What can be done over there? Thank you.
So maybe I'll try to attempt to answer your question. Yes, Avira has a lot of privileges which maybe a lot of kids in the country will not have. Yet, there are many kids with the similar privileges who are undergoing a lot of mental health issues. Options are available, but options are not accessible because of the social taboo or stigma around it. So that's one part of the question. Second is, how do we then scale this to a larger issue? Because remember, professional help is time consuming and professional help is also expensive. So how do we create these centers which can provide this kind of support at a much larger scale is the question. So how do we take this conversation to smaller towns, to slums in our cities, to low-income area, and that is going to be, so do we need more professionals? How do we create professionals who can do it? Third is, how do we make sure that children get opportunity, which some of the children are able to get? And I think that's where we have seen a lot of other people coming out and providing this help. So I can give you one example from where I come from. We have something called Aravali Scholars Program, where a bunch of folks are helping high-performing kids with lower income strata and helping them mentor and guide them to crack IITs and engineering examinations. And a lot of them have done. But I think this is still at a very nascent scale. How do we create this at a much more larger scale is going to be key, and that requires some kind of policy prescription to answer this question.
Shelja, would you like to add to that?
I'd like to add to it because it's such an important question. I'll go back to, sir, if we go back to the metaphor that I used earlier, pollution, right? Now, either we can talk about how do we address individual problems, or we can actually zoom out and look at it collectively and see who are the most vulnerable children and young people. The children and young people who are most vulnerable are the ones who are living with poverty, who are living with caste-based violence or discrimination, who are being targeted because of religion or various other reasons, who have a disability. So many ways that, if you take the intersectional lens, the social injustices that happen in our society. And I think for that, for all these injustices, mental health is one lens. If we look at the larger budget of our country, health gets a certain percentage, mental health, I don't remember the exact, somebody might know, gets point something from the whole budget. So you can understand how mental health has it's amazing to have this audience here. It's only a place like Chennai that you can have an audience like this who will come together to have this conversation. Most other cities you will not. How important it is, and thanks to Hindu and Hindu Lit Fest to platform this. But this is a big question, that the most vulnerable are the ones who are most marginalized and most targeted. So it's a matter of something that has to be addressed at the center and the state level. And I wish all of us could do something. It requires a collective action. It requires, I like to say parenting is not an individualistic thing. It has to be, like Avira said, a collective responsibility. It's an act of solidarity where people come together and say, this is not just about my child, it's about every child. How do I honor every child, and how do I make this world a better place for every child? Yeah, so I don't think there's one or two people. I think it has to be a very big, significant change has to happen for that.
Yeah, one more question maybe.
Hi. So I don't have kids, but a part of me is terrified of bringing kids into the world after the smartphones have become a thing, right? The idea that a child of mine is going to be exposed to things that they definitely should not be exposed to at such a young age, and there's nothing I can do about it, is terrifying, because even if I make sure that they don't have a smartphone, they're going to go to school and all their classmates are going to have it anyway. And if they don't have it, they might even be isolated for, oh, you don't know about this new cool thing. So how does one ensure that their child stays protected while also not isolating them from their peers? That's something that's been on my mind for a very long time. Thank you.
So, thank you for asking that question, because I relate so deeply. I felt like injustice. How dare my dad not give me Instagram? Like, all my friends have it. And that's like a very 12-year-old, 13-year-old mindset to have. But you are very right that my friends have gotten strangers DMing them horrible pictures. My friends have been exposed to pornography at a really young age when they should not have been, when they're just using the internet on the daily. On YouTube Kids, my cousins have seen horrible stuff, which is supposed to be like this platform just for kids that's supposed to be like safeguarding them, but there's no moderation on it. And yeah, the internet is a really wild place right now, and I'm 16, I'm not a regulator or a lawmaker of any sort, but the main thing, again, I feel like we keep going back to this, is that I talk about all of these issues and all of the problems present. I'm aware of this stuff in the first place because I talk with my parents and I talk with my counselors and I talk with my teachers. The fact is that kids get exposed to this stuff out of the blue because they don't even know this stuff exists in the first place. They don't even know that the internet is such a dangerous place. They don't know about cyber hygiene and cyber security. But because I do, and I'm coming from a more informed perspective, it's not going to completely negate me from ever going through something like that, or not that it has. I have gotten horrible experiences on the internet as well. But I'm coming from a fact that, okay, if this happens, I need to tell a trusted adult immediately. Or okay, if this happens, I need to put an antivirus software, or whatever it is. There are ways to protect ourselves as adults, as children, and that starts with having conversations about it and talking about what those are, because if we don't know the issues, how are we going to solve them? Yeah.
I think we have one more question that we can take. Yeah? How about you in the front?
Yeah.
Sorry,
will help if you have the microphone. In the meanwhile, the lady here, you might want to just start. Thank you.
I am the lady who wanted to start.
Yes, please.
I think.
Yes, please.
So, Avira, you were mentioning that you didn't want to speak with your parents when, after you showed them the first PPT and they vetoed your request for the therapist. So, my question is, even in families where the children and the parents are close-knit, there may be phases or seasons where the child, as the gentleman put it, is growing up and doesn't know what he or she wants exactly. Same with the parents, because the parents don't have a guide as well. So are there any cues for parents to know that, their child needs support with mental health?
Shelja, maybe?
Yeah, I think most important thing for parents to do it. Now, parenting is really a very tricky job, yeah? I'm assuming you're not a parent, but you're curious about it, right?
No, I have 2 children.
Oh, you have 2 children, okay. Okay.
A lot younger than Avira, but yeah, I guess I will get there in a while.
And the reason I'm saying this is I was most confident about parenting. I did a lot of parenting workshops before I had my children. I was very confident about parenting. I knew what parenting was all about. I had my children and realized, oh goodness, this is tough, right? I think the most important thing as a parent is to realize that parenting is not about children, it's about us. It's about not children growing up, but for ourselves, that we are growing up also. It's about building that connect with the child and being present for that child then. It's very tough. Because especially if you have so many things happening in your life, being present there for the child is very difficult. And if I'm present for the child, I'm aware what's happening in the child, having these conversations that like Avira and Amit talked about, what's happening in school, being present, and keep creating that safe space at home where they can have these conversations. Anytime the child has anything that is troubling them, and they say, you know what, I don't have any friends in school. And for us to be able to listen to them without saying, it's your fault. Because parents get so troubled and immediately want to find a quick solution, right? So I think being present, connecting to the child, and accepting the child as he or she or they are, that I love you as you are, is one of the most important things.
Yeah. Thank you. And just a small point to add to that, I don't think it's necessary that you have to talk to them about every single one of their concerns. I don't tell my dad everything, but I always know that if I want to, I can. And that's the main distinction. That space should always be available. You should never not want to listen to them. That space should always be there. Now, whether they do tell you or not is separate, and I know it feels quite frustrating. My mom gets a bit like, just tell me what's going on. And I'm like, no, wait a bit. And then I'll come around a week later after I've sorted things out. I always end up telling her everything. But that space should always be there. Like, I know no matter what, no matter how ugly, if my dad will always be there for me, like to listen to whatever I have going on.
And then last 10 seconds. So there are a lot of other benefits that you get from this conversation. One of the benefits I have realized, I am now learning a new lingo of Gen Z. So last week I got an email from Avira saying that, a short email, I have a drama class, I will be late. And you know what was my response in the new lingo? Okay, go cook.
Like, to cook is like do well, like, oh, go do well. So you learned that from
Yeah, you might want to switch on the microphone, or can somebody check that, please? Thank you. He's been waiting. I'll come to you. Just give me a sec. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I am Srikantan. Thanks for a nice debate. It was highly informative. My only question is, during your conversation, you told that allow the children to file, let them file and learn from it and grow it. As per our Indian society, we want to be with them right from cradle to grave, till we reach the grave, that they don't mistake, at least they don't do the mistake which I did. they don't want to repeat it. Is there any mistake in that? Because it doesn't mean that we are always watching them, sitting on their neck. But at least they should not do the mistake which I did. I want to ensure that till my last day. So is it a mistake, or what is the society? What do you feel about it?
Amit, as a parent, would you maybe want to take that question? That does the fear of the mistakes that you have made and to stop Avira or just children in general to not make those mistakes?
It's a very good question. And obviously, I would want for Avira to not to commit the mistakes which I have done in the past, and maybe I want to give advice to her. But you also have to understand, sometimes you need people to make mistakes. Because the greatest learning that you get from making mistakes. Now, that does not make people should make grave mistakes. Because if you look at when a child starts to learn to walk, he or she will fall down a number of times, and then he or she learns to walk. So I think we also have to, and I've seen from a lot of parents that, I don't know, my child will make mistake. But he or she will make mistakes, that's part of growing up. What we have to make sure that they learn from our experiences, not repeat the same mistakes, but they might make some mistakes which we never did. So it's also important that there's a safe space for them to come to us, talk to us, maybe learn from our experience, and maybe sometimes frame their own new experiences. So yeah, that will be my answer.
Thank you. The lady in the white.
Yeah. So I think 99% of this room will be jealous of Avira because of the parents that she's got. Thank you both for being such a good example for everybody. My question is not rational like everybody else asked. We cannot box it up. But predominantly, many people of my generation, including me, we've been through bad parenting, victims of bad parenting. And there are two major things that are stemming out of it. One, I will never be a parent. Two, I will move out of my house and never see my parents' face again. So these two phrases I listen from each and every single friend of mine. And I think it's very wrong coming from a very young age that we all are in. They want to, because at the fag end of it, that shows how rigid Indian society and parents are in their mindsets and to accept the views of the child in itself. And also, it shakes or rattles the faith that children have in family and social systems in general. So how do people at the fag end of it who just can't communicate to the parents, how does this work in society in general?
Shelja, I think we are all looking at you to answer that one.
The question was, sorry, the last bit was?
That young people who have experience or had not had great experiences with their parenting, how do they move forward from that and not take that in as a reflection of themselves and how they are as adults? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think it's an ongoing process, right? It's a journey. I also like to you might not agree with me, but I would also say there's nothing like a bad parent or bad parenting, because I think every parent is trying to do the best they can with the skills and resources they have, right? And however, sometimes, yes, they mess up. And like, we were talking about, Amit and Avira were talking about mistakes. We make mistakes all the time. I've written a book on parenting. My first book was on parenting. I remember I was in a conversation with my daughter. I said something which I shouldn't have said. And she got upset with me, and she walked out of the room, and she slammed her door. She would have been around 12 at that time. And she was in a room, right? After some time, I realized I'd messed up big time. So I knocked on the door. I walk in, and there she is sitting with my book. The book is called All You Need Is Love. And I said, I knew what she was reading, but I sheepishly asked, what are you reading? And she said, a piece of fiction, So, that's how children are mirrors to us. We mess up all the time. And I think it's sometimes if parents that's as a family therapist, my role is when I work with parents is to have this conversation, ongoing conversation, opening up some of these ideas, because sometimes parents are just a matter of survival. They're not parenting intentionally, they are just surviving day to day. You know, especially families living in poverty, or there's a lot of pressures of different kinds that the families have to go through. So it's an ongoing process, and sometimes if parents are not ready for the communication, then the young person's journey to be able to forgive the parents, it might take a long time to be able to, I know I see that smile on your face, to forgive the parents and then intentionally move forward and say, okay, I had this experience, but what can I offer my child, which would be very different from the experiences I had. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Shelja. Unfortunately, we are not able to take more questions now. Thank you so much to those who did ask questions and to the audience in general. We would just like to close saying that a lot of what you heard today was conversations and why conversations are important, how they should happen. And hopefully this conversation starts little conversations in each of your homes, in each of your families, and you are able to co-create some collaborative conversations with what we were able to share today. So thank you very much.
Must say, Niharika must say that I think Ms. Shelja Sen ended with something around the lines of piece of fiction, but I must say what we witnessed here over the last hour or so was a piece of reality. It's just fantastic. It's one thing to have speakers, it's quite another to actually curate. Great to have a father and daughter speak so openly about everything, the challenges that almost every one of us face in our everyday life. And the Unquiet Minds is what the subject was, but such calm, collected questions and some calm, collected answers as well. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful panel. Thank you. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session. It's fairly straightforward as far as the title is concerned, but it could be a bit complicated in terms of how we get there. The title for the next session is India's Path to Development. That's the subject that we'll be discussing right next. And this again is a very, very special session, and it'll be sponsored by IOC Limited. Can we have the AV for IOCL, please?
What is speed? Do you ever see it? Or is it something you feel? Speed, it's relative. The more you speed up, the more the world slows down. And when you are fast enough, everything becomes still. That's when you see the world as it truly is. Servo Hypersport F5, when speed is your default.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together first up for Mr. Subramanian, who is a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. He served as the chief economic advisor to the government of India between 2014 and 2018. Lovely, thank you so much, Mr. Subramanian, for being a part of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Devesh Kapoor. Devesh Kapoor is a Star Foundation Professor of South Asia Studies at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced Studies. There we have him, lovely. He's also held appointments at the Brookings Institute, Harvard University, and University of Pennsylvania. Right, obviously, as far as Mr. Subramanian is concerned, Eclipse, Living in the Share of China's Economic Dominance, sold over 130,000 copies and was translated into 4 languages. And as far as Mr. Devesh Kapoor is concerned, A Sixth Humanity, Independent India's Development Odyssey, has been co-authored with Mr. Subramanian there. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Narendra Pani, who is the J.R.D. Tara Chair Visiting Professor at the National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bengaluru. Active in both academia and media, he's researched a range of issues from agrarian distress to urbanization. His books include Inclusive Economics, Gandhian Method, and Contemporary Policy, and The City as Action, Retheorizing Urban Studies. Over to you, Chandan.
Good afternoon. We are here today, two distinguished economists who have written from a perspective of policy. The tradition of writing about policy by people who are connected very closely with policy is an old one in India. It goes back at least to the years soon after independence, where you had the Malnobis model, now more popularly known as Nehruvian economics, which pushed forward the idea of industrialize or perish, using the state as an instrument in that. That was, you had an alternative view at the time, which led to the work of Dandekar and Rath on poverty in India, which was much more grounded, less theoretical perhaps, but has survived over 70 years. And later you had equally critical and perhaps contentious debates between the welfareism of Amartya Sen and the kind of free trade economics of Jagdish Bhagwati. Underlying theme in all these kind of writing about policy has been a different concept of development, which... Okay. I said an underlying theme, and I was just looking at the various ways in which policymakers have looked at policy. And the underlying theme in that thinking has been one of, that the concept of development has been quite different in some sense, and as well as the way to get there. So I thought, given the fact that one of you at least has been involved directly in government, as well as the other has been a very close observer of government and policy, perhaps we could begin by asking what exactly is the concept of development in this book, because you're writing about India's development odyssey. What is your concept of development in it?
Yeah, I think the question is, what is our concept of development more broadly? Yeah. First of all, I think authors should never overpromise or overclaim. This is not a theoretical book about development. This is not about development theory or some abstract notion of development. For example, development as freedom by Amartya Sen, or development as capabilities. So all of this, we deal with this, but there's no theory of development per se. In part, that's because our approach to this book, Devesh and I approach to this book, is that although we all have priors, we didn't want to embark on this journey with strong priors, and then look for the data to validate our priors. As we say, this is very much a book where the data drives the argument rather than the argument looking for corroborative data. But that being said, we do have an overarching framework of development, which is in fact why we wrote the book. Devesh is a political scientist who's done some excellent work on the Indian state, for example, amongst other things. I've worked on more economic growth and economic policy, and we came together precisely because we said development is much broader than just economic development or some narrow outcome or the other. For us, development is, especially for a country in 1947 that embarked on this really remarkable and difficult odyssey, our theory is development is about how India had to reconfigure the colonial state into a development state, so changing the state, how this hierarchical and ossified society had to be transformed, how the early visionaries had to build a sense of nationhood. Who is an Indian and what do we share? Building a nation. And number 4, of course, creating markets and economics. So a theory of development or a framework for development is building a state, nation, society, markets, and all this had to be done in the very unique journey path via universal franchise-based democratic politics from day one, unlike other countries where democracy came much later. So that's our framework for development, which we use in the book.
Yeah, that framework, if we can stay with the framework just for a minute before going on to your what you read from the data that you have studied in great detail. It's a remarkably detailed data analysis, and I think even people who disagree with you will go back to the book repeatedly just because of the kind of depth and detail that is there. But when you're looking at, though you're looking at it in a very broad sense, the question that comes up is that you do have occasional things into concepts. And for instance, your idea of the Gandhi roles, concept of development, etc. Now this is new in the sense that it doesn't, not just because of something that's different, but because it doesn't fit into the common perception of Gandhi's concept of development being anti-development. So would you mind just telling us a little more about that as to, and whether you would have gone further with it? Because I think at some point, you're looking at a commonality between Rawls' difference principle, that is, looking at the condition of the worst off, and Gandhi's idea of the talisman, which does the same thing. But would you have considered going beyond that to develop a development theory if the book was more theoretical? Or would you still have stayed away from that?
No, we would not have gone further because we don't believe that's our comparative advantage. Right. In that spirit in which you said, what we look at is the different type of inequalities in Indian society going further than poverty, and that unlike in the West where one usually thinks of inequality in terms of income, wealth, consumption, we wanted to look at how inequalities have fared across India's major social cleavages. And that we know is, of course, caste, region, religion, and gender. So we look at that in sort of detail to see how these are fed, and of course, the India's tribal populations. And we show that overall, empirically, in the past 7 decades, if you take Hindu upper caste as the criteria or as the yardstick, there is gradual convergence. It doesn't mean it has converged, but the trend from the OBCs and the Dalits. However, that is not the case in the case of India's Muslim population and the Adivasi or the tribal population of central India. So what we bring out is, as you said, our focus is on the empirical part, and where these concepts are sort of brought out, but we don't focus as much on the theoretical concepts per se.
So let's be a little bit controversial here, you know. So it's very clear that, you know, the Hindu and Frontline have a certain, you know, let's say affinity for a certain kind of perspective on the world. So when you mentioned Jagdish Bhagwati and Amartya Sen, and you're really pushing us in the direction of the Amartya Sen perspective on development, about human capability and inequality and so on. And Devesh touched upon how we look at the different kinds of inequality, not just along income lines and all of this. But going back to this fundamental, you know, Bhagwati versus Sen kind of framework, just for those who may not be, just to clarify it, Amartya Sen, of course, and Bhagwati are India's 2 greatest economists. Amartya Sen very much believes that, you know, economic development is about human capability, about, you know, social justice, social welfare and so on. And Jagdish Bhagwati is kind of in the school where efficiency and growth should be emphasized, as it were. So we're pretty unapologetic in the book about saying, in this debate between Sen and Bhagwati, they were both wrong. Because in India, economic growth changed everything about India. So we're kind of very fairly unapologetic about saying is that even if you want human capability, even if you want to, even if you want to address the Gandhi-Rawls transformation, economic growth was actually everything. So let me just give you two instances where we think, both of them were inadequate. We use the word Gandhi-Rawls transformation because both Gandhi and Rawls wanted to emphasize the poorest in society, which we took as poverty, how well we do under poverty. It turns out that in the first 30 years under socialism, poverty was high and stagnant at about 60%. And all the reductions, dramatic reductions in poverty happened between 1980 and 2012 in the period of rapid economic growth. Now come to human capability, the Amartya Sen kind of obsession, justifiable obsession. We show, for example, in the first 30 years, educational attainment was abysmal in India. It improved over time for many reasons, but one of them was because economic growth provided the resources for the state to spend more on education, and economic growth also led parents to demand more education for their children, and if they could not obtain it from the public system, they went to private schools. So really, even human capability was transformed by economic growth. So these are just two examples of, where we say the two great men were both inadequate.
Yeah. But when you look at, would you like to add to that? But when you look at the same argument as about the first 30 years, and I think you have an interesting classification because you look at the 80s as a separate era, which is a break from the normal tradition which takes the entire period till 91. But when you look at that period, you get the impression sometimes that the first 30 years did not have any impact on the other years. So is there a possibility that you're underestimating whatever groundwork was done during those 30 years?
I would disagree with that. I think we make it very clear that one of the most fundamental achievements of the first 30 years was how India achieved nation building without mass violence. I think we tend to forget in human history just how much state and nation building, it doesn't matter which country you look at, how much bloodshed accompanies state and nation building. If you look at the US Civil War, 2% of the population is killed. If you apply that to India, that would be 30 million people. The People's Republic of China was formed around the same time that India became independent. In the next quarter century, 40 to 50 million people were killed in China. And what we argue was that the universal franchise was a key instrument of sort of nation building. India did not use the idea of a single religion or single state as was done in much of the West and other parts of the world. Instead, it chose a unique and distinctive path. And then it chose certain policies which we argue had negative consequences. For instance, we show just how much India bled red ink on state-owned enterprises, just how expensive it was, the very high opportunity cost. So there's always this mixed picture because look around the world. Look at other large systems. The Soviet Union, it broke apart. Yugoslavia, it broke apart. Our neighbor, Pakistan, it broke apart. Sudan, it broke apart. Large countries, we should recognize how hard it is to maintain nation building and state building. And that, I think, was a phenomenal achievement.
So just to add to what Devesh said, among the many early choices that were made, nation building, not basing the nation on a single religion or ethnicity or so on. But the other very unusual choice that India made, which people don't realize, it comes across in a comparative context, is this affirmative action for hitherto disadvantaged minorities. No country actually did that anywhere in the world, and that's important to note. So, for example, the whole reservations, both in political representation and in education, which India initially granted for the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, which of course have increased over time. If you look around the world, for example, South Africa, it also gave affirmative action, but for its majority. Similarly, Malaysia did it for the Bhumiputra strategy, did it for its majority. Sri Lanka favored the Sinhala-speaking Buddhist. Similarly, Pakistan. So India not only was not based on any one language, religion, etc., but also it did favor disadvantaged minorities in a way that was unique around the world. Of course, we can talk about how it evolved over time, whether it's right or wrong, but that choice at that time was pretty historic. Yeah. So when you say, coming to the second part of your question, when you say nothing carries over, I think. Maybe it's a deficiency of the book, but I do think, because we end the book actually by saying that these great achievements of the early years, we risk squandering today, and that would be fatal for India as a country and democracy. And sorry, one last point, which Devesh always emphasizes, is that part of democracy is not just about elections, it's about a democratic sensibility, which is accommodation, compromise, inclusion, and so on. So that sensibility we are at risk of losing, and that was one of the great achievements of that era.
But as you just clarified, it's the whole process of having democracy before development. It gave us benefits in terms of a nation, in terms of the non-economic aspects. But do you think that you paid an economic price for that?
Yes, I think we should be very clear-eyed that democracy doesn't come without costs. And we emphasize one in the early years. So basically India's largely failure at sort of land reform. No democracy has undertaken land reform successfully, period. Land reform has occurred under revolutionary regimes. It's occurred by authoritarian regimes. Land reform occurred in Japan and Korea because of US occupation forces, which imposed a fiat. Democracies it is very, very hard. And we know that in the early decades, land was a state subject. The Congress was beholden to local landed elites. And so, other than the zamindari system, by and large, we know that the outcomes were meager. And that's a price you paid, because the democracies cannot do radical reforms. By nature, you will get more gradual reforms. A second price that we pay, and which we argue increasingly paying, is corruption. We know you cannot have, there's no democracy without elections. There are no elections without money. And we now have more competitive elections, more frequent elections. The average time between elections was 5 years in the 50s and 60s. Now it's 1.2 years. You pay a price in terms of the horizons politicians have. They're unwilling to undertake reforms where the payoff is over several years, like administrative reforms. And we know that a huge story behind corruption is the money needed to fight elections. So these are real costs, and we should not be shy about acknowledging.
So another, because by the way, the metaphor we use for democracy, for giving and taking, we say, there's a famous line in that Hindi movie, liquid oxygen, right? Liquid is a jeene nahi deta, oxygen is a marne nahi deta. So, the whole democracy is giving and taking. The one other big cost or manifestation is what we call the Kamadhenu fiscal state. If you look at the government deficit in India since 1991, it is the highest amongst comparable emerging market countries, Brazil, Turkey, Mexico, Argentina, South Africa, China, whatever, all these countries. India has had the highest fiscal deficit. And this came as a surprise to us. Almost 10% of GDP every year. Now, why did it happen? Our argument in the book is that the Indian state was like Kamadhenu, the bovine goddess of mythology, generously, over-generously, indiscriminately giving to all manner of, vested interests in India. So the beauty about Indian democracy is not that, the state and are captured by, particular interests. That may be true too. But that the beauty of democracy is that almost everyone has a claim to the state. And so if you look at the tax side, vastly undertaxed, every group is exempt from taxation. And on the subsidy side, almost every group is favored by the central government, state governments, and local governments. So we have a situation where all the clamor is accommodated by India's precocious democracy, and we've ended up with a fiscal state that's very, very vulnerable. The big manifestation of this is that how much of our budget we spend on interest as opposed to, which crowds out spending on development expenditure and defense expenditure and so on. So the Indian Kamadhenu fiscal state is very much also one of the downsides of India's precocious democracy.
The coming of democracy before development, you just referred to it as precocious, but you use the term precocious to refer to other patterns that have emerged in India as well. So first, if you could talk about what you mean by precocious very precisely, and what are the other patterns, and are they related to the choice of democracy, or did they occur independently?
So should I take the economic one? Yeah. So we use the term precocious to mean, unusual or irregular sequencing, whether it be politics, economics, or policy choices, and where the irregularness or the unusualness is in comparison to other countries. So we have a benchmark because we have a very comparative perspective in the book. Devesh will speak about the democracy before development. The economic manifestation, of course, we all know, which is most successful countries go from doing agriculture, then they do manufacturing, and then they do services. That's the normal sequence of successful development, especially East Asia most famously, but also Western Europe. India has gone from, agriculture, very little formal manufacturing, and a lot of IT services very prematurely, as it were. No country as poor as India has any business doing so much software, et cetera, et cetera. But now there is an, just be very briefly, there's an international dimension to this precociousness, which is that we export our high-skilled talent through emigration, right? And we shortchange, because we did not do manufacturing enough. We did not provide enough formal sector jobs for tens and hundreds of millions of the Indian labor force. So there was a cost to this economic precociousness, not doing labor-intensive manufacturing, which means not providing employment opportunities for women, because labor-intensive manufacturing is female labor-intensive. So that shortchanging in terms of not providing enough employment opportunities is one of the downsides of the economic precociousness that we had.
So I think there were two other elements of this precociousness. One, we tried to build a welfare state without first laying a strong foundation of public goods. Almost everywhere else, by public goods we mean primary education, public health, which are roads, public infrastructure. Almost all developed countries, if you see in the path, welfare comes much later in the economic development story. You first lay a foundation of public goods. And even today, we have a weak foundation of public goods, and we continue to add more and more welfare without strengthening that base. Now, in terms of the political choice, the precociousness, we show how much India was an outlier at the extreme low levels of income and education, and at which it gave universal franchise. And how much it was an outlier in that it gave both men and women franchise at the same time. In most countries, there's a big gap between men and women. And remember, at the time of independence, India was a massively patriarchal society. Not that it is not so now, but it was much more so then. And so these were very unusual choices made at that time. And then, of course, the book examines the consequences of those choices.
So just one last point. You did ask whether, some of the other precociousness was due to democracy. I just will say, we'll just give one example. So in the first 30 years, what you call the socialist era, Nehruvian economics, some of the things we did because most countries around the world were doing, like planning, for example, building up a public sector, shutting ourselves off from foreign competition. But we did something very unusual which no other country did, that when countries shut themselves off from foreign competition, they did that in order to favor domestic entrepreneurship, give them some space. That's why you protect. But we turned around and stifled and stymied the domestic private sector with all kinds of controls and licenses. Now, that choice of actually, crushing the domestic private sector, which actually had a major impact in that period and thereafter, had actually very little to do with democracy. It was just a kind of ideological choice, contingent choice, because we felt that, we didn't want capital to become too big. So that choice was not due to democracy, but then, as Devesh said, the land reform perhaps was because, of democracy and how the Congress party was set up.
But when you talk about stopping the private sector, the impression we get, probably I'm misreading the book, but the impression you get is it's because it was an inward-looking policy, that we're looking inwards. But now we have, since 1991, been fairly outward-looking, but our manufacturing hasn't recovered. It's still growing very, very slowly. So how much of a weightage would you give to the policy makers then, or are there more structural or more serious problems involved?
Yeah, so I think that, so one of the puzzles we pose in the book is the following, that after 1991, India grew very rapidly. Our growth rate was amongst the top 5 in the world, right? Second, what people don't recognize enough is that was a period where our trade also grew very rapidly, amongst the highest in the world. So just to give one statistic which people might not fully recognize, between 1995 and about 2010, for about 25 years, or 25 years, India's manufacturing growth, not services, which we did, which everyone knows, manufacturing growth was the 3rd highest in the world, right? However, and this comes to your question, that manufacturing growth was not labor-intensive manufacturing growth. So we devote a whole chapter to asking why that's the case. Because as you rightly said, not only did we grow, but we also abandoned many of those policies that had stymied the private sector. And this is a very complicated answer that we give a fivefold. I think, let me just mention one. One is that we still have a highly over-regulated state in India, and it impacts on size. Because to be competitive in manufacturing, you have to have very big plants, especially today. If you want to compete against China, you have to have factories that employ 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people. And something about our politics and our regulatory environment has not allowed really firms to become very big. And we call that midgets making widgets. Now, the one exception, the good news is that in Tamil Nadu in the last 4 or 5 years, we actually have factories that are now employing enough people that can make us competitive in the rest of the world. This is Tamil pride. I'm stoking Tamil pride here. But that's one of the reasons. But we give other explanations. In fact, there's one very important explanation which I want Devesh to.
So, the usual things about why manufacturing continues to struggle is that we didn't do reforms in factor markets, land, labor, and electricity. We show that manufacturing in India today, because of the massive subsidies to farmers and households, continues to pay twice the world average prices. So you've already stymied it. But much of the work on sort of labor-related issues, it focuses on labor regulations, etc. We point to something else, which is the severe distortions due to the nature of government labor markets. As some of you know, most government employees are in what is now called Group C. There was a Group D earlier, but the vast bulk. Group C workers are paid 4-5 times as much of what, with their skills, you would get in the private sector. It sets an upward push on wages because, as we know, tens of millions of young Indians take government exam after exam trying to get into a government, and they spend some of the best years of their lives and they waste away, even though the probability that a young person will get a government job is less than 1%. They just aren't jobs, they will never be jobs. Anyone who thinks otherwise, it's complete delusion. But what that does is that I would rather win that lottery of getting a government job, but I will not work in a manufacturing enterprise where, of course, for those skills, your wages will be much lower. So there's a severe distortion because of the nature of the government labor market. That's something I think that's fairly new that we point out.
I know you looked at this whole thing of a higher price, but I could just take a contrarian, just for argument, that in your book you do point out that there has been state investments that have paid off, like in the IITs and in other similar levels. Now, the question is that these people who took those, the benefits of the IIT, it's one thing for the state to invest, but you also need the students or people who can send their children to IITs. That was created by the government jobs in some sense. The entire trade union movement created the high-wage workers who were able to send their children to these things and create our technical manpower. So would you discount that process, or would you think it would have happened anyway?
The single biggest contribution that many of our early IITs made is to the economy of the United States, not to India. Let's be very clear. So, as some of you know, MIT was the partner for creating IIT Kanpur. 10 years after MIT was involved in IIT Kanpur, and MIT was involved in 2 Indian institutions for engineering education, BITS Pilani, the private one, and IIT Kanpur. They did a review 10 years after, and they found that IIT Kanpur's education standards were absolutely world-class. And they had a nice line. They said, it is said, when a student first enters the gates of IIT Kanpur, his soul already ascends to the United States. BITS Pilani, they said, has done well, but not the way IIT Kanpur has. But far more of BITS Pilani's graduates stayed behind in India and built Indian institutions. So they posed the question, where did we succeed more? For the United States, IIT Kanpur was much bigger success. But for India, and look at the impact of IIT Kanpur on Kanpur. It's completely negligible, right? Look at the impact of IIT Kanpur in the US. So I think the puzzle we have is not that India should not have invested, but that, for instance, it never asked the question that if the public exchequer is spending so much in training you, fine, if you leave the country, as in a democracy, you should have that right. I mean, I went to one of these. But should you need to repay the public exchequer back? So there was no quid pro quo. And that has been a very unfortunate thing.
I think there's a, just to add to one thing, there's a kind of underbelly to this IIT, which is different, which is that, you know, these are all great institutes of higher education. And as Devesh was saying, you know, they ascend to the US before they descend to India, as it were. But all that at least would have been partly compensated had these become centers of world-class research as well. So they were not really research centers either, which then benefited the rest of the Indian economy. They just became places where you got the best talent, you can change their soul and their accent maybe, and ship them off to the United States.
Well, just, this is not in your book, but just to continue the conversation, and I think I just like your view on this. Did that occur because you did have a research tradition in science in India, and the Institute of Science, you had C.V. Raman, and even in Calcutta you had J.C. Bose, etc. But did this occur because you shifted from science to technology? You shifted the focus of your attention from science to technology? Was that a source of the problem?
I mean, look, this is a longer conversation, but basically starting from the late 50s, essentially we began to destroy our universities. I mean, if you read the commission of report, I mean, we read about 3,000 of these reports on sort of BHU or on the central universities. So by the 60s, 70s, the universities, good universities of North India, Patna, BHU, Lucknow University, all of them got completely undermined by student politics, political interference. Then 70s onwards, the great universities of West Bengal, Maharashtra, Bombay University is a shadow of what it used to be. MS University, Baroda. So in part, science education was a lot in the universities. The fact that the IITs provided a very good education, exams are held on time, the basics of what a university ought to do, is the failure of the universities as much as the success of the IITs that contributes like to the shift.
So there is a basis for people moving out, as you said, that people start thinking out. Now, if there's a continuous flow of talent, in fact, you list that as one of your precociousness, a case of precociousness, where we're exporting talent rather. Now, if there's a continuous flow of talent, can you be sure money won't follow through?
So sorry?
Money won't flow out, because if you have IIT people setting up institutions here, they might also start investing abroad. And now we are seeing, I think last year, your FDIs from India almost match the FDIs into India.
I think that's less of the, I mean, we know there is a flow of capital outside India, you know, et cetera, that millionaires are sort of leaving India. They're also leaving China, et cetera, and that's a variety of reasons. No, I think, I mean, it's a larger story of how India thinks about talent. And in the way that returning, remember, from the 30s to the very idea of IIT, if you want to know how it came about, when at the time of independence, we began to think about engineering and technology education, the example, the model was going to be Imperial College in sort of London, because of course we were heavily influenced by sort of British engineering. It so happened that 2 Gujaratis had been sent to study engineering in MIT in the 1930s. They had come back and they pointed out that the model of engineering should be MIT. they were influential in shaping and reshaping the model. And then, of course, US aid and so on and so forth. Now, the sad part was not that we build the IITs. The sad part was how we destroyed and undermined the existing universities that had been built up in the first half of the 20th century. And public universities got so politicized. I mean, in our work, I think no political party genuinely cares or understands about higher education other than the physical part.
So just, there were two other dimensions to, I think we should, when we talk about emigration of people, we should not just, focus on the emigration of talent, because we also have large-scale outflows of relatively unskilled labor as well. And of course, the one remarkable success story in India is, as I say, there's one state in the world, one geography in the world, for which there's no international counterpart, which is a geography that does no agriculture, that does no manufacturing, that does no services, and yet is a shining development success, which is Kerala. Because Kerala has basically, sent all the, labor abroad, and which is something which needs to be mentioned. For this going abroad, remittances come back, remittances come back, and that's contributed to Kerala's success as well.
Yeah, of course, the Kerala remittances is linked to the story that the countries they are migrating to, at least in the first phase, don't allow them to become citizens there. So that's also part of the story. We need to go to the audience, but I can't resist one last question. One of the critical things that you bring out in your book, which favors a free market by and large, is that you also point out, you spend a lot of spirit, I would say, more than time, pointing out the extent to which the policy that emerged in the 50s was because of the conditions of the time, the success of the Soviet Union and the various elements. So if I were to use that in the current situation, how much of our policies today are based on the mood of the time? How much of our free market kind of policies that we have, or liberalization, is to the mood of the time? Or can we see a book 10, 20 years from now saying, that was wrong, but it went with the mood of the time?
So, okay, yeah. Huh? Yeah. So I think, as you said, in the 50s, we see the tragedy, or one of the maybe the shortcomings, is that we did in the 50s what many countries did. But remember, not all countries in the 50s did what we looked at. For example, famously, the East Asians followed a very different model. And maybe part of the problem is that our leaders' gaze was always looking westward and to Russia and to China, and not enough on this. I think there's also no doubt that after 91, that the turn to markets, as it were, in India, was reflected the zeitgeist of the time. Of course, we had a crisis which triggered it, but there was an underlying feeling that, especially when China, remember that for a long time, when Indians were told about the East Asian success, we always said somewhat condescendingly, but these are all small countries, right? We are a big country, it doesn't apply to us. But when China decisively turned towards markets and so on, and the world shifted as well, and I think we also shifted in line. I think it's also true that after the global financial crisis and so on, India has also returned to protectionism since about 2017-18, and also turned to industrial policy, promoting national champions and so on. So, and the rest of the world also, this is consistent with what's happening in the rest of the world as well. Of course, there are differences. Most famously, for example, when we promote national champions, we think that's what happened in Korea, but our national champions are, in the Korean case, when they promoted the national champions, they were told, you will get favors from the state, but you will be subject to the discipline of becoming competitive and having to export. India's national champions, the two A's, for example, they operate mostly in, non-regulated, non-traded sectors where it's not obvious that they are doing the counterpart. They're getting the favors, but are they doing the counterpart being, globally competitive is an open question.
I think one of the, all countries, especially development, are shaped by ideas. And of course, you look at ideas of which countries are successful, which are not, as you should. But I think, as Arvind said, our gaze has always been because our elites are much more educated in the West, so your gaze is naturally there. Much less so in the East. Very few of our elites know Japanese or Korean or Chinese.
Or Taiwanese.
And the fact that how little understanding we have of China, which is by far the most outstanding development success in so many different ways, because hardly anyone speaks Chinese, we don't ever read their material, and whenever we see it being successful, we are dismissed. Well, they are a communist country. If only we were authoritarian, we could do, which is simply not the case. So I think we don't do the hard work of understanding all the hard work that it takes to achieve real success, as was the case with East Asia.
We have time for just 3 questions from the audience. So could, if you can get the mic across.
Hello. Over at the top, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi. So you had mentioned about us leapfrogging from agriculture to services, kind of bypassing manufacturing. But I just want to ask, in this scenario where technology is kind of exploding, is it possible for such kind of a large-scale employment in manufacturing possible? And do you see some kind of a universal basic income as kind of a solution for that? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. If you can have 3 questions and get a common answer.
Yeah, the second question, I think they want all the 3 questions together so that they can answer.
Check. Sir, here, sir. Straight.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. First of all, before I could ask my question, I teach economics. I have been reading the economic survey for the last 10 years. The economic surveys which Mr. Aravind Subramanian wrote was the best ones, and your successes weren't that impressive. And I wanted to compliment that. And my question is, this is a just simple question, sir. I just want both the panelists to answer. What are all the 3 things which hampers the development of India from now to the next 25 years? And what 3 policy changes? So keep it simple, sir. No need to elaborate. I know it's a large answer, but keep it short and just give it in a pointers. 3 things which hampers, 3 policy changes needed.
Okay.
Quite like that, actually. Yeah, one more.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sir, I'm Subramanian. My question is relating to freebies. You know that all the political parties are offering freebies to the underprivileged communities of our country. But my question is whether these freebies have been translated into, or how much part of it has been translated into development and the growth of our country. This is my question, sir.
Okay, I think.
There's a lady there, yeah. Excuse me. Last question for the lady there, right?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here.
No, here.
Yeah, the lady is what they're pointing out to, yeah. Do you want to just check your mic once?
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, all. So you mentioned about the fiscal deficit being at 10% for India, and this is a serious concern. So what are the measures would you recommend now that we are staring at a concerning figure? Because this is a similar theme that played out in US politics as well, where the fiscal deficit is roofing at seriously concerning figures. So would you recommend something like austerity measures? But again, that comes with the downside of how Europe is looking in terms of the global development. So that would be great if you can add your insights.
Thank you.
So do you take the do no harm question? I'll do that, and you do the do no harm. Okay, the first question, all great questions, by the way. The first question, so the question is the manufacturing model valid going forward? Because, as he rightly says, robots, for example, will actually even make labor-intensive manufacturing, even less labor-intensive manufacturing. So it's a great question. The answer to that is in the simple numbers. China today accounts for about 50% of the global exports in low-skill goods. That is apparel, textiles, footwear, toys, electronics, and so on. 50%. Our share is 3%. So our 3% will never become even 25%. But if the 3% becomes even 12, 13, 14%, and even accounting for that the 12%, 15% will not provide enough jobs as in the past, you will still get a lot of employment, which is worth having. So we should not give up on unskilled manufacturing, because China's 50 has to go down, and ours 3, if it can go up, there will still be a lot of jobs. On the fiscal deficit question, I think in some ways it's related to the other question as well. There is no doubt that we are vulnerable from this fiscal situation, and we are able to sustain it because we are a reasonably rapidly growing economy. So the debt that we have seems to be sustainable, but if the growth slows down, we need to. So I think absolutely we need to, start slowly. Nothing in India can be done radically. We don't need any hard austerity measures, but both at the center and at the states, there should be a slow reduction in the deficit, especially in all these, welfare type cash transfer schemes, which kind of up to a point they're good, but beyond a point, I think they do, compromise our fiscal situation in a way that could prove to be dangerous in the future.
So, we are usually always asked for some recommendations, what should India do? Before we wrote this book, we wrote a slim book on what should India do. It was 100 pages, and we tore it up. When we wrote this book, as I said, we read about 3,000 plus official government reports, and it's remarkable actually how self-reflective the Indian state has been, even occasionally self-flagellating, but very rarely self-correcting. Nothing that we have to say has not been said. You should improve your education, you should reduce corruption. All of us know this. The last chapter of a 750-page book is about 5 pages, looking in the future, and we give just one recommendation, which is a sort of a Hippocratic oath, do no harm. I think we don't recognize how fragile nation and states can be. Look at the Soviet Union, the superpower of the world. Within a year, it had gone. And so we point out that, look, we use the example of air pollution in Delhi. For 40 years, that problem has gone on, massively detrimental to the health of children, adults. Everyone knows that. And India's power elite lives in Delhi and has been unable to address the very problem which even they can't escape. So we use that to say that, look, many of the challenges we face, whether on agriculture or manufacturing or electricity or education, many of these require a strong cooperative federalism where the center alone cannot solve them, the states alone can't solve them. You need a healthy compromise, a healthy way of thinking together of these systems. You also need, what we point out, that many of the public goods challenges, whether it's learning, poor learning outcomes, or the problem of garbage or solid waste management. It requires these are goods that are co-produced between the state and society. And so it is not a thing where it can be a complete top-down thing. If you don't have the spirit of compromise or working together, it doesn't matter what the challenge is, you will find it very hard to address it.
So just to add one last thing is that I think fundamentally we need more trust between the center and the states. And that is, at the heart of cooperative federalism because all our challenges. And one of the dangers we risk now in the current environment is over-centralization, over whatever, which threatens this, deep, deep sense of trust, which is absolutely critical to anything we need to do going forward.
Thank you very much, Devesh Kapoor and Arvind Subramanian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Arvind Subramanian. Thank you so much, Mr. Devesh Kapoor. And thank you so much, Mr. Narendra Pani. Lovely. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you. Just a quick reminder that the authors will be available at the Authors Lounge to sign the books. That's just outside, just in case you haven't realized it just yet. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session of Day 1 of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. It's session number 7. It's Days and Nights at Morisaki Bookshop. That's the session that is coming up. It's captured the imagination of a lot of people across the globe, and we should be having a fascinating conversation with the author himself. But before we do that, I think it's important to thank the sponsors, especially of this particular section. This is sponsored by Citizen. Can we have the AV, please? All right, then, if we are just about settling down, ladies and gentlemen, please do settle down as fast as possible because we are running behind schedule as well, and we would want to get started with the next of those sessions. Please put your hands together for Mr. Satoshi Yagisawa, please, who's a Japanese author who made his literary debut in the year 2010 with Days at the Morisaki Bookshop. The novel was adapted into a film, and the sequel, More Days at the Morisaki Bookshop, was published in 2011. The series has received translation offers in over 50 languages and gained international acclaim. In 2024, the English translation by Eric Ozawa was shortlisted for the British Book Awards debut Fiction Book of the Year. His other works include the Cafe Torunka series and Living With You. Lover of coffee and cats, he enjoys playing guitar in his spare time. To have this conversation, we've got Rachna Singh Davidar. Please put your hands together for her. Is the festival director of the Hindus Literature Festival, Lit for Life, and a director of Aleph Book Company, an award-winning literary publishing firm based in New Delhi. And thank you so much, Lynette Davis, who has kindly consented to be the translator for this particular session. Rachna, you'll have 40 minutes to have a conversation, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. Over to you.
Yeah. Welcome to our festival, Yagisawa-san. It's great to have you with us. Let me start with a question that's obvious, but one that has intrigued me. You obviously have a love for used bookstores. Was the Morisaki bookstop based on an actual bookstore?
そうですね、この森崎、その前にまず本日はお呼びいただいてありがとうございます。皆さんも来ていただいてありがとうございます。
Firstly, I'm very glad to be here and thank you all for coming today.
それでですね、質問にお答えしますと、森崎書店というのはもともと神保町にあるというの設定ですけども、これはあくまで架空のお店であって、ただすごくポイントにあるのは、この神保町にいかにもありそうなお店というのがとてもポイントになっていて、お読みいただくと、その森崎書店が、神保町の中に本当にあるように、浮かんでくるのを、目指してこう書いたという感じですね。なるほど、はい、神保町に森崎書店は神保町に本当にはないんだけども、まるであたかも本当にあるかのように、書いてますと。それを読んでもらった人がリアルに感じてもらうのが大事で、それが嬉しいと。
So, the Morisaki bookshop does not exist in Jimbocho, but there's a lot of old second-hand bookshops in Jimbocho, and Morisaki bookshop is not exactly based on one of them, but he wants you to feel like it is part of Jimbocho.
So the Murasaki bookshop saves the lives of 3 of its characters, main characters. That's Soturo, the proprietor of the Murasaki bookshop, Takako, his niece, and Momoku, his wife. Let's start with Soturo. How does the bookshop save Soturo's life and give back some meaning to his life?
悟という人物はですね、割と悩みの多い人物として描かれていて、特に若い頃は、自分がどういう何者であるかを非常に迷って散々世界中を旅して、回って自分の存在を確かめようとして生きてきたんですけれども、それがですね、皮肉なことに、自分がとても大事だと思っている場所がですね、すごくとても身近な場所、自分の実家というところにあったというのがこのお話のポイントでですね、これはちょっと皮肉でもあるんですけども、自分の人生というものの、割とよくあることと考えてまして、実は大切なものって身近なところにあるんじゃないかと、そういうメッセージがここには込められています。聞こえにくい。声が聞こえていい。どうしようかな。
So you can just translate the best you can?
聞き取れない。マイクなしで喋る。どうしようかな。結構質問複雑だからね。もうちょっと端的に答えれば聞こえますか？はい、ちょっとゆっくり話して。わかりました。じゃあそうします。切ってお話します。すみません、お話続けます。悟という人物は、少し悩みの深い人物で、若い頃は、散々旅に出て自分が何者かを探して、いたんですけれども、ここまでいいですか？
はい。So Satoru is a very lost person, and as a young person, he wanted to find himself. So that's the start of it. He's going to continue. Yes.
でもその悟が実は、自分の居場所として見つけるのが、とても身近な場所、自分の家である森崎書店にたどり着くんですね。これはかなり皮肉な話でもあるんですけど、人生では割と起こり得るとても身近なものが実はすごく大切だったという皮肉も少しここにはメッセージとして込められています。
最後のも So it might be a little ironic that Satoru has to go around the world to find himself. And after searching for himself around the world, he ends up at the place he started. Okay, sorry.
After Tatako has a terrible breakup with her boyfriend, her uncle Satoru invites her to come to work at the Murasaki bookshop in exchange for board and lodging. How does the bookstore help her get her life back on track?
貴子という人物は割とぼんやりと人生を歩んできた人です。そんな彼女が停滞失恋をして自分と向き合わざるを得なくなります。
申し訳ございません。やっぱり聞き取りにくいです。ちょっと、近くに来ていいですか？
あ、こっちに。
Sorry about that. Could we take away this table, please? Could we take away the table, please? Yes, I'm unable to. It's like.
Arvind, if you're at the console, she's not able to hear this audio. That's the problem. She's unable to hear this. Am I right? Okay. It's echoing. Yeah. They're just taking a couple of seconds. Okay. I'm just suggesting that if she wants to be down, there you can hear clearly. If she wants to translate out of there, would that be acceptable if the audio is still a problem?
Yeah, of course.
Sure? I don't know, I'm just asking you. Sorry, we're just sorting it out. Just a couple of minutes, please. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. You want to just try? Yeah? Yeah? Somebody here?
はい。いや、大丈夫。
Is that okay? It's all right? Okay, we'll have Lynette, thank you so much, apologies for the same. We'll just have Lynette try sitting down here and then figure out if she's able to hear it clearly, and then we'll take it from there. It's an experiment, please bear with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe sit here.
Yeah. Sorry, there's like. すいません、お願いします。
はい。すみません、じゃあ質問の続きから。
So Lynette, did you want me to repeat that question or?
質問返した方がいいですか？
あ、大丈夫ですよ。
いや、he'll answer.
Okay.
じゃあ貴子についてちょっとお話ししたいと思います。貴子という人物はもともと少しぼんやりと自分の人生をそんなに顧みずに生きてきた子です。
Okay. So first, a little bit about Takako. Takako is a person. Is this better? Yeah. Okay. So first, we want to talk about Takako a little. And Takako is a very absent-minded girl, and yeah. So she's very absent-minded, and she's trying to find herself in life.
ところがですね、貴子は物語の冒頭で停滞失恋をしてしまうんですね。でそれはですね、貴子の人生において普通だったら、ささやかな、失恋で済むかもしれないんですけれど、とても大きなものを失ってしまうわけです。
はい。So there are a few things that happen to Takako that may seem very sorry. So there are some things that happen to Takako that seem very sad in the story, but she tries to get through them as well as possible that she can.
それで森崎書店に住むことになって彼女は自分と向き合わなきゃいけなくなるんですが、ある意味それはですね貴子にとって初めての経験です。自分自身と向き合って、自分の心の痛みと向き合うというのが初めての経験なので、貴子はそれを、とても辛いんですけど、逆にその痛みを乗り越えたからこそ貴子という人間は救われて成長していったと考えています。
So, at first, Takako experiences a very deep heartbreak in life, and due to that, she decides to go to the Morisaki bookshop, and there she finds herself, and she learns to get through the heartbreak, and she learns that life begins once she gets through the heartbreak. And that's her story at Morisaki bookshop.
So Momoko leaves her husband abruptly and then returns equally unexpectedly. Tell us a little bit about her.
桃子という人物は僕はとても好きな登場人物で、この人物がいたからこそ森崎書店というのが盛り上がったと、お話としてより盛り上がったと思っているんですけども、そうですね、まず彼女のことは僕とても好きなキャラクターです。
So, Momoko is a very interesting character in the Morisaki book, and it is because of Momoko that the Morisaki bookshop becomes very lively, and Momoko is one of Yagisawa's son's favorite characters in the book.
桃子がですね、悟や貴子を振り回してくれて、いろんな可能性とか面白さを引き出してくれていて、でもそんな桃子自体にも心の弱さがある、それがだんだん物語の中で分かってくるというのが、僕はその桃子という人物を書きながら自分でも知っていく過程で、それがとても楽しかったです。
So, Momoko is a person who has Satoru and Takako and other characters wrapped around her little finger, and around her interesting things tend to happen, and she's a very interesting character, and because of her there are little things that start to move in the story, and writing her was very interesting.
While this book is about the rich and varied lives of its characters, it's also a wonderful study of books in our time. Tell us why books are important and why people should read.
はい。現時点での本の重要さと、なぜ人が本を読むべきかの質問です。
日本の出版。
日本の出版ではなく、本の重要さとか、なぜ人が本を読まなければいけない。
そうですね。私自身、本読んで若い頃特に救われたという体験がたくさんあって、それがきっかけで私は物語の中で人を救えるお話を書きたいというふうに思ったのがあります。なので僕自身の体験から作品を書くことをですね志したという感じですかね。つまり
So, as a young person, Yagisawa was also saved by books, and he wanted to write books that would also save people, and that's where Morisaki Bookshop started.
You write about how the book industry has changed in Japan. Can you tell us about some of these changes?
日本の出版業界の変化についてですね。 出版業界の変化について。
今ですね、日本の小説がインドですごく人気だという話を私の方もむしろ聞いていて、今こうしてですね、僕がここにいることもそうなんですけれども、日本の小説がこうしてインドの方に読んでもらえて、しかもこのようなたくさんの人が集まっていただける場所に呼んでいただいて、とても光栄だと思っていますし、日本の小説はですね、これからこのように世界にもっと読まれていってくれるといいなというふうに思っています。
So this is the first that has happened to Japanese authors where they are becoming very popular with the Indian audience. And lately, I think we've been seeing a rise in the popularity of Japanese authors in India. And that is changing the Japanese publishing.
One of the things I was captivated by in the book was how Tatako went from being someone who didn't read to becoming an avid reader when she read Until the Death of a Girl by Saisei Moro. Please talk to us about that scene.
はい、高子の読書の経験についての話です。8番。
そうですね。これはですね、私がですね、当時、ここに森崎書店の日々という作品の中に出てくる日本の、少し古い作家さんたちの本をいつも読んでいたんですね。それでこの作品を書いている時、まさに僕の書棚にこの出てくる作品たちもあって、それをそのまま書いたという感じです。
So when he got into reading and when he was reading as a young person, he also read a lot of the older authors who wrote in Japanese, and he also read a lot of the books that are mentioned in these books. So from there, he thought that he needs to share this with the audience as well.
インドの方はですね、なかなかちょっと読む機会ないかもしれないんですけども、日本のですね、古い小説、森崎書店の日々のように、人の心の痛みだったり、それが癒される過程を描いているものが多くて、機会があったら読んでいただけたらなと思います。
It might be difficult for Indians to get a hold of the older books that are written in Japanese, but there are many gems that are written by authors of old. And if you ever have a chance to get your hands on one of those books and read them, especially the books that are mentioned here, he would be very happy because they talk about the human situation and about about being deeply human as well. So if you get a chance, please read them.
There is a powerful insight in the book that I'd like you to talk about. You write, no matter where you go or how many books you read, you still know nothing. You haven't seen anything, and that's life. We live our lives trying to find our way.
人生ではいくつかの本読んでも、何を経験してもまだまだ経験不足って言ってもそういう引用がありますので、それについて、教えていただけますか。
そうですね。そうですね。これは悟のセリフだと思うんですけれども、悟という人物が悟の、そうですね。森崎書店の日々が、ですね、何百万人の方にもですね読まれているっていうのはですね、非常に驚いてますし、 とても嬉しく思っています。で、読者の特にインドの方からとかから、まるでハグをされたようだとか、この作品を読んで自分はここにいてもいいんだよと言ってもらえたような気がしたと、励ましてもらえた、そのようなことをお声をいただいてですね、私もすごく励まされましたし、自分の執筆のこれからの糧にしていこうと思えたので、皆さんには感謝しかないです。
So, when he heard that his books are very popular, have become very popular, he was very surprised and he was also very happy that his books have gained such a fan following in India. And he finally felt that it's okay to be here. And he was very encouraged by this popularity as well. And he's really happy that Indians have been so warm towards him.
How do books connect readers to one another? You talk about this when Tatako reads Landscapes of the Heart by Motijiro Kaiji, in which some passages have been underlined by a previous reader.
本の中に、線を引いた部分がありまして、その本をまた高子が読んで、それで本が人と人をつながるっていう、現象もありますので、それについて少し、聞かせていただけますでしょうか。
そうですね。このセリフ、このシーンもですね、このシーンのポイントは、顔も知らない、時代も違う誰かと本の中でですね、触れ合うことができた、共感することができたというところの面白さであって、私自身も古本なんかを読んでいると、このように実際に線が引かれた部分に出会ったりしたことがあって、それが自分が感動した部分だったりするととても嬉しかったことがあったので、その経験をここには込めたつもりです。
So when he read secondhand books, there were times when he found things that were marked in the books that he was reading in the similar way that Takako had found it. And when he found those underlying parts, he was very happy, that he was being connected to this person who's read the book before. And he felt that, that connects people from different times, different places, and you might not even know what the person looks like, but you know what they feel.
Takako's friend Veda says to her once, I don't think it really matters whether you know a lot about books or not. I think what matters far more with a book is how it affects you. Please talk us through this insight.
和田さんの言葉についてですね。和田さんの言葉について、はい。
別に詳しいとかそういうところですか？和田さんのセリフのところですね。和田さんの。11
番の。
OK です。
はい。
これはですね、私自身にも伝えたかった言葉のような気がするんですけど、どんなにたくさん本を読んでいたからといって、それがですね、自分の身になっていたり自分の魂が震えなかったら意味がないと思うんです。それよりも大切な一節に出会って、それによって心がどれだけ揺さぶられるかという方を大事にするのが大切なんじゃないかと、そういうふうに和田さんは言ってるんだと思います。そのためにも、自分の心をいつも研ぎ澄ませていてアンテナを張っていくのが大事なんじゃないかというふうに僕は思います。
So this is something that Yagisawa has also experienced while reading books, that it doesn't matter how much you know and how much knowledge that you gather. What matters is how reading makes you feel. how the books that you read have touched you. So feeling that is more important than accumulating knowledge through reading books, and that is what he was trying to convey through Vadasam. And we always need to be on the lookout for books that touch us deeply and affect our lives, and not just give us knowledge, but leave a lasting impact on us.
Tell us how and why the sequel to the Murasaki Bookshop, entitled More Days at the Murasaki Bookshop, came to be written.
続編についてです。
この森崎書店は、続森崎書店の日々で終わってしまっているので、新しい続編を出す予定は残念ながらありません。ただこちらでも読んでいただいているトルンカと、デイザーとトルンカというお話は、まだあと2作残っていて、シリーズ 3作になっているので、インドの方にも引き続き読んでもらえると思うので、ぜひ読んでいただけたら嬉しいです。
すいません。順番でした。
はい。
順番質問でした。続森崎商店の日々はどのようにして、そしてなぜ書かれたことになって、すいません。
続森崎書店の日々はですね、私が書こうと思ったというよりは、編集者の方から、続編を書いてくれないかという依頼が来て、実を言うと私はこのお話はもう書こうとは思っていなかったので、散々迷ったんですけども、結局その後で覚悟を決めて書くことにしたんですけど、それもですね含めて当時はかなりしんどかったんですけど、書いてよかったと、皆さんにこうして読んでもらえるようになって本当によかったと思っています。なので当時の自分を褒めたいです。
So he didn't plan to write more days at the Morisaki bookshop, but it was a request from his editor, from the publisher, and he really didn't want to write another sequel to Morisaki bookshop, but he gave it a thought, and the writing process was pretty tedious and troublesome, but once he wrote the book and he sent it out, he felt that he was glad to write it. So that's how More Days at the Morisaki Bookshop have come out. And he doesn't plan to write any more sequels to Morisaki Bookshop anymore.
That was my next question.
Yes. And if you want a sequel to that, there's another book that he's written called Days at the Turunka Cafe. So maybe you can consider that a sequel.
There's a beautiful passage in the sequel which you say bookshops are places of stillness and calm. Please expand on that idea.
14番の本屋という場所についてですね。
そうですね、僕はそもそも本屋さんというのがとても好きなんですね。本屋さんだったり図書館だったり行ってそこにある静寂を味わうのがとても好きだし心が落ち着くんです。その理由が何かはちょっと自分でもよくわからないところがあるんですけど、とにかくその本屋に行くと心が落ち着く、本を読まなくてもなんか心が救われた気持ちになるという、そういう気持ちをですねその一節にはぶつけてみました。
So, like most of us here today, he also really loves books, and being in a bookshop, being in libraries, makes him feel very calm, and it also makes him feel like he's being saved by the books, even if he's not reading them. If he's just being in a bookstore, in a library with books all around him, that's enough for him to just feel calm and like he's being saved by books. So that's what books mean to him.
When Takako visits Momoko in hospital, her aunt tells her, "It's okay to cry a lot. The tears are because you've got to go on living." Please explain this.
桃子の言葉について。
16番。そうですね。私はですね、やっぱり人間っていうのは生きていく中で、いろんなことがあるし、いろんな感情が、巻き起こると思ってるんですね。それでやっぱり悲しいことがあったからってそれをごまかしたり、味わわないようにしてしまうっていうのは自分の人生をある意味で損失するものだと思っているので、桃子がですねここで貴子に悲しいと感じられるならそれをしっかり感じなさいと、そういうことをですね桃子が自分のですね病に伏している中で伝えようとしているところだと思うし、僕もこのシーンはとても美しいシーンだと思います。
So to him, this is a very beautiful scene where Momoko is trying to tell Takako that to be human is to go through a range of feelings, and that ranges from happy to sad to grief. And normally we tend to not try to feel deep grief. And we try to avoid feeling uncomfortable feelings like that. But Momoko is trying to tell this to Takako, that this is also part of being human, and she should not avoid feeling grief, but she should feel it deeply. And that is part of enjoying being human.
This book tells us what books mean to many of its characters, Takako, Tomo, Wada. Tell us what books mean to you.
あなたにとって本とは15番。
そうですね。そうですね。私にとってやっぱり本というのは、もう私自身がとても悩み多く、生きてきたものですから、そんな自分のですね人生を救ってくれる、唯一の友達とでも言った方がいいかなと思います。
So in his lifetime, he's also had a lot of phases where he's been unsure of himself, and books have helped him very much through those phases, and he's very thankful to have that as a support.
To end, I would like to quote a beautiful passage from the Murasaki bookshop. You write, "The Murasaki bookshop stands alone at the corner of a street crowded with used bookstores. It's tiny and old and nothing really much to look at. There aren't many customers. And because it has a limited selection, people who aren't interested in its specialty never give it a second glance. But there are people who love this store, and as long as they are devoted to it, then that's enough." The reason I quote this passage is because the Murasaki bookshop you created in your books now has millions of people around the world who adore it. And all of us know exactly what you mean when you say, as long as they are devoted to it, then that's enough. Were you surprised by the reaction to your novel? And perhaps let us know one or two of the reactions from readers that touched you the most.
最後に20番の、あとは読者の、リアクションが、とても印象に残っているリアクションについても教えていただけると。
そうですね、読者の方、特に世界中の方がですねこの作品を読んでくださって、それで救われたとか、まるで慰めてもらったようだと、そういうことをですねたくさんの方に言っていただけて、それはですね僕自身がとても救われたことだし励まされたことだし、 皆さんがこの本を読んでくださって救われたとか感想をくださっているのは僕自身を救ってくれていることでもあるということですね。はい。
So a lot of his readers have told him that his books have saved them, have comforted them on many a day. And he also was saved by books in such a way. And for him to hear that the books he wrote are also saving people and are comforting people the same way that he was comforted is also part of what is saving him right now and helping him to continue writing.
Before we open the floor to the audience for questions, I'd like to thank Satoshi Yagisawa for coming to Chennai. It is also his first ever public international appearance at a book festival. So thank you very much for making Chennai that first book festival. It is also our very first session in translation, and we hope to have many such in the future. We'll take questions now from the audience.
2010.
How do we have the questions?
Hello. Here, sir, right in the balcony. Here. So, yeah. So, I'm Sri Lakshmi Prabha, and I have had the privilege of reading Sir's 3 books, which is like Days at the Morisaki Bookshop, More Days at the Morisaki Bookshop, and Days at the Torunka Cafe. And all 3 books are my favorite books. Shout out to Eric Ozawa, sir, of translating those books. One of my questions is that whenever I have read his book, whether it is Satoru and Momoko's story, or it is Ayako and Hiro's story in Days at the Torunka Cafe, it has also showed the other side of the love, okay? Like letting go of the love. No matter how much you indulge, you also let go of that love. So what has, driven him to have that kind of courage to show that in his books? Thank you so much.
彼女は先生が書かれた3つの本とも読んで3つとも大好きです。あとは
Thank you.
はい。で先生がサトルとタカコ、そしてアヤコとヒロさんの普通にみんなが書いてるような愛については書かれてますが、その愛はずっと引き寄せて、はい、ずっと自分のそばにいてほしいとかではなく、世界に解き放って自由にしてもしてのことも愛と言います。で、そういう愛も存在していることは、この本でよく伝わってきます。そのような愛について、書く勇気は何かきっかけがありますでしょうか？
そうですね。まずすごく丁寧に読んでくださってありがとうございます。質問にはですね、そうですね。僕自身生きていく中でやっぱり人間っていうのは、いろんな欲を抱きがちだと思うんですけれども、本当に大切なのは、愛だと思うんです。愛っていうのは、見守ることだったり相手の背中を押すことだったりすることであって、欲っていうのは逆に相手を引きずったり相手を止めたりする行為で、本当に大切にしなきゃいけないのはやっぱり愛だと思うので、私は登場人物たちがそうして気持ちよく誰かを背中を押したり見守ったりすることはとても大事なことなんじゃないかなと思っています。
First of all, let me thank you for reading all the 3 books and liking them so much. Thank you so much. So, there is a distinction, I think, between desire and love. And when you desire to be with somebody, you want to stop them, you want to keep them by your side. But love has also many other forms, where loving someone doesn't always mean that you keep them by your side, but it also means that you encourage them in what they want in life. So love takes many forms, where you encourage the person that you love, where you push them on their back and send them out to do what they want in the world. And that's the kind of love that he wants, people to feel more. And, not stop yourself or the people that you love from what you want to do, and rather to encourage them.
Arigatou gozaimasu. I don't know if my pronunciation is correct. Pardon me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the Hindu.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Kavya. So I just want to thank, hello, here. Yeah, hi sir. I loved all your 3 books. I'm a big fan of how you express each and every emotion. And basically I love bookshops. I go bookshop hopping now and then. So I love to explore lots of bookshops, sit there and let my mind think about whatever happening around. So I love the feel of your books, the setting. So how you generally go into the process of writing or choosing, this is one I want to write about, this is my passion. And one more added question to that. So at what age you thought that this is my passion, I want to write, and what makes you go into this path as an author?
この方も先生の3つも本も読んでいまして、本の登場人物と同じく彼女も本屋に行ったりとか探検したり、そこに座ってその、周りのこと起きてることを見たりとか、そういうのを結構大好きな人なので、本読んでもそういう、感じがしまして、とても嬉しくなりました。そして先生は、どのきっかけでどの年でこの本を書こうと思ってまして、その過程について教えていただけますでしょうか。
まずありがとうございます。作品が好きだと言ってもらえて、それでですね、多分僕は、あなたとすごい気が合うと思います。僕もですね、そうして、その場所に行っていろんな人の話を聞いたり、その雰囲気を味わったりするのがとても好きだし、それでよく本屋さんとか喫茶店をうろついているんですけど、もうあなたが質問してくださった通り、僕が特に森崎書店の日々を書くきっかけはまさに、そうして本屋さんをうろついたりしていた時にインスピレーションとして浮かんできたものです。
So similar to your experience, Yagisawa-san also really likes being around, hanging around bookshops and old bookshops and striking up conversations with people there, listening to what is happening around. And while he was doing that, the idea to write Morisaki Bookshop had come to him. And as he kept doing that, he felt strongly that he needed to write these books. And while he listened to people soaked in the atmosphere, these books naturally just came out into being.
Right, I could easily be the most hated person here, but just last couple of questions, please.
Hello.
Couple of questions, if you can just...
Hi, on behalf of all your fans here, me and my sister want to say arigato gozaimasu for giving us such a beautiful and relatable novel in Morisaki Bookshop. So I have a very interesting question. So what made you, or how did you conceive the idea of writing about a character called Sabu? And the billion-dollar question is, what exactly was Sabu doing for a living to be able to buy so many used books? Thank you.
はい、これはサブについての質問ですね。で、サブさんは一番本の中の登場人物の中に一番魅力的な人で、まあこういうキャラクターはどうやって考えたのですか。そしてやっぱりサブさんはどういう仕事をしているのか教えていただけますでしょうか。なぜこのような本がたくさん買えるのでしょうか。
ありがとうございます。サブさんを好きでだと言ってくれて非常に珍しい方だと思いますけど、私自身も彼のことはすごい好きで、私はですね実は物語の中でこういうですねちょっと変わっていたり、変な人だったりを描くのが大好きなので、サブさんという人をですね描くのはすごく楽しいし、逆にサブさんの仕事がわからない最後まで謎のままっていうのは読者の方に、そうですねちょっと妄想していただくというか読んで、想像していただく余地を残しているつもりなので勝手に想像してみて楽しんでいただければと思います。
Yeah, firstly, thank you for liking such a quirky character as Sabu. And I really like writing unusual characters into my books. And Sabu is an especially unusual and strange character, and it was very fun to write him. And as for what Sabu does for a living, as is written in the books, it's all up to your imagination.
Yeah, one final. Yeah. Yeah, right here. One final question. Yeah.
Hi. Welcome to the Hindu Lit for Life in Chennai. I hope you're enjoying the evening. We saw two short questions. One is, what do you think the Morisaki bookstores smell like? And if you have any advice for translators. Thank you so much.
2つの質問がございます。1つ目は森崎商店は森崎商店の匂いについて結構書かれてますが、どのような匂いに近いと思いますか？
匂い、
はい、
森崎書店の。
森崎商店の。
そうですね。悟がですね雨が上がった後のような香りみたいなことを作中で多分言ってると思うんです。いて、実際はですね強烈にカビ臭いと思いますが。
So in the book, Satoru describes the smell as the smell that arises after the first rain. But personally, Yagisawa thinks it's just, mold. 2つ目の質問は翻訳者に、方になりたい翻訳をしたい方に何かアドバイスがございますか？
そうですね僕は書いてそれを訳してもらっている立場なだけなので何とも言えないんですけど、やはりですね私の作品を翻訳してくれているエリック小沢さんという方はですね作品の、文章だけじゃなくて雰囲気までとても大事にして再現してくださっているので、やはり翻訳する際というのは、その文章を、翻訳するだけじゃなくてその世界観や匂いとか雰囲気とかを、翻訳する、それを伝えるということがとても大事なんじゃないかなと思っています。
はい。So, as you know, he's not translated any books as of yet. He's only written them. But what he felt having his books translated is that it's not just translating words, But translating the world, how the world feels, and the atmosphere of the books and the atmosphere of the world and the characters also is very important. So more than the words, it would be lovely if you could concentrate on keeping the atmosphere of the book.
Yes. I think I...
Yes. There's just one last question.
Yes,
here,
there.
and it's
There,
the
there.
lady in pink.
Lady in pink.
Who gets it?
I think you can scream if that's not working.
Thank you for writing such an earnest, charming, and meaningful story. I enjoyed it so much, and it is such an honor to hear you speak today. So really quickly, my question is about your writing process. Now, I know that writing a book is not smooth sailing at all. So I wanted to ask which part of this book was the easiest to write, and which part of this book was the most difficult to write, and why? Thank you.
こういう、心からの物語を書いていただいてありがとうございました。
こちらこそありがとうございます。
私の質問は本を書く過程についてですが、この本は、書く際に、書きやすい部分と書きにくい部分があったと思いますので、それはそれぞれどのような部分でなぜでしょうか。
なるほど。森崎書店で大丈夫ですか？森崎書店の質問。
Can he just answer this for Morisaki Bookshop or for the Torunka Cafe?
森崎。
森崎。
そうですね。書きやすかったのは、サブさんです。サブさんが出てくるところはすべて書きやすかったです。逆に難しいというか、どうすればいいのかなと迷ったのはやはり桃子さんですね。桃子さんが出てくるシーンは、桃子さんが僕の制御できない形で好き勝手にやるので、どう収束したらいいのかと、収集をつけたらいいのかと、とても悩んだのをよく覚えています。
While writing the Morisaki books, the easiest part to write was Sabu scenes, and the most difficult scenes to write were Momoko's scenes. The reason why Momoko's scenes were so difficult to write is that she's a very unpredictable character, and it was difficult for him to know what to do with her.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate all your questions. Really sorry that we don't have too much time. Thank you so much, Mr. Satoshi Yagisawa. Really appreciate. For people who want to speak further to him, he'll be available to sign the autographs. Thank you so much, Rachna. Appreciate it. And of course, thank you so much to Lynette Davis as well, who's been wonderful translating this entire session.
Where did you go, Zuma?
Come. I've got it. Come.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next one is going to be one fascinating stuff, really. It's the session number 8 that we are on to on day 1 of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. It is a session titled The Tamils by Ms. Nirmala Lakshman, and that's a lovely, lovely book that has been authored by her. And it is going to be a theatrical reading. You wouldn't want to miss this. It's going to be some wonderful performance over the course of the next 45 to 50 minutes by some eminent personalities in the field of music and dance. Just to give you an idea, if you do not have a heads up as to what Tamils is all about, I think Dr. Nirmala Lakshman has done a remarkable thing by just going into the history of what we are, as in the Tamils are, and starting from days prior to what we even know, to Sangam literature. There's got a bit of Cheras, Choras, Pandyas, and Pallavas as well. So maybe if you can settle down quickly, we can start off with what we can present to you with respect to the Tamils by Ms. Nirmala Lakshman, which is of course going to be a theatrical reading. I know there would be a few that might want to step out and step in, but do so without disturbing anybody else. Thank you so much. We should be starting in the next couple of minutes.
correct. இங்க என்ன?
Right, then we are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Tamils by Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, which I said is going to be a theatrical reading. First up, please put your hands together for Ms. Anita Ratnam, ladies and gentlemen. She is a choreographer, performer, producer, speaker, mentor, and entrepreneur, and the pioneer of Neo Bharatam, a unique dance style that has re-assimilated the performative and somatic vocabularies of Bharatanatyam, Kathakali, and yoga as well. In the year 2000, Anita launched Nartaki.com, Narthaki, Nartaki.com, an online portal on Indian dance. She's the recipient of India's Presidential Award in 2016, the Sangeet Natak Academy Puraskar for Contemporary Dance in 2016, and the Vishwa Kala Ratna from Milap Fest, the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, ma'am. Lovely to have you with us as ever. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Brihadishwar C. Chandilya, a writer, director, currently working in the Hindi and Tamil film industries. In the past, he has acted in several stage plays and Tamil Telugu films, in addition to being an English language voiceover artist for cartoons and narrative audio series as well. Lovely to have you with us. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to introduce Ms. Nandini Subbulakshmi, who is a Bharatanatyam dancer and the founder-director of Shakti Performing Arts. She plays the protagonist in Dr. Anita Ratnam's Nachiyar Next. And she's also a budding theatre artist exploring movement and creative storytelling. Next up, it's Ms. Revati Kumar that I welcome on stage. She is a Carnatic music vocalist and a disciple of Sulochana Pattabhiraman and P. Vasant Kumar. She learnt Bharatanatyam from Padma Shri Shobana and has been a part of her solo and group performances. She also collaborates in theatre with Prasanna Ramaswamy. Her awards include the Music Academy's Spirit of Youth Best Vocalist, Bharat Kalachar's Yuva Kala Bharati, Shri Shanmugananda Sabha's Yuva Kalakar Puraskar, amongst others. Thank you so much, Ms. Kumar. Next up, please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sarvesh Sridhar. He's done over 40 productions and 250 shows across India and abroad. He's been invited multiple times to perform at the Vikram Sarabhai Festival with Padma Bhushan Mallika Sarabhai and her team, the most recent being an adaptation of Pinocchio in December 2025. Next up, it is Ms. Tehzeeb Katari, who has worked with great directors such as Arun Sachdev, Pearl Padamsi, Hosi Vasunia, and others in Mumbai, and with Bhagyam Narayanan, Michael Muthu, Mithran Devanesan, P.C. Ramakrishna, Prasanna Ramaswamy, Vimal Bhagat, and Yamuna Prabhu in Chennai. And of course, big round of applause for Prasanna Ramaswamy. May I kindly request you on stage, please. She's here. Maybe you can stand up, ma'am. She is Kalaima Mani and, of course, Sangeet Natak Academy Awardee for theatre and a documentary film maker with 6 feature-length films which have been screened at international film festivals. And she has been conceptualizing and executing cultural programs since 1991. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And of course, the star of this particular show, you've got to give a big round of applause to Dr. Nirmala Lakshman. It's a remarkable attempt at what we are, as in the Tamils are, going back in time with tremendous amount of research, traversing through a multitude of complexities. Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. Over to you, gentlemen and ladies.
The Tamils.
This book is a personal journey of discovery. What it signifies to be part of this distinct group of people, the Tamils, dissimilar in many ways from their fellow Indians, yet bound by numerous similarities. The peaks of the Himalayas are ours, sang Bharati, expressing the strong pan-Indian connection that many Tamils feel.
Mannum Mimayamalai, Yengal Malaye, Manila Midid, Por Piridille, Innar Neer Gangai Arengal Are Ponnolir Bharada Nadengal Naade
செந்தமிழ்நாடெனும் போதினிலே இன்பத்தேன் வந்து பாயது காதினிலே
காவிரி தென் பெண்ணே பாலாறு தமிழ் கண்டதோர்வையை பொருணை நதி எனமே பலவோட திருமேனி செழித்த தமிழ்நாடு.
The ancient Tamils classified the topography of Tamilagam, their land, into 5 distinct categories, symbolized by a flower indigenous to that region. The Kurunji, a rare mountain bloom.
Mullai, the fragrant jasmine flourishing in the forest.
The blue water lily of Neidal, representative of the seashore.
The desert flower of Palai, emblematic of the arid lands.
And Marudam, also known as the queen's flower of the lowlands.
The Kurunji landscape stands for the mountainous region of Tamilakam.
These people, called Kuravar, Vedar, Kanavar, despite being honey gatherers, are also hunters. The deity that they worship is Murugan, and the associated mother goddess is Kottravai.
The cool climbs of the verdant hillsides represent various moods and emotions. All these are revealed in the exquisite poetry of the time.
The emotions associated with Marudam Thinnai is the joyful meeting and union of lovers, ponds and lakes dancing with freshwater fish, lazy buffaloes soaking up the sun, with the main deity being Indra.
Mullai Thinnai is associated with forests and the heroine's grief at separation from her lover. Cowherds and shepherds with their sheep grazing on the pasture lands. Its local deity Mayon, an early form of Krishna or Vishnu. The holes imprinted at the back of white conch shells underfoot the natal lands echo the patterns of the universe. Bamboo and long grass blanched by the summer heat along the desert pathways of the dry Mullai surfaces symbolize life's challenging journey. Secret waterfalls concealed within hidden hillsides and the scent of red earth mingled with the pouring rain can transform into an unexpected union of young lovers.
யானும் நீயும் எவ்வழியறிதும் செம்புல பெயனீர் போல அன்புடை நெஞ்சம் அன்புடை நெஞ்சம் தாங்கலந்தனவே.
A land effulgent in green, yet dotted with teeming towns and cobbled streets, where merchants sold their wares from distant shores and women adorned in sapphire ornaments yearned for their secret lovers. And poets wrote about the valor of kings.
This was the kind of civilization that flourished in the southern peninsula of India, and whose story was largely brought to light and sourced from poetry written on palm leaf manuscripts.
Because much of the information about that age comes from the literature of the time and the confluence of poets.
Tamil Sangam poetry, compositions that are over 2,500 years old.
The custodians of this civilization's values were the dreamers, poets, bards, and storytellers.
The poems deal with love, death,
War, nature, philanthropy, heroism, courage, and relationships. In short, the entire range of the human experience.
All with such sophistication.
And they embody values but do not speculate or philosophize.
They were composed not just by poet scholars,
also by women, priests, chieftains, peasants, merchants, and warriors.
And also by those who labored as blacksmiths or potters.
Women poets like Avira, who were not necessarily noble-born, served as ambassadors and advisors to several kings. And the Tolkappiyam, which is the grammatical treatise, has 3 books dealing with units of literary practice, from letters and words to content. It classifies poetry into Aham, the inner world, and Puram, the external.
Whether the Tamils were the original inhabitants of India or wanderers who came from the Indus Valley is not a settled question.
The land they occupied and thrived in was the southernmost region of India.
Most of the actual information about heroes and chieftains, including those ruling in tribal areas,
comes from the poetic anthologies of the Sangam age, such as the Puranuru.
There are descriptions that suggest the existence of an impartial justice system, and although an autocracy, the accessibility of rulers was a noteworthy feature of ancient Tamilagam.
The poet Kapilar was also an advisor and later became a very close friend of Pari, the chieftain, about whom stories have been told and retold over generations.
The edicts of Emperor Ashoka, the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya, mention the Tamil kingdoms of the Cholas, Pandyas, and the Cheras in the 2nd century BCE. The port of Puhar is celebrated in works like Pattinapalai as the place where big ships docked and emptied their merchandise on the beaches.
Under the guardianship of the gods of enduring glory, horses with a noble gait had come by the sea.
Bagfuls of black pepper had been brought in by carts.
Gems and gold born of the northern mountains, sandal and eagle from the western mountains.
The coral of the western sea, the products of the Ganges valley, the yield of the Kaveri, the foodstuffs from Ceylon.
All these materials, precious and bulky alike, were heaped onto the broad streets, overflowing with their riches.
It was perfectly acceptable for a Kshatriya to marry a woman of a higher caste.
A Brahmin could become a king.
The Vaishya could engage in war or handle weapons.
Social organization did not appear to be based on birth, but rather on occupation.
And although by the time of the Sangam, the Aryan influence was very much present, it could be argued on the basis of the historical evidence we have at present that the social construct that prevailed in Tamilagam of that period was still largely defined by the landscape.
Where residents of certain regions chose to find particular occupations suitable to that terrain.
Of course, it was not the perfect society as often espoused in the poetry. Women, for instance, were mostly well regarded, but a lot of the widows was grim. And they were relegated to the edges of society.
Many of the Aham poems have women as protagonists. Even if they are prostitutes or those who have taken another woman's man, there is a strong and not necessarily censorious articulation of their situation. The voices of women are clear, and women are central in the world of Aham poetry.
A fluidity of religious practice seems to have prevailed with the peaceful coexistence of Jainism and Buddhism, which had entered Tamilagam, perhaps even around the time of the Emperor Ashoka.
The Kalabras.
A group called the Kalabras disrupted the rule of many of the chieftains and kings and took over most of Tamilagam and held the Tamil lands for about 300 years post the Sangam age. There are no historical details available at all about this period of Tamil history except the Pulangurichi inscription of a king called Chandan Kuran ascribed to 3rd century CE.
Oh, to the lions, Bhakti poetry and the Pallava dynasty.
The Pallava dynasty was the first large consolidated South Indian empire, and they ruled about 400 plus years.
Simhavishnu was the Pallava king known for reviving the dynasty by defeating the Kalabras, expanding the territory to the Kaveri River, and establishing Kanchipuram as the capital.
Son of Simhavishnu, Mahendra Varman I was the Pallava ruler who began the celebrated tradition of rock-cut temples, introducing new elements and styles of sculpting.
Mahendra Varman I was also an intellectual, known as Vichitrachita or curious-minded. He was also a poet and a painter and had the title of Chitrapuli, meaning a tiger of the arts.
He was also an architect, a musician, a dramatist, a polymath, and warrior.
He was initially a follower of Jainism, reconverted to Saivism at the instigation of Tirunavakarsar, the Saivite saint.
மூடி கொண்டார் முளைளவெண் திங்களோடு மூசும் இளநாகம் உடனா கொண்டார் தத்தீம் தகதீம் ததிங்கிணத்தும் தகதி தளாங்கு தோம் அடி கொண்டார் சிலம்பு அலம்பு கடலும் ஆர்படுங்காத முயலகனை அடிகீழ் கொண்டார் தித்தளாங்கு தித்தளாங்கு தித்தி தளாங்கு தகுதி கிடத்துக்குதோம் வடி கொண்டு ஆர்ந்த இலங்கு பழுவலங்கை கொண்டார் மாலை இடபாகத்தே மறுவ கொண்டார் திமித திமித தீம் ஜெயம் ஜெயம் தகிட தகதீம் தகதோம் தகததிங்கிணத்தும் துடி கொண்டார் கங்காளம் தோள் மேல் கொண்டார் சூலை தீர்த்து அடியேனை ஆட்கொண்டாரே.
The Bhakti movement, which saw a reinvigoration of Shaivism and Vaishnavism, took firm root during Mahendravarman's time.
It was not just the use of Tamil in the hymns and poems that drew the public to this movement, but also the fact that these saints belonged to a variety of castes: Brahmins, cobblers, farmers, merchants, princes, and even robbers.
Between the 5th and 9th centuries, the Arvars were responsible for the spread of Vaishnavism, or the specific worship of Vishnu Narayana as the supreme Godhead.
வையம் தகளியா வையம் தகளியா வையம் தகளியா வார்கடலே நெய்யாக நிசக கம கமக சக சக சனி 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 பனி சக வெய்ய கதிரோன் விளக்காக பம பகம பசகம பனி பம பம கம பம பனிசா செய்ய சுடராழியான் அடிக்கு சூட்டினேன் சொல் மாலை இடராழி நீங்குகவே.
A verse on Vishnu by Poigai Arvar.
The poetry of the Bhakti saints, whether of the Vaishnavite or Saivite canon, imagined the divine in all possible forms, as lover, as parent, as friend, and as child.
The Shaivite hymns known as Tevaram and the 4,000 verses on Vishnu, the Nalayana Divya Prabandham, being sung in temples is a practice that continues to this day.
Rajasimha, another flamboyant Pallava ruler, went on to build numerous other temples.
One is the unique Kailasanatha temple, which was built around the same time as many of the Mamalla temples, around 700 CE.
The Kailasanatha temple. Its opulent array of carvings on its walls and niches. The Yalis, a mythological creature with the head and the body of a lion and the trunk and tusks of an elephant. The Bhutaganas, or the divine servitors expressing merriment, and other carved tiers 4 stories tall, speaking of the splendor of Shiva in every possible form. Shiva, the cosmic dancer. Shiva in battle. Shiva, the sublime. Shiva, the bearer of the Ganga, and Shiva as Kala Samaharamurti, the destroyer of death and time. One of the most beautiful sculptures is that of Shiva as Dakshinamurti. Each image is distinctive and different.
Another is the Vaikuntha Perumal temple. It does not have the opulence and the overload and visual impact of the Kailasanatha temple, but there's a remarkable cohesion in the various structural elements which provide for an integrity and unity of design.
The lions are a leitmotif of Pallava architecture, and the Vishnu temple is no exception.
The outside walls, too, have these leaping lions embodying Pallava magnificence.
கார்மந்து நீள் விசும்பும் கடலும் சுடரும் நிலனும் மலையும் தன்னுந்தி தார்மன்னு தாமரை கண்டனிடம் தடமாமதில் சூழ்ந்து அழகாய கட்சி தேர் மன்னவனை தென்னவனை சிறையில் வாட்டிய திண் சிலையோன் பார்மன்ன பல்லவர் கோன் பணிந்த பரமேஸ்வர விண்ணகரம் பரமேஸ்வர விண்ணகரம் அதுவே.
The seated Vishnu on the ground floor is magnificent in his kingly splendor. The Shankha and Chakra are held in his back pair of hands, and of the front pair, one is the Abhaya Mudra, fingers facing up in a gesture of protection, and the other in a gesture of giving, the Varada Mudra. The Sayana Perumal or Vishnu lying on Adishesha, the divine serpent, is on the first floor.
Although images of some of the Pallava kings in caves and some of the Rathas have been identified as those belonging to Simhavishnu, Mahendravarman I, Narasimhavarman I, and Parameswaravarman, there is no mention of these sculptors.
Rajasimha was proud of his naval force, and there was great maritime activity during his time. He's also said to have sent ambassadors to China.
His rule was marked by great literary activity as well, and the scholar and rhetorician Dandin spent time at his court.
The interactions of culture and scholarship brought about by mutual cultural enrichment.
Huin Sang, the Chinese explorer and Buddhist scholar, visited Kanchipuram and described the prosperity and contentment of its people in his writings.
He writes that the Buddha or Tathagata in the olden days when living in the world frequented this Kanchipuram much. He preached the law here and converted men, and therefore Asoka Raja built stupas all over the sacred spots where these traces exist.
While there is no actual evidence of the Buddha's visit, Kanchipuram was considered a holy spot by the Buddhists.
Bodhidharma, the founder of Dhyana Marga, who lived in the 6th century, was thought to be a prince of Kanchipuram.
The renowned teacher, Dhammapala, who later became the head of Nalanda University, was also born in Kanchipuram and studied under Dinanga in the city.
Mahendravarman wrote a satirical play in Sanskrit called Matta Vilasa Prahasana, where he made fun of Jain priests as well as Buddhists and Saivites, focusing on inebriated priests and their paramours and mocking certain aspects of organized religion. He also made fun of the judicial process, with a tongue-in-cheek reference to the Adhikarna, or the apex court in Kanchipuram, where he says jokingly that no struggle or no argument could ever be resolved impartially in this court. And the subject says, why? That person has many riches, gotten from the many monasteries, and with it he can stuff the mouths of every court official as he pleases, whereas I am the maid of a poor Kapalin, and the only wealth I have is the snake skin and the sacred ash on me. What wealth am I that I should go and argue in the courts?
Corruption was apparently no stranger to public processes. All the villages had assemblies and courts that were under royal supervision and control.
Pallava inscriptions indicate that a judicial body called Dharma Sena also existed to continuously dispense justice, often through committees that operated regularly.
Both sugar and salt were manufactured by the administration, and there was a royal monopoly on these.
Tax was levied on those belonging to many professions, on toddy tappers, cattle breeders, washermen, drummers, goldsmiths, even producers of ghee.
Well, a fee had to be paid to the village headman, which was hereditary post.
A small offering had to be given to the king when there was a wedding in the family.
As the citadel of Jain, Buddhist, Vaishnava and Shaiva learning and worship, in many ways, the capital of the Pallava Empire, Kanchipuram, exemplified the generally syncretic cultural moorings of the Tamil people.
We move from Kanchipuram to Madurai.
The Pandyas were the only dynasty in India that had a continuing presence and did indeed rule in some form or the other for more than 2,000 years. Their first mention being in the inscriptions of Emperor Ashoka dating as early as the 3rd century.
Madurai Kanchi of the Sangam literature, 1st century CE, describes the city of Madurai.
In the city where drums roar constantly.
Festivals are celebrated on the wide streets.
Sunangai dances are performed.
There are communities with fragrance.
And there are many citizens with abundant wealth.
Paripadal of Sangam literature speaks of Madurai.
Mayon kopol malarnda tamarai பூவோடு புரையும் சீரூர் பூவின் இதழகத்து கனய திருவம் இதழகத்து அரும் புகட்டு அனைத்தே அண்ணல் கோயில் தாதின் அணையர் தன் தமிழ் குடிகள் தாது உன் பறவை கனையர் பரிசில் வாழ்ன.
Idhayagathu Anaya Teruvum refers to the structure of streets even as we see it today in Madurai, a continuum of over 2,000 years. The magnificent Meenakshi temple is not only a symbol of the Madurai of today, but it has stood for centuries, from its legendary origins to its popular present-day appeal, through the vicissitudes of time, withstanding the ravages of war and occupation.
Rebuilt many times and yet standing tall with its towering gopurams right from the Pandya period through the Nayak era.
It appears that the main deity at this time, Shiva, was known as Chokkar or Chokkanadar, and Angayar Kanni was the name of the Devi, his spouse.
However, despite the firm establishment and patronage of Tamil by the Pandya kings during the centuries of Pandya rule, in the Nayak period, the Telugu-speaking rulers who had an affinity to Sanskrit changed the Tamil appellations of these deities to Meenakshi and Sundareshwarar.
Thirunyana Sambandar, an early proponent of the Bhakti movement, who came to Madurai to cure the Pandya king of an illness and convert him to Saivism from Jainism at the secret behest of his queen Mangayarkarasi, met the queen at the temple and guaranteed her that he would heal the king and bring him back to the fold.
The British collector of Madurai, Rose Peter, who was the temple's administrator between 1812 and 1828. See, although being a Christian, he had great respect for the goddess, and he was popular and well-liked in the city. In fact, his nobility of character earned him the title Peter Pandian. Now, every day as he crossed the temple on his way to office, he would stop, get off his horse, remove his hat and his shoes, and walk past the temple barefoot, bowing his head in obedience to the deity. One day, there was a massive downpour, and the Vaigay was in spate. He was convinced that it was the goddess Meenakshi who rescued him. And so, he donated a beautiful pair of padukas, encrusted with diamonds and rubies, to the barefoot girl who had rescued him. After his retirement, he remained in Madurai, as he never wanted to be far away from his deity. And as per his request, upon his death, he was buried in the churchyard that faced the temple so that he could always worship his goddess.
Prosperity clothed the city, creating a society that was affluent but hierarchical.
Caste-oriented, militaristic, and yet filled with opportunities.
But what is remarkable is that there is great evidence of an originality of approach and a pioneering way of thinking that was sustained over several generations.
And this can only be wrought by a collective of people.
Albeit at the behest of a king or kings who had the imagination.
The spirit to build small towns, new capitals, ports, create systems of taxation and land grants.
Organize water supply, bring about agricultural transformation.
There are innumerable Jain monuments in this region, and indeed, they are a very remarkable on-ground testament that assert a strong practice of the faith across southern Tamilagam, especially around Madurai.
When we visited Karugumalai, that most magnificent Jain edifice carved on a rock, we saw that only a few hundred yards away, the Shaivas had also created an astonishing but unfinished temple called Vettuvan Kovil, hidden initially from the side of a hillock. Rising up without warning is a structure of extraordinary beauty. This is an early Pandya temple, possibly belonging to the 8th century.
The temple structure itself is a magnificent construction, carved out of a huge rock of granite, as if emerging from a crater blasted out of the surrounding rock, with the gopuram cut first from top.
We looked down a few stories at the layers of carved walls, tier upon tier, sculpted with intricacy, and great artistic intelligence. Every single symbol of divinity carved in this stone reveals a rich range of expression and emotion. To the right of our climb, towering carvings and the bas-relief sculptures of rows of Tirthankaras on the rocky hillside.
Namo Arihantanam Namo Siddhanam Namo Ayariyanam Namo Uvajayanam
Namo loe savasahunam.
That was once an eminent place of Jain learning, a center that lasted for more than 400 years from the 8th to the 12th century. Women ascetics were accorded an equal status as that of male monks.
Let's hear about the cave paintings of Jain art.
On a balmy pre-monsoon morning, we drive to Pudukkottai. A garland of small hillocks leads us to a natural cavern on one hillock with 17 Jain beds carved on the rock floor, dating back to at least 200 BCE. Many have Tamil Brahmi inscriptions ascribed to the 2nd century BCE.
Beyond the immediate splendor of the pillars, in the cave there is an austere image of Parshvanatha, a Tirthankara who supposedly lived and taught in 7th century BCE.
Almost in contrast is a magnificent ceiling painted with a Michelangelo-like diligence.
An amazing blue lake, limpid in a forgotten sunlight, washes over the unsuspecting visitor. Here lotuses bloom, pink and white, and fish abound, leap joyously to the skies, and elephants twirl lotus blossoms in their trunks, some of them spraying water. Buffaloes, grazing on the water's edge, tilt their heads curiously as exotic birds fly in and out of the lush vegetation that surrounds the lake. There is nothing immobile on this surface. Dancers welcome travelers from green banks as monks dip themselves into the holy blue waters and offer prayers.
Scholars are in general agreement that this lake is Katika Bhumi, the heavenly tank where the faithful greet the monks who are moving on their journeys of self-discovery towards enlightenment.
A space where the Tirthankara sits on a dais and preaches to all beings, man, animal, and bird, who gather there to understand the essence of Jain philosophy. The emphasis is on equality among all living things.
Both Jain monuments and Hindu temples flourished equally under royal patronage until the Bhakti movement gained momentum from the 10th century.
Some of Tamil's literary works had a strong Jain undertone, notably those composed in the early pre- and post-Christian eras.
These include the Tirukkural by Tiruvalluvar.
These 1,330 verses of the Tirukkural embody primary life principles in 3 books.
Aram, Porul, Inbam, that is, of virtue or goodness, of wealth or practical wisdom, of love.
In pithy, crisp language, complex moral and philosophical ideas are conveyed.
Marco Polo writes, "Here are no horses bred, and therefore, indeed, a large part of the country's wealth is wasted in purchasing horses. Indeed, the king over here wishes to purchase 2,000 horses this year, as do his 4 brothers. And the reason for this is, by the end of the year, not more than 100 of those horses will remain alive, as most of them die off."
Traversing the dusty country roads that circle the villages near Madurai, I noticed the unusual spectacle of hundreds of painted terracotta horses massed together near a hamlet. The sight was startling in its unexpectedness. Quiet green fields, sleepy hamlets with little human movement, and then suddenly a burst of color and a crowd of strident presences, much like the army of terracotta warriors in Xi'an in China.
Local potters are commissioned to make the terracotta horses by farmers who offer these horses to the gods in gratitude for rain or for plentiful harvest. In the summer months, they are taken in procession with song and dance to be dedicated to the temple.
விவசாயம் செழிக்க மழை பெய்யா குதிரை ஏறி வருவாய் கண்ணு 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 வீரனாரே எங்க வீரனாரே வணக்கம்
The festival is called Puravi Edippu, which is an offering of horses to Ayyanar, a fierce watchman of the village, who in his nightly rounds protects the community from harm.
Marco Polo says, this province is the finest and noblest in the world. The king ruler here goes by the name of Sundar Bandidevar, and in his kingdom you will find very fine and great pearls. You must also know that in all of this province, you will not find a tailor who will cut or stitch any cloth, as everyone over here seems to roam around in unstitched cloth.
The king goes as bare as the rest. Only around his loins he has a piece of fine cloth. And around his neck he has a necklace of fine precious stones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and the like.
Marco Polo describes other facets of Pandya society that he finds fascinating, including the fact that many people bathe twice a day and look down on those who did not do so.
He also notes that they smear their bodies with sesame oil and clean their houses with cow dung.
And that there is a great interest in astrology and magic, and is amused by the fact that mighty duels can occur if someone spits on someone else, often leading to the death of one of the contestants. They are strict at dispensing justice, he says. But lechery is not considered a sin.
The Chola dynasty, maritime empire, art and architecture.
And administration.
Turning off the highway towards Thanjavur, no matter how many times one visits and drives over the bridge towards the city, the vision of the towering Vimana against the sky, which could be a cloudless blue or soft twilight pink, is completely breathtaking.
To talk about Rajarajeshwaram or Brihadishwara, the Periyakovil as people refer to it as a whole, is important as it is the most extant and visible symbol of Chola power and might.
The execution of this architectural masterpiece involved not just meticulous planning and vision, but a different way of thinking, which ensured that it functioned and survived as an independent institution that supported many people.
Artisans, artists, craftspeople, officials, and a great many others in long-term arrangements. The temple was a world unto itself, and innumerable endowments made it a focal point that sustained a myriad art forms like music, devotional dances, and painting.
The murals in Brihadishwara are the result of the persona of the patron, Rajaraja, and that of the painter.
While Rajaraja's memory was inerasably etched in the annals of history, the Chola painter, like most brethren of his fraternity of this ancient land, has completely vanished into oblivion without any record mentioning him.
கல்லால் நிழல் மேய கரை சேர் கண்டா கல்லால் நிழல் மேய கரை சேர் கண்டா என்று எல்லா மொழியாலும் இமையோர் தொழுது ஏத்தவில்லா அரண் மூன்றும் வெந்து விழ எய்த நல்லான் நம்மை ஆழ்வான் நல்லம் நகரானே.
Thus sang Thiruñana Sambandar on Shiva of what is now called Koneri Rajapuram, the Tirunallam temple. This Uma Maheshwara temple, built around 10th century CE, shows the king and his queen, Sembiyan Mahadevi, carved in a worshipful stance to the main deity.
Sembiyan Mahadevi was an unusual woman who built and restored more than a dozen temples in South Taukat, Chengalpettu, Kumbakoram, and Thanjavur.
While repairing a Pandya temple built by Varaguna Pandya, a mortal enemy of the Cholas, she carefully preserved the Pandyan king's inscription and placed it back after the repairs were done, adding an additional inscription that placed her own renovation as well as his in an accurate historical context.
No writing on the Cholas and their history can be complete without touching on the sacred bronzes. that often reflects the high point of Chola artistry.
Many superb bronzes of this era have been stolen, lost, even from the Brihadishwara temple, or exported and installed in museums abroad. Of the 66 images described in the inscriptions of Rajaraja at the Tanjavur temple, only 2 remain.
Rajaraja brought back under Chola control all the land that was lost to them.
At the height of his power, his kingdom extended from Sri Lanka in the south to the Tungabhadra basin in the north and the Mahendra mountains in the northeast.
And Rajaraja organized a land survey quite unlike anything ever done before by any ruler in India. It was extremely detailed.
The Chola rulers vigorously encouraged Brahmin settlements, the Brahmadeyas, particularly all along the fertile Kaveri basin.
This practice of donating large tracts of land to the Brahmins began in the days of the Pandya kings.
The setting up of such social hierarchies and privileges became problematic later with the unequal access to wealth and resources.
The Kundavai Jainalaya, the serene Jain temple, constructed and donated by Rajaraja's sister Kundavai, attracts pilgrims from across Tamil Nadu.
Tamil and Grantha scripts from the Chola through to the Vijayanagar periods indicate that numerous gifts and donations were made, including tax-free land grants to support the Jain temple complexes, just as in the case of Hindu temples.
Buddhist viharas were also supported by royal patronage, although Buddhism was not as active a faith as Jainism during the medieval period in Tamilnadu.
Those Chola rulers were also ruthless in their wars and conquests.
Decapitation, severing were not at all uncommon in the courts of the Chola kings.
The Cheras.
Set in a lush green coast extending from the rolling mountains of the Western Ghats all the way down to the tip of the continent, enclosing backwaters where the glistening sea formed inlets and small islands, dotted the waterways, was a great way to a great and wondrous land.
Tamilagam derived great prosperity during the early Chera rule from the trading of spices, ivory, timber, pearls and gems.
The Vaishnavite poet saint Kulashekara was a Chera king of the 9th century who came to be known as Kulashekara Alvar and wrote the celebrated Perumal Tirumuri in Tamil and Mukundamala in Sanskrit.
இருளிரிய சுடர் மணிகளிமைக்கும் நெற்றி தானும் தொம் தத்தானும் ததானும் தொம் தொம் ததாயினத்துத்தி அணி பணமாயிரங்களார்ந்த தானும் ததானும் 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 தும் தும் ததாரவரச பெருஞ்சோதி அனந்தனென்னும் மணிவிளக்கு முயர் வெள்ளை அணையமேவி திருவரங்க பெருநகருள் தென்னீர் பொன்னி தாரா தாரா திரை கையால் அடிவருட பள்ளி கொள்ளும் கருமணியை கோமளத்து கண்டு கொண்டு என் கண்ணிடைகள் என்று கொலோ களிக்கும் நாளே களிக்கும் நாளே களிக்கும் நாளே.
That is by Kulashekara Alvar on Vishnu.
By the 13th and 14th centuries, with the development of Malayalam, these regions evolved into Kerala and became a part of Kerala's history rather than that of Tamilagam.
The grand Marathas of Tanjavur.
When the dynasty of Maratha rulers established their rule in the capital city of the Cholas of Tanjavur, an unusual amalgam of cultures occurred.
Tamilagam, while cradling its own civilizational values, opened itself up to winds of cultural change that came from a variety of sources.
Serfoji was the last Maratha ruler to have power.
Serfoji's patronage of the arts during this embattled period saw a flowering that was quite unusual despite the chaos of political administration.
The Tanjavur Quartet, the maestros of dance, brothers Chinnaya, Ponnaya, Vadivelu and Sivanandam, flourished at that time and set in place the flowering of Bharatanatyam. The Sadir that came just before that was performed to a high degree of refinement by the Devadasis or temple dancers who also danced at the courts of kings. An iconic composition by the Tanjai Nalvar, performed by Bharatanatyam dancers even today.
The Saraswati Mahal Library, which was built by a Nayak ruler, was vastly enriched by Serfoji.
He added maps, coins, rare manuscripts, and about 4,000 books from across the world.
Some of them
were
are
marked up with his comments in his own hand.
There are classics, as well as rare works of Jain, Vaishnava, and Shaiva origin, including commentaries on Sangam works.
Along with the Vedas and Shastras, he advocated the learning of mathematics, science, and languages in schools.
Throughout the rule of the Maratha dynasty, the bureaucracy, largely made up of Maratha and Telugu immigrants, reduced the role of the Tamil laborers, pushing them into poverty.
While Muthu Tandavar from the 17th and Arunachala Kavirayar and Marimuthu Pillai from the 18th century, known as Tamil Mover, had ushered in the form of compositions known as Kritis in Carnatic music, another great revival happens with Tyagaraja Swamigal, Muthuswami Dikshidhar and Shama Sastri, the trinity who create their compositions in Telugu and Sanskrit during the Maratha period.
The compositions of the Trinity, as they are known, are sung widely by all practicing musicians even today.
Let's hear a Tamil composition by Muthu Tandavar on Shiva Nataraja of Chidambaram.
Tamil by birth, Muslim by faith.
Trade between the Arab countries in South India, both by way of the Malabar coast and the Coromandel coast, had been going on even during the Sangam age, as early as 200 CE, as recorded in Sangam literature.
When the Arabs became Muslims, possibly in the late 7th century, they brought their new religion to South India.
Many Arab merchants settled in Tamaragam and married local women. Thus, a distinct community of Tamil Muslims was born.
There is a small, little-known mosque in Trichirappalli, which has an authentic inscription from the 8th century CE that indicates the age of Muslim presence in that area.
Social divisions are not caste hierarchies in the Tamil Muslim community.
As for group names, Sonagan is the term for those of Arab descent. Tulukar means one who rides a horse. In Tamil Nadu, it's sometimes used to describe Muslims in a generic sense. There is a coastal Muslim community known as Shafi.
ஆதி முதலேய கண்ட பரிபூரணமின்றோதும் குணக்குடி கொண்டோனே நிராமயமே தேசிகனானென்றே திருநடனமாடுகின்ற வாசாம கோஷரமே வாழி நிராமயமே கண்ணே மணியே கண் நிறைந்த காரணமே விண்ணே மெய்ஞான வெள்ளியே நிராமயமே.
This is by Gunangudi Mastan Sahib, a Sufi saint who lived in the 18th century.
Christendom in Tamilakam.
Madurai, November 1606. The rains lashed the city, and the streets were flooded. A strange figure clad in a dhoti and a priest stuffed waded unsteadily on his wooden sandals through the city's narrow lanes. He seemed unaffected by the rain and the wind. Striding purposefully, he was a man on a mission. Now the other people, cowering from the rain, stared at him, not knowing what to make of this strange white man, the likes of whom they had never seen before. By the looks of it, he seemed like one of the priests from the temples. Yet, his coloring was so pale that they all wondered if he was stricken by some sort of deadly illness. Roberto di Nobili, smiling to himself, was fully aware at the consternation of those around him.
Missionary, scholar, and nobleman, Roberto di Nobili was an Italian.
He learned Sanskrit, Telugu, and Tamil, and followed Hindu or Indian customs. In the process of acculturation with the local population, he found a way forward to teach the Christian doctrine.
He used words like Vedam for Bible, Puja for Mass, Prasadam for grace.
Di Nobili died in Mylapore in Chennai in 1656, having contributed much to Tamil Christian literature and philosophy.
In the centuries that followed, others like the Nobili, who adopted a novel approach to communicating the word of Christ, include C.J. Beshi, Robert Caldwell, G.U. Pope, and André Dubois.
மன்னிய முடியோ முடியின் மாமணியோ வானிடை வயங்கு செஞ்சுடரோ புண்ணிய உடலத்து உயிர் கொலோ முகமோ புலம் முகக்கண் கொலோயதோ கண்ணியளவு அற்று இடம் எல்லாம் நிறைந்த கடவுள் தான் உறைந்து அருள் காட்ட பண்ணிய அம்மா நகர் இடைப்பகலை படித்து எரி பரந்த ஆலயமே.
This is by Beschi on Jerusalem in his Tembavani.
They were all scholar missionaries, ethnographers, linguists, and historians, lovingly adopted into the Tamil fold. And their writings are still an important source of first-hand observation and analysis.
It is the missionary G.U. Pope's translation that apparently drew Mahatma Gandhi to the Kural.
One of his last requests was for his tomb to be inscribed with a student of Tamil. In a copy of his last sermon, which he delivered at Balliol, he wrote a simple foreword in his own hand. In the heart of this, my last sermon, lie truths which harmonize with all that is very best in Tiruvachakam and Shivajnanam. I am very old. May the Father bless you and yours.
The distinct story of the Tamils is, in the end, a story of multiple narratives, of the multitude of poets and kings.
Artists, builders, writers, resistors, scholars.
And ordinary people who with just language as their sacred base built their history in temples, mosques, churches, fields, and factories.
Searching as many people do for answers to the mysteries of the human experience.
Their origins, buried in prehistory, brought to light by diligent explorations and archaeological endeavors, trace the continuity of a civilization that goes back nearly 5,000 years.
வாழிய செந்தமிழ் வாழ்க நற்றமிழர் வாழிய பாரத மணித்திருநாடு இன்றமை வருத்தும் இன்னல்கள் மாய்க நன்மை வந்து இதுக தீது நகலுக அறம் வளர்ந்திடுக மரம் மடி உருக அறம் வளர்ந்திடுக மரம் மடி உருக எங்கள் வாழ்வும் எங்கள் வளமும் வாழிய 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 வாழியவே.
We request Prasanna Ramaswamy to come to the stage.
She's here.
Thank you. Thank you, darling.
Very quickly, we would like to thank everybody who helped us to do this evening show. Arvind at the sound, and Srinivasan at the lights, and Tanisha with the technique, and Parthasarthi who sorts the material for the projection, and our friend who introduced us all, and the entire team of the festival. The list is so long. If I start saying the names, I'll definitely miss somebody. So the entire team from Vikram, Sagar, Kritika, everybody. And thank you, all of you, and thank you, Nirmala, for giving us this opportunity.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Prasanna Ramaswamy, a token of appreciation from Dr. Nirmala Lakshman. It was just a breathtaking performance from the entire team. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the final session of the day. It's a session that you wouldn't want to miss as well. We, the people of India, decoding a nation's symbols. That's the subject of discussion. We'll give it a couple of minutes for people to settle down. and then we'll start the next of those sessions. The final session on day 1 of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. Ask for water. Right, ladies and gentlemen, after what was a spectacular performance, let's move into the final session of day 1. Please put your hands together for one of the finest that we have ever seen. Mr. T.M. Krishna is here, a preeminent Carnatic vocalist and a public intellectual. The author of 3 books. Krishna's awards, of course, includes Raymond Magsaysay Award in 2016, the Indira Gandhi Award for National Integration, and the Sangeeta Kalanidhi Award from the Music Academy in Chennai in 2024. His latest book, We the People of India, is about 5 symbols of the country. And joining him on stage is Mr. Suhrit Parthasarathy, who practices as an advocate at the Madras High Court in Chennai. He has contributed to several books and is a regular contributor to many Indian dailies, of course, that includes The Hindu as well. Whenever you're ready, the stage is yours.
Good evening and welcome to the final session of the first day. We're here with T.M. Krishna to discuss his new book, which he has in hand, We the People of India, Decoding a Nation's Symbols. I would urge you all to pick up a copy. There are a number of them available just outside. Because this is a book which, perhaps much like the author himself, is many things at once. In that, at one level, it's a carefully researched historical account of the nation's symbols, starting from the national flag onto the national anthem in contradistinction with the national song, the emblem, the motto, and the preamble to the Constitution. But it is also a ruminative exploration of how these symbols have traveled with us, how they've sort of helped shape the nation, how they continue to help shape the nation, how they're sometimes at odds, perhaps, with what we might consider as the idea of India as a constitutional republic. It is also a book on ethics, on how we organize ourselves as a society, the kind of lives that we live and the kind of lives that we really ought to aspire to live. The book draws quite deeply on Krishna's life, on his many facets, his life as a musician, as an artist, as a thinker. For instance, as a fascinating account of Vande Mataram and how perhaps it just could never have worked as a national anthem. For reasons well known to many of us in terms of the political implications of the lyrics of its second stanza, but also for musical reasons, as we'll perhaps get into during the course of our discussion today. At its heart, though, the book is a philosophical inquiry. It approaches symbols not as relics, but also as sources and sites of power. The central question that the book poses is not merely what these symbols mean, but what they're being made to do today, and what we as citizens perhaps can do in engaging with those symbols to improve our lives, to improve the lives of our constitutional republic. So I'll really, though, begin with a question that perhaps almost all of us might have. I mean, why symbols? Why do symbols matter at all? Why should we have to engage with these objects in any meaningful way? I mean, why should we care about them at all?
Thank you, Suhrit, and thank you, Indu, for having us. Thank you very much. First of all, I mean, this whole idea came to me by accident. While about maybe 7, 8 years ago, just before the CAA protests, I started singing Jana Gana Mana, the entire song. We now sing only one verse. But I started singing the other verses, or what you could say, call the unsung verses. That was the real trigger, because I was deeply moved by what those verses said. And at some level, they were not part of what we sing as an anthem. So the question of what does this mean to me? What does singing an anthem mean to me? Or singing those lines mean to me? Was something that, so it started at a very personal level, I think. We also forget, I think, that most of our lives are responses to symbols. Most of the things we do on an everyday basis are responses to symbols, simple actions that we do. Say a simple thing, you walk on the street, you see a temple gopuram, you turn, you do one namaskaram and go. You've responded to a symbol. It's a symbol, an idea that you're responding to. So our entire life in many ways is symbolic, though we don't always recognize those symbols or think of them as active material in our lives. So when you look at the flag, you know, I was seeing the flag out of my hotel room just recently in Hyderabad, and it was gorgeously fluttering. And it did something to me. I mean, what it does to me, is it memory? Is it indoctrination, as some people may say? I don't know, but it does. So you're responding at an emotional level. The thing about symbolism is it's often an emotional activity. It's not an intellectual activity in instinct. So I think that is so important because we are emotional beings. And that's why I think symbols are very important for us to navigate on how we see them, how do we receive them.
But many of these symbols, I mean, that were sort of virtually set in stone either at the founding of our republic or soon after their founding. Do they continue to matter in the same way that they might have at that point of time, in the sense that, because meanings can change. If you look at the emblem itself, the manner in which it is perhaps portrayed today is vastly different from how it was portrayed at the nation's founding. So how do we sort of interpret those symbols? Do they remain, or do they continue to retain the same meaning that they did at their founding? Or do we engage with them in a way where we sort of look to try and grow as a republic?
I think it's important to realize the symbol is never the same thing. I mean, take the Sarnath pillar. When Ashoka had put it up there, its entire connotation, meaning, and relevance was entirely different. When it is rediscovered and made into a national emblem, its meaning and connotation and relevance is entirely different. There is an agenda during that time, 47 to 51. When you're trying to build a new nation, you want this to symbolize something. So you capture from the past something and you imbue it with what you believe should be the ethics of this new republic that you're founding. But I think what you said is very important, because we should also ask, do they mean the same things to us today? And the answer is many times they do not. I mean,
they could also mean different things to different people.
Absolutely, right? So it does not mean the same thing, it means different things. That's what we should be grappling with, I think. And I think there is also the question of, in that shift, in that change, in that, shall we say, reconfiguration of meaning that we all do, we have to ask why we are doing it. What is happening to us as a society in the process? For example, when the new parliament is built and you have, on the new parliament, you have the same capital. Is it the same capital? No, it is not the same capital. But why is it different? Why does this seem to be very angry? Why does this seem to be pouncing at people? So are we trying to say we are a different nation today? Are we saying that we are going to be aggressive, we are going to tell the world that we rule? So, but this is not just at the level of the state, is it? It is at our everyday basis. You look at the tonality on Twitter, you look at the tonality with which people speak today about India, about the idea of India. You see what you could call a certain aggression, definitely. So I think these are important things to investigate for us as citizens of this country, and also go to the past and see where are we moving, what are we capturing, what are we losing. We have to look at that.
But equally, these symbols can also sort of be appropriated for political...
I lost you there, you said?
And I'm saying equally, symbols can also be appropriated for narrow political gains. And it's something that we see repeatedly, for example, with the Vande Mataram, and I'd sort of like to bring your attention to that directly. Could you tell us why perhaps it could not have worked in your reading as an anthem? And you in fact have a critique here in your book of Nehru as well, in terms of the choice that was made when it came to the national anthem, and why perhaps his reasoning for it may not have sat well.
Yeah, I think his reasoning is flawed. He had many reasonings. If you think of how Nehru spoke about Vande Mataram during 1937, when there was the entire issue with the Muslim League, the reasonings are different. Then when he comes to closer to 47 and 51, he gives different reasoning. Now, the fascinating thing about Vande Mataram, as other scholars have written, the question is first, is it one song? That itself becomes an interesting question. Because it's very clear that the first two verses were written sometime between 1872 to 1875, maybe 74 to 75. And then the rest of the verses very clearly became part of Anand Math, which was published in 1881. There is a shift in tonality which cannot be missed. I argue that even the second verse, there is a difference. And Tagore speaks about singing the song, and he sings only the first verse. He publishes the entire thing in 1900, but till then he sings only the first verse, and he talks about how beautiful that song is. So it's the first verse that captures Tagore. I think that's very important to say. Not even the second verse. The first verse is just a beautiful description of landscape and the emotive, taking off from the landscape of the Tamils. It's very similar landscape of this land. The second verse gets very tactile. You're suddenly talking about the population. You're talking about specifics. So there is a transfer even in the language that happens. And the interesting thing is, Vande Mataram has over 120 tunes, or maybe even more. Most of us don't know that. The Indian government has published a tune of Vande Mataram, which is not the tune you all know. Vande Mataram is not the tune published by the government of India in 1951, republished about 10 times. We don't even know who tuned this. The tune that's published is actually Tagore's tune. It's online on YouTube. Please go listen to it. Vande Mataram Sujalam Suphalam Malayaj Sheetalam Sasya Shamalam Mataram Vande. This is a tune by Tagore. It's a bewitching tune. And it's also important to see what a tune does to a word. The whole tonality is different. Now, the problem with this song is also structural. From the second verse, the song doesn't hold together. It falters as a musical composition repeatedly. The second verse manages, third and fourth verse don't. And obviously, Bankim realized he had to come back to the first line. So the last two lines of the fourth verse beautifully segues back to what I would call the Pallavi, technically. So even as a song structurally, I don't think Vande Mataram could have held as a song. But Nehru's critique that the tune was not good enough for orchestration, etc., is flawed. Because the example for that is the Bangladeshi anthem. What a stunning anthem. Again, Tagore. Tagore is everywhere. You can't miss him. It's a stunning anthem. It is not an anthem that can go into drum beats or anything. But it's a beautiful anthem that the whole country sings. The Bhutanese anthem, another example. So this whole argument that was musically, I think probably he was trying to avoid the communal argument, and he was trying to kind of get away from it and giving a different argument. But I don't think his musical argument really works, primarily for the first stanza. But beyond the first stanza, Vande Mataram does not hold together as a song, which is why Tagore's assertion that it is accidental appearance or something to that effect in Anadamat, I don't agree with, because it only works completely as 4 verses if you consider it as part of Anadamat. Otherwise, the verses don't work. So that argument is also not exactly something I will agree with Tagore on. But the first verse of Vande Mataram is definitely a beautiful verse. You can't deny that.
I just want to sort of move across the book in terms of the various other symbols that you engage with. And we'll move to the last of the symbols that you engage with and bring and sort of try and tie it in with the others, which is the preamble. My first question on that to you would be, why is the preamble a symbol of the Constitution, or a symbol of India in many ways? I mean, obviously it was marshaled, for example, during the CAA protest,
Yes.
he was saying, many people, lawyers across India were narrating or were sort of singing it in verse. But it's obviously an unenforceable piece of text in that you cannot go to a court of law and say that the preamble says this, therefore give me this. So when a text exists which is really sort of meaningless from an enforceability point of view, why would we see that as a symbol of our nation?
That's probably the reason why I see it as a symbol of the nation. Because it is, in a way, it is supposed to capture the spirit of the Constitution, right? And that's why it comes in at the end of the entire Constituent Assembly debates. And I think I see it as a symbol because it is the spirit of what is given there that is supposed to kind of, shall we say, let us reflect upon the country and guide us as a society, beyond which it has no other function. Like any other symbol, the symbol itself has no literal function. You can't say this is what a symbol says, therefore it has a value.
But it is also sort of a site, again, of great contest because of what it had in the text at its founding and what was added to it.
Yes, we will talk about that. But at the same, about the additions, I think we will come to the word secular. But before I come there, I think that the fact that it still exists. Now, why was it, for example, read out during the CAA protests? It was read out, I would like to say, for 2 things. One is, of course, that it represented a constitutional idea of India. But if you read the text, suppose you didn't know it was the preamble of the Indian Constitution. It was just a text. There is something profoundly beautiful about the text and what we assure ourselves as citizens of this country. And it is the most simple things, but the most profound thing. Justice, equality, fraternity. And in a way, it is a call for all of us as a symbol to move towards in that direction, which is why I think it is a very important symbol of what we are trying to construct in this country as India.
In fact, it was sort of it did emanate out of what was known as the
objective resolution, of course.
So in many ways, it can be seen as an objective of the Constitution, perhaps.
You could see it, but beyond the objective of the Constitution, I think at some level on basic ethics, I think the entire words of the preamble is something that every one of us would not disagree upon a very fundamental level, I think. I don't think we'll disagree that we need to live in harmony. I don't think we disagree that everybody needs justice, that we should be equal. We should live as a large community, if I can use fraternity in that sense. So at that essence, it is, I think, something very, very fundamental for making a beautiful society.
Yeah, but those additions which were made, and we'll come to that now.
Yes, we will.
Because you say that many of us may not disagree with almost everything that's in the preamble.
I'm sticking my neck out when I say that.
Right. But those 2 additions, the 2 words that were added in the course of the 42nd Amendment, and both socialist and secular, there are many who would disagree with it.
Yep.
But do you think that sits uncomfortably in any way with the rest of the preamble? Were those additions even really necessary?
That's a very good question. I really don't think those 2 additions were necessary because those are already there in our fundamental rights. If we read our Constitution, it's already there. So anybody who argues that we were not secular before the word secular was added into the preamble just have got it wrong. I mean, just read the fundamental rights of a Constitution. Secularism is embedded in it. It's already there. It's already there. Question of equality, question of how the minorities are to be treated, question of, rights, everything is there. Similarly, the spirit of socialism is also there. It's fundamentally there as a spirit in our fundamental rights. So, those additions of those words, I don't think has made that force something into our constitution that didn't exist. If that was the argument, it's a different argument. If you say this was not part of the spirit of the constitution, and you've added a word that is not there in the constitution, then it's a different argument. But it's already there in spirit. Even in every part of what we say we'll give ourselves, I think both the idea of socialism, idea of taking care, idea of secularism is all there in our constitution. So those words have only created an unnecessary controversy, which probably is irrelevant to the constitution.
I think if I can just sort of pitch in a little, it's possibly also because the word secular has a number of Western sort of specific connotations to it. And maybe the founders felt that it wasn't really necessary to brand us with that name. The simple reason being that the idea of fraternity itself in the preamble, and the idea, as you say, of equality. You cannot be an equal nation without being a secular nation.
Absolutely.
Secular in the sense of treating everyone with equal care and concern. So,
if I may just add one more thing. Yeah. So, as much as the word secular was not there, there were also demands for God to be there in the preamble, by the way. That the word God must be there. That was also refused. So, I think it's very important to see that the word secular was not there. There was no reference to God too. So these two, I think the whole point was that we don't need to get into that space as long as we assure ourselves all these other things in the preamble and in our constitution. I think that's why those words were not really necessary, because it was debated.
But at the same time, I suppose it's also important not to have sort of a hagiographical approach to the preamble itself or to any of these other symbols. So to that extent, would you argue that we must interpret some of these symbols in a manner which befits our larger ideals as a sort of constitutional republic?
Absolutely. That's exactly why you need to look at these symbols. See, none of these symbols, you could even argue the choices of some of those symbols, for example, right? But I do think that the intentions of having these symbols, by who were the choice makers, where the collectives were, was with a certain vision of a nation state that they were building, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that the symbol is ideal or the person who created the symbol is ideal. We have to debate on the gray areas too of these choices, of what they could mean. Now, if you say, for example, the lion capital of Ashoka is a symbolism of dharma, or it is a serious debate to have on the notion of dharma, and which is what the book does too, discusses what that symbol means. If it means dharma, but what do we mean by this dharma? Each of us will have a different connotations for that word. So it is important to not only debate the symbol itself, but our different meanings of those symbols. Because if we don't do that, we'd either end up having an hagiography saying it says the ideal things. I mean, our constitution is not a perfect document. Let's be very clear. It's not a perfect document. But that's not the problem. The problem is, are we willing to look at it holistically, one? Two, are we also willing to capture its spirit? And in that way, even better the document, if we want to better the document. And which is why I completely disagree even with Ambedkar in this book regarding preventive detention. I don't think it should have a place. That's my citizen view, that preventive detention cannot have a place in our fundamental rights. We talk about UAPA, we are talking about Umar Khalid today, we are talking about all these laws that have been brought in, but they're fundamentally brought in because we have this provision where we have preventive detention. So we have to ask those difficult questions too.
I mean, for example, if you take the motto and just sort of staying in the theme of the previous question, our motto, which is Satyameva Jayate, is an Upanishadic phrase. So does that in any way militate against sort of larger ideals that you speak about?
I don't think it does.
Because, I mean, as you note in the book, there were no objections to this.
Yeah, I just want to say, the interesting thing is Satyameva Jayate was an executive decision. It was a decision that happened between 1949 and 1950. That is the period when Satyameva Jayate is chosen. Now, we don't know who were the inspirers or the choice makers. There is multiple speculation. It could have been Rajaji, it could have been Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, or it could be Nehru himself, we don't know, but there was a discussion about it. It is an Upanishadic phrase from the Mundaka Upanishad. It has a context in the Mundaka Upanishad, but it is taken in in a rather more practical sense in the way we use it. When we say Satyameva Jayate, we say, what, truth wins. That itself is up for, by the way, discussion. But in the Mundaka Upanishad, it has a different connotation. What is truth changes in the two contexts. It's interesting that there was no argument or nobody resisted it. There was no one who said, it's from the Upanishad, you can't have a phrase from the Upanishad. But I think that itself says something, right?
What does it say?
What? Yeah. The fact, I think people were able to see that the phrase symbolized an idea. First of all, it's a very unusual phrase for a motto. 3 kingdoms before India has had it. The Czech Republic has had it. Otherwise, most mottos are about the geographical location, are about, victory, about past, present. This is a completely abstract idea that has been chosen. Now, I think that there was a consensus that one cannot argue with the notion that we all need to seek the truth, at least among the establishment. And I think the moment that was accepted, I don't think there was a pushback from anywhere to say we can't have a Mundaka Upanishad. That I think goes back to our idea of secularism also. That is not the problem. That it was from an Upanishad is not the problem. What it says, how you convey it, what it represents, does it include everybody in the room? I think was far more important, which is why you don't see objection for this. You have Sanskrit objections coming for it, but not ethical objections for the phrase.
So just want to also get your thoughts on, you write quite a bit about the use, for example, of material, khadi versus polyester when it comes to the use of the flags. Is that something that is, again, a matter of contestation on the basis of power? Because there were certain ideals which were at play at the time of the founding in terms of the use of khadi. But we've seen a move, for example, to, towards the use of polyester. How do we sort of reckon with that, and how does that, what does that tell about the state of our nation, really, in many ways?
So even in the book, I argue it both ways. There are 2 ways to argue it. Yes, khadi was the ideal. Rajendra Prasad speaks about it from 1935-36. Everybody is talking about how khadi should be the ideal. In fact, the moment the flag is announced, Rajendra Prasad is shocked that they have ordered some 4,000 or 5,000 flags which are not made of khadi. He immediately writes to Nehru saying this cannot happen, stops the order and says we have to go to khadi. So, but let's ask this difficult question. Yes, khadi was an ideal. Yes, the elite were interested in khadi in whatever form, yes. Then the elite went to polyester. The elite suddenly decided that was fanciful. Now the elite thinks, no, we all should wear only hand-woven stuff. So I'm being a little careful about criticizing polyester here. So when now we say polyester is not representative of India, what are we actually saying? I'm not very sure. Because sometimes these choices, polyester is cheaper today. The common person can buy polyester with greater ease than get some exclusive khadi material from some boutique store. Even the people who make khadi now cannot buy it. So when we have inverted the entire notion of affordability, of what represents the everyday person, which is what khadi was supposed to represent, can we make this argument so simply as saying the synthetic does not represent India? I don't know. I argue it both ways in the book. And I say, I don't know, I have to be a little careful here, because maybe this is the India we have become. Now we want to go back to handloom material and all this, at least the ones with power. We can't look down upon something that has become an everyday thing for an everyday person. So are we polyester or khadi, if I was going to frame it that way? I think we are both. We are polyester and we are khadi. So we have to grapple with that symbolism. Again, going to the fissures in these symbolism, we have to grapple with this fact that there cannot be idealism here unless you also make it something part of everyday culture, every person's habit. You don't snatch something away from the everyday person to idealize it and then say, I have idealized it, therefore that represents my nation. You can't do that.
But how do you go about this process of making it an everyday sort of engagement?
I think, unfortunately, in the power hierarchy that we live in, I think that the role of the middle class becomes very, very important in this. Because it is this middle and the upper middle class who are framing, I mean, this whole discussion is being framed by who? If you look at it that way, predominantly by the middle and the upper middle class. That is true. So I think it is very important for this section of society to engage with greater sensitivity towards the larger populace, especially those who are marginalized, those who are not part of this conversation. If you don't do that, then you're always forcing decisions, forcing ideas on the rest, and you then pivot on the idea and then believe that the rest are not sophisticated enough or not knowledgeable enough or not got it enough as you have. So I think the difference between, say, the times of 49, 51 to now is that we do have a larger societal conversation possible than then. And I think that then tells us that we need a larger pushback and larger exchange about these ideas of what these things mean. And I think it's important that the middle and the upper middle class do more listening now than talking. And it's an ironic point that both of us are talking today, but go ahead.
You know, on a reading of your book and in terms of your own engagement with all of these symbols, were you able to come to sort of any larger conclusion in terms of what precisely were the founders' intentions or what precisely is the sort of society or nation that we must strive to be? The reason I ask this is because, for example, there are so many strands to the preamble, right? I mean, you speak of fraternity. I mean, we spoke briefly about fraternity and secularism. But there's also this idea of dignity.
Yes.
And there's so many things that flow from dignity. And the reason I say I bring dignity into it is because you've just sort of mentioned how we need to think in terms of, you know, as the middle class, as people with privilege, one needs to think about everyone else. And one of the things that we often don't think about is dignity, not just of the self, but dignity of the other. And is that something that sort of naturally flows in your reading from these instruments that you...
What naturally flows?
The idea of dignity and the other ideas that flow from dignity.
So if I go back to your...
It's obviously the use of the word dignity, but
yes,
the use of the word dignity might differ in many ways from the manner in which we might understand it today.
Yes. First of all, I mean, what were they thinking of? I think there is a certain amount of idealism in many of these choices. I think there is idealism. There is this dream of creating this new nation, this new republic that can somehow... And I think, you know, I just imagine the times for a moment. We are looking at a time when most of this country was really poor. Literacy level was so low. We had just... Partition was bloody. Just the context in which these thoughts came about is itself incredible. Because if you look at many of the other mottos or many of the other movements in many countries that became nations, there was a lot of immediate bitterness in these choices sometimes. Here there was none of that. So it's quite spectacular that you had a group of people who were thinking in such a manner of an ideal possibility when so much was going on at that time. I think that is first has to be acknowledged. Whether we agree with them or not, we have to acknowledge this. Now with dignity, I really think that's the most incredible phrase in the preamble, the dignity of the individual. And I really believe that at the crux of it, it kind of solves a lot of problems. If you place the dignity of every individual as the priority of a nation, then I think questions of equality, fraternity, privacy, all these things resolve themselves at a philosophical level. And that's why it's an important phrase. Even fraternity has to begin with every individual having dignity. If everyone does not have dignity, there can be no fraternity. There cannot be fraternity. So to assure ourselves that we will ensure that every individual has dignity and place that at the crux of everything else built around justice, I think it is very important. But I think what we have lost out is actually looking at that phrase. We have come at dignity from the other end of saying dignity will come if there's equality. Dignity will come if there's just no. It's actually the inverse. Only if you ensure dignity can we discuss anything else. And I think in some way the way we have looked at dignity is the issue. Rather than itself, I think if we can look at dignity as the crux of everything else we are building around it, then I think we'll be able to see things with more clarity.
In many ways that I suppose it also comes from learning, right? In the sense of the idea of constantly learning about other things. And you give a few examples in the book in terms of judges, for example, of courts.
Yes.
Having to sort of educate themselves.
Yes, I mean, Madras High Court. The judge educated himself when there was a case on the LGBTQ question. He educated himself. He went for training. I mean, how many judges in this country have done that? I mean, if you really think of it, it's phenomenal that you had a judge who said, no, I don't know much about this. I'm going to call people over. I'm going to try and learn and unlearn. Actually, learning, more than learning, unlearning is the biggest problem that we have. We all have it, right? So a judge unlearns. And I think that that's essential if we want at a structural level to ensure dignity of the individual. And that's direct case of dignity also, right? That even at the structural level, the person in power says, I don't know. Now that's a great starting point. To say, I don't know. And that ensures the fact that we see each other with greater respect and equality, I think.
And you also sort of speak in the book a little bit, I mean, it's almost a segue from this idea of dignity in terms of spirituality and in terms of how it's a word that you're sometimes yourself uncomfortable about.
Yes.
But in terms of how it ties in with these symbols of the nation and in terms of their own constituents as sites of power, is it something that you find yourself more comfortable engaging with today?
So it's a word I refused to use for a very long time because I was always worried about what it means to the person reading it. And I think spirituality is one of those words that it's difficult to really define for a person. But I've now embraced the word because I think it's important both personally for myself and also politically, to be very honest, to not lose that word. Because I think somewhere we are losing that word also. Because we are afraid in this hyperness of being, balancing everything, we are losing that word. And here I use spirituality specifically also got to do with religion in the context that I use it. And I know I speak spirituality and dignity goes together too because I think that's what the Sabarimala case is about. It's about the dignity of the bhakta. And to me, the dignity of the bhakta goes far above the God himself. And if the dignity of the bhakta is not ensured, and that's what this is all about. It is about the dignity of the faithful. It is not about the atheist. It is about, so you have a spiritual person. And in this book, I speak about one anecdote. I was hiking a hill which is not too far from Chennai called Parvatamalai. And I remember walking up and there was a very old lady, she must be 80. She was literally on her fours, crawling up to see Shiva, who was on the top of the hill. It was deeply moving. And her son was just giving her water. She kept going up there step by step. It took her an hour. The moment she reached the top, she just ran to see her Shiva. Now, this is spirituality. This is the right of the bhakta. And Shiva waits for her. He has no business saying, you can't come and see me. And I think at the essence of this is the idea of the dignity of the individual, dignity of people, of anybody. And that's why I think it ties very closely to spirituality. Because you can't speak about spirituality, you can't speak about bhakti without the idea of every individual. And dignity is also about privacy, right? Being free. And people think, unfortunately in public discourse, privacy is stuck with some idea of secrecy.
Data protection.
Data protection and secrecy. No. Privacy is when I sing on the stage, with all of you sitting here, there still needs to be privacy. The privacy is the freedom to just be, the freedom to just do, to think, to fly. That is privacy, that right, and that is dignity. So I think all these things in a way come together, the idea of spirituality, idea of privacy, and the idea of everyone's dignity.
But a lot of it, and it's a sort of a common question that many might have. When we speak of symbols or words, for example, the words which say truth alone triumphs, how much of a difference can words alone make? Can they make a difference in that sense?
I think history tells us it has made a difference. There are enough cases around the world when slogans have changed the landscape of nations.
Because
songs
when we speak of the motto, in some ways one can also think of it as an ideal of free speech itself. Right? When we say that Satyameva Jayate, that truth will triumph, it is really a votary for free speech in many ways. In that it's not about one person's truth or the other person's truth.
No. The way I think that we've used that word so often now, saying your truth and my truth, and we're getting confused with the idea of truth many times, right? At the essence of truth is two things, is honesty, to be able to engage with something. Now, once there are two people honestly engaging with something, it doesn't matter whether we see it differently. There is truth in the engagement. And I think that's what it is. And the interesting thing about this phrase, since Suhrid brought this up again, so when it was first announced, which was May 1949, it was published, and I have to tell you that the only newspaper that did not publish exactly the way the government announced it was the Hindu. So the Satyam Eva Jayate, but of course we write it as Satyam Eva Jayate. They published it as Satyam Eva Jayati. Now, obviously, Hindu had a lot of Sanskrit scholars sitting in the editorial desk who decided the government of India got it wrong. Because the Hindustan Times the same day published it as Satyam Eva Jayate. Okay? Now, why this problem happened is very interesting. So, one thing you must understand the Mundaka Upanishad. Mundaka Upanishad is said to be mainly for ascetics and people who are not part of societal activity, right? Now, in the Mundaka Upanishad, it's Satyameva Jayate, Nanratam, it goes on, okay? But we have picked only Satyameva Jayate. So the argument was that by Sanskrit grammar, it should be only Satyameva Jayati. That is, truth only triumphs. Cannot be Satyameva Jayate. I won't go into the Sanskrit reasonings for it. It's in the book, but I won't go there. But two scholars actually solved this problem. One is Patrick Olivier, another one scholar, and say, actually, how can truth triumph, if you think of it that way? Truth is an abstract idea. So who triumphs? The person who speaks the truth triumphs. So if the subject is not truth, and as the subject is the person who speaks the truth, then it makes much more sense. Then the grammar is also resolved. So I think that is more important for us in some manner. Truth will not by itself triumph. If we seek the truth, and truth in the sense that we discussed just now, then there will be triumph. You could also ask triumph for whom, right? I think there is a selflessness in that also, that it is truth for us. It is truth for all of us in this room. So it is quite a beautiful phrase, and it means a lot. I mean, the irony is we see it every day. Every politician has it on his damn letterhead. So to ask your question, does it change people? I don't know. There are situations where probably it does not. But it also can. We have to also hope that it can, because we have had slogans, we've had songs, we have had chants.
The Supreme Court has a different slogan, though.
Yes, the Supreme Court, by the way, it has a different slogan. So, in fact, when I was investigating the motto, most people don't realize that before this motto was chosen, Dhamma Chakra Pravattanaya, which is there in the old Parliament building behind the Speaker's chair in a red color digital mode was what was there, was used as a temporary, like a placeholder under the emblem in the Constitutional Assembly legislature publications of their reports for a very long time. And Dhammachakra Pravartanaya is the turning of the wheel of Dhamma. And it makes sense because the emblem comes from Sarnath, where Buddha first speaks his first sermon. And I suspect that somebody had an idea of probably making that the motto for some time. Then it switches. By the way, it was behind the Speaker's chair. It is not behind the Speaker's chair, to my awareness, in the new Parliament. Not only have we built a different big building, even this simple idea that the idea of Dhamma needs to exist, which was there behind the Speaker's chair, we have erased. And we have to ask ourselves, why? At least that we should do. Yes, I don't know at what time, but...
Questions, yeah, I think we have some time for questions now from the audience, which...
Okay.
Yes.
Do I have the mic? Yeah. So these symbols, these grand liberal ideas, which was really, for its time, a phenomenal document. But I feel like we didn't put enough effort into winning the hearts and minds of what was a largely illiberal population. And that's, that illiberality is probably what has given rise to the situation that we have today. Am I on the right track? And if so, what can be done to fix it? I mean, we thought that because the Constitution has been written, the laws that flowed from it, automatically the population will follow those liberal ideas, will give up its privilege, will become more fraternal, will become more equal, will become more, give dignity to every individual. But that hasn't happened. Why and what can we do to fix it?
So first, in this book, I actually debate that whole question of why, for example, our constitutional ideas are not really there in everyday discourse. Why don't we behave in that manner? In fact, Mr. Gopal Gandhi is here today. I quote a story that he tells me when he was governor of West Bengal, of meeting this young girl in a small village who read out the preamble for him. And he disagreed with me, and it's there in the book. And he said, no, I don't think all is lost. That there is this girl who read the preamble. Did she understand what she read? Maybe not. Maybe the next generation will. So, yes, I think I agree with you on that on a large platform. We did not pass on these ideas to a larger population. I'm not even convinced how much the larger spectrum of people who are part of this process really believed in every one of them, to be very brutally honest. I really don't know. And the situation we are in today is because of our failure. I think that's very important to acknowledge again and again and again. In fact, that's the reason I'm writing this book, is to go back and then bring it back to today and have the discussion today, and not about something in the past. I think there's a lot we can do. And I think it's very important we engage with the young people. I think that's where we should be engaging. We should be engaging in schools, we should be engaging in colleges, and we should be engaging through writing, through song, through in any manner. Because forget these big words, These are simple ethics, and if we can just pass that on, then I think we will move as a society. So I think our work is cut out for probably 2-3 decades to go to young people and have these conversations, discuss these disagreements, discuss these various ideas. I think the beautiful thing about these symbols and what emanates from them is that no two people have even agreed, right? For example, the Tagore and Gandhi debate, which is there in the book. I mean, it went on for 5 years. When the entire nation told Gandhi he's doing the best thing by asking everybody to spin yarn, Tagore said, what a crazy thing is this? Are you mechanizing human beings? Where is the creative spirit? So the thing that both agreed on was interesting. Both agreed on the idea of Swarajya. Not just as a nation, but Swarajya, again going back to everyone's Swarajya, right? To the point that Gandhi in Hind Swaraj says something quite radical, where he almost says it's irrelevant whether British are here or gone. It's a very radical statement to make. If today somebody said that, people would think it's the most controversial thing to say. Because he said, if everybody finds Swarajya, they'll leave. Or they'll be part of us. It doesn't matter. So I think that even then these debates were happening, and that's important to acknowledge. That they were disagreeing, agreeing, but I think there was something that tied all of them together. And that is the idea of fundamental equality. And if we can pass this on, pass even the debates on, pass the disagreements on. Look at the way Ambedkar and Gandhi and Narayana Guru, I placed three of them interestingly in a caste conversation. They come from very different spaces. See the various arguments. I think that itself will take us a long way. The problem is, I think we are not willing to even engage with disagreement properly today. That's also a problem. Yes.
I was wondering what the place of the cow is in the Constitution. There's reference to preventing cow slaughter in the directive principles.
Yes.
Why reference to the cow?
I agree with you. In fact, I critique it in the book. I think that the directive principles are a bundle of things that we don't know what to do with, whether you're liberal or whatever. There are parts of it that everybody will say, yeah, this makes sense. And then there are parts of it that don't seem to, kind of tally. Now, cow is one of those things. And I think that you can't see the cow in isolation. You will have to tie that up with a larger whole conversation on nationalism, on Hindu nationalism. You will have to tie it up with the idea of Vande Mataram, the debates around Vande Mataram. So in a way, I see the cow as also part of this battle for an idea of a nation that is not governed by one religious idea, between that and an idea of a nation that is secular in an Indian sense, if I can add that. I think the cow is there. It's in that debate. So it is not an isolated problem. So people getting now killed for eating beef, for transporting beef, is all part of a larger violent problem. And the problem goes back to the notion of what kind of India do we want. And it is, in my opinion, a problem placed in the directive principles.
Yes, yeah. There's this girl who wants to ask a question. Yeah.
Yes.
Sir, you are a musician. What inspired you to write on symbols?
So, like I said in the beginning, for me, I see the world through sound. I'm a singer. And I think I started singing the song Janagana Mana, the larger song, the 5-verse song. And that's what inspired me. Because the story of Janagana Mana itself is interesting. I think it's a protest song. It was Tagore's protest to the obnoxiousness of the individual who thought that he will compose a song in praise of King George. He basically said, go to hell. And I kind of dream about what is possible. Maybe he went to bed that night, and early hours in the morning, Tagore gets up, and he comes up with this absolutely exquisite composition. It is, irrespective of it being an anthem or not, it's an exquisite composition, just in the way it comes about, and what it says, in the metaphors it uses, the notion of the traveler, the notion of the Adhinayaka. And most people don't know, Tagore translated that song thrice, not once. 1918, he again translates in 1919, he again translates in 1931. Okay? The translation that all of us use is the 1918 one, which was done here in Madanapalli, in Andhra. He translates again. There is a difference in translation. Tagore scholars told me, it's not translation really, it is a reimagination, you could call it. And they said, are you sure you want to analyze the translation? But I was tempted, so I do it in the book. What do the changes in words mean in translation? Do they mean something else? Does it change the sensibility of the song? So that is how I entered this entire space of the symbols.
Yeah, last 2 to 3 questions. Maybe I'll start here. Yeah.
Namaskaram, Krishnaji. It's very good to meet you on this podium once again. So firstly, looking at this today's first session. The first session, that is at the morning, it started with why the Constitution mattered, and we are ending with the first line of the preamble. So it looks like we have learned a lot of political science today. But anyway, coming back to the question, see, in the first word of the preamble itself, that is we, which of course talks as a definition of unison, irrespective of caste, creed, gender, anything. But today I think that sense of we is not any truly presence in this nation. And that's something which is dividing us in further. And today we talk about national symbols, of course, which is meant to be united, which is meant to have a reason for its place and reason for remembrance. For example, when we talk about the Vande Mataram and of course, and everything else, we talk about the importance of how Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyaya had wrote about that during the time of Sannyasi rebellion. But yet, I don't think so. This values, irrespective of religion, irrespective of one particular community, is being present today in a nation like India. So
it's present today in India.
It's present. That's the one thing which is in further deviating people, in further causing the hatred. So that's something which I think is not people had inculcated in among themselves, which is truly not the spirit of Constitution.
What's your question?
So basically, how does this we today is representing the people of India? So that's the question is.
Okay, so let's first accept one reality, that we were never really the we. Okay, so I don't want to paint a picture of some past that we were all hugging and kissing before and now we have become evil human beings. No, let's not do that. Let's be honest and say the idea of we was an aspirational idea. Like we said, the preamble is not something you can go to court with, right? But that's what I say. You create an idea that we can be we the people, right? And this is not, our Constitution is not the first time that such phrase is being used. Let's be also clear. It's not a novel phrase in that sense, right? So the idea is aspirational. Can we really be the we that you're talking about? Now, but there is one aspect where I agree with you, and I say now the hatred and the anger and the normalization of violence, not just physical, of verbal violence, of emotional violence, is the scary part, right? It is all, and that is something that we should be concerned about. Why is it normal? Why is it, when I hear a story of a school student attacking another student for caste, I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't make sense. Or somebody being killed because of religion, or purposely going in front of somebody else's religious space to make a point and scream your religious symbol. It is not even bhakti for your religion, and it's also violent to the other person. Both are wrong. If I go in front of a church and do something, how is it anyway? So this is what is bothersome. This tone is bothersome. I can disagree with anything, you can disagree with anything. But how do we recover from this is what we are all struggling with. It's almost recover, right? How do we recover from this? And which is why I think it's important for us to go also. The thing is, you don't start life with practicality. None of us start life with practicality. We have an ideal. We have a dream. You have to start there. And then you always go back to that in hope. When you're lost, what do you go back to? You go back to that idea of where you thought of yourself. I don't think it's any different, no, for us as citizens of this nation, which is why we need to go back to these symbols and say, what was the idea? Disagree with it, I have no problem, but engage with it. And maybe from there, some amount of empathy can appear. At least the violence can dissipate. Maybe. It's just hopeful.
Just a quick one. While we appreciate the opinions and observations, we'll seriously appreciate if the questions are crisper so that it'll allow others to ask questions as well. We can take more questions. Last couple of questions, please. Thank you. Your mic, please. Thank you.
Can I go? Yes. Rumbanandir Krishnan. The Upanishadic reality of Satyameva Jayate also challenges us to remember what Ambedkar writes in Annihilation of Caste, that equality, freedom, and liberty are not just born out of French Revolution, we can also find in the Upanishadic. My query therefore
Well, he doesn't say that exactly, if I may correct you.
But let me...
No, he doesn't say that.
No, let me also...
No, 1 second, please. Because you quoted and asked the question, I have to just correct you. What he actually says is, it's a beautiful part, which is why I'm correcting you. What he actually says is very interesting. After saying all he says, I hear that in your Upanishads, there is a way in which you can reimagine your religion. That's what he says. And I think that's a fascinating part of his lecture.
But I also know the paragraph. We can sit together and read the paragraph together.
Yes.
But the question therefore is that in your engagement in the constitutional preamble today, what is the challenge for dialogue between the Upanishadic in a very open sense and the constitutional? This is my first
dialogue
question.
between the Upanishadic and the constitution?
Upanishadic spirit of liberty, equality, and justice, and the constitutional spirit. This is my first question.
Okay.
My second question is...
You have two questions.
So one question at a time, please.
Okay, very quickly.
Because there are others waiting to ask questions.
Then
Thank you.
let me complete with that. Let me...
I really think that in this book, I have not honestly looked at the Upanishadic idea of liberty, fraternity, or equality, and looked at it in the constitution manner. I've not done that in this book. If you ask me, are there aspects in the Upanishadic texts that in a way connect with these conversations? I would say yes, but it needs to be tempered a little bit to look at the context of what we are speaking about. Because also when we are speaking about the Laukika, this is also the question of what we are discussing. The difference between the Laukika and the difference between what the Upanishad texts are sometimes discussing, there is a gap. So the question is intellectually, how are you going to also bridge those gaps? So there are multiple layers to your question, but that's not my part of my investigation in this book. That is not.
Okay, I have a question here.
Yes, please.
Over here. Sorry. So the question is...
You're there, okay, sorry.
Okay, there are mics everywhere. Sorry.
Okay,
we'll just...
I saw you too.
Okay, hold on a sec. So that's 1, 2, and 3. We'll close with that. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, please go ahead.
So in today's context, in the larger fight to reclaim democracy, at what point do you keep reclaiming a symbol? At what point do you stop, try to reimagine it? At what point do you say, all bets off, let's reinvent the symbol?
I think, so reclaiming is always reimagining. First, let's be very clear. I am not going to go back to the past and give it a meaning of the past and the present. I am giving it a meaning today. When I am interpreting the symbols today, I'm relating to the past, but I'm also imagining from the present. So the debates that I engage in is also my way of imagining it. So it's not right to say that I'm reclaiming it. Now, about discarding, I don't know. My personal position now is I don't think I will discard any of these symbols at this point of time. Will I reimagine it again and again and again? I would. I think if the symbol in a way propagates violence of any order, in any order, and violence in the larger spectrum and larger meaning, then I don't think that symbol really has place in my vocabulary, and it should not have place in this nation's vocabulary. That's, and I don't believe we have given ourselves any of that kind of symbolism. We have not. I think we have given ourselves something that gives us the possibility for Suhrit and me to debate about it. Yes, go ahead.
It's a common thing to say that the Constitution, for example, is a living document, in that you build on the past, but you still look towards the future and try and interpret it to further its aims and ambitions. So symbols too, in that sense, can be seen as living documents.
We've constantly done that too. I mean, we've included so many things that were not there in the Constitution. We've given ourselves those things through reinterpreting those words. We've done that.
Yeah, penultimate question. Any one of you?
She has been standing for a while.
Yeah,
I'm going to take her first and then come to you, if you don't mind.
Yours will be the last question. So that's the penultimate. Yeah, please.
Yes.
Namaste Krishna ji. I loved your take on the Sabrimala temple topic when you said that you respect the bhakts' wishes more than the wishes of the god. But my question here is, there are two kinds of bhakts. One who say that seeing certain kind of people in the temple is polluting my bhakti. And then there is the other section which says that not being able to go to the temple or being restricted from going to the temple is a torturous for my bhakti. So
I'm sorry, for some reason I can't hear you correctly. What's the first thing you said?
The first thing that I said was that there is one section of the Bhakts who say that seeing certain people from certain section of the society pollutes my bhakti.
They are irrelevant.
Okay.
They are irrelevant.
Thank you.
In the temple, there are only two people, the Bhakta and her beloved.
But, so this question I am asking from the context of Sabrimala temple, but it also applies to a lot of other contexts in the society, even in today's world, where people say, oh, doing this or not putting this restriction is a torture to my religious beliefs. It should not be done. So what's your take on those kinds of restrictions that we put on certain sections of the society?
I mean, this is why I think it's so important to think of these words also in a societal sense, right? It's a right, if you think of it as a right. If you think bhakti is a right. And there are two words, right? So, belief and faith, and I speak about both, and they are very interesting words, don't mean exactly the same thing, right? It is the right of every person who is devout to be able to go to a temple, pray in whatever manner they want. That's important. We have the story of Kannappa Nayanar. Kannappa Nayanar prayed the way Kannappa Nayanar wanted to pray. He didn't care two hoots about rules and regulations, right? But there is a certain ethicality in that relationship that he creates. It is exactly the same if you take the same idea in societal living, in everyday living. It cannot be very different. It's the right of everyone to exist. It's a right of everyone to feel that they have dignity and privacy and the power to dream and create and just be. It's the right for them to go anywhere they want, do whatever they want. And I think that is why for me, the God or the other person doesn't make a difference. It is the person who's seeking, who is the priority, which goes back again to the dignity of the individual.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Anna. So my question to you is, we all know that before the British invasion, India could boast of its natural resources. It had a lot of things that we could be proud of. But after the invasion, our resources got depleted and all these things happened, right? So at what point in time do you think that the disparity between the different classes of people in terms of, what they could afford, because you spoke about khadi and polyester and how the slogan is actually sort of, rooting towards idealism and things like that, right? So at what point do you think that this disparity happened where the impoverished people could only dream of khadi at some point where they could not afford to get something that was very easily available and in abundance?
I mean, yes, there were resources. We'd love to look at what calculations on per capita income was happening before that time. But I think at the same time, when you say it's a rich country, who had the riches is a question that also needs to be asked, right? So what was each one's own wealth is a question that you need to ask. So, I mean, as always, there were the poor. They were the people who did not have money or wealth. And I'm sure that also went down the caste hierarchy, as it is always done. And we get kind of squirmish to talk about all these things. But I don't know why, because every human society is the same. Actually, there's no difference. We say my culture, their culture, other person's culture. But if you look at any culture, fundamentally creating a hierarchy, fundamentally oppressing a section of society, taking power, taking wealth, is there in any society around the world. This is a problem with human nature. This is a human problem. It is not specific to any one group of people. In our society, it comes within the bandwidth of a structure called caste, and gender and rest of the things. So I think there were always people who could not afford. And which is why khadi has become such an important movement of Gandhi, right? And he refuses foreign goods. So he is doing something that's a political statement, but he's also kind of changing the notion of something as simple as clothing. Okay? And he's also saying everybody makes your own cloth. You know, and you then share also. So there's something quite profoundly brilliant about it. At the same time, you could argue the way Tagore argued about it also. So I don't think we can say there was some point of time when suddenly people could not afford it. No, I don't think we can say that. I think we should accept that society has always had segregations. There have always been enough people who were marginalized, who were not given, and I think there's enough history to prove that. If you look at old court documents, if you look at what was happening, how was society structured, who was living where, what they wore, where could they walk, where couldn't they walk, irrespective of who's in power, these things were realities. So I think it's also important for us to not think of a time when, you know, these things were not realities. They were realities.
Right then, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. T.M. Krishna. Thank you so much, Suhrit Parthasarathy. Really appreciate your time and your thoughts and opinions. Thank you once again, everybody, for joining us on day one of the Hindu Lit for Life 2026. We should be starting tomorrow as well at the same time, which is 9:30 in the morning. That's when we start the proceedings. See you tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye. Thank you. Take care. Good night.